I am, to date, the only person I've ever met who's rolled credits on the first Hitman game. Over 20 years old and one of gaming's longest running franchises, Hitman exists in a strange place within the gaming landscape. Everyone knows it, has played one entry or another, and yet it has never been a smashing success, struggling to get higher than 8s in reviews and languishing under middling sales that have forced the company to be acquired, dropped by their publisher, and ultimately ride off into their own independent sunset. While the world of Assassination trilogy finally got the recognition the series deserved, and we all have fond memories of blood money, few bother going all the way back to the series' origins, back before Game of the Year awards, movies, contracts, and silent assassins. I'm not much better. While I love this series, I still remember rushing over to my friend Remy's place to play Blood Money when they got their 360. I only started with contracts. I didn't bother doubling back and playing Codename 47 and Silent Assassin until I was in my 20s. And it's only now that I've bothered to replay each game in order. Stranger still, I'm not even a stealth guy. Sure, I like Chaos Theory, and I've dabbled with some Metal Gears. I enjoyed the Thief games, and I love the old tactical shooters, the SWAT 4s and original Rainbow 6s, but stealth has never been my jam. On the holy trinity of warrior, rogue, and mage, I'm a wizard guy through and through. So why this series? Why take a look back at it now, and what can we hope to gain from a video with a runtime long enough to make our eyes glaze over? Hitman is unique in gaming. I'm not saying that to be hyperbolic or out of nostalgia. There is quite simply nothing like it across the industry. Not in its design, and not in its history, and not in how that design has evolved over that history. Being both a game designer and someone who loves this series, I never took the time to understand it. I'm betting you haven't either. Close your eyes for a second and ask yourself, what makes a good Hitman level? What are the essential mechanics? If you had to design a new Hitman game from scratch right now, could you do it? Now, if I asked you to do the same for Mario or Zelda, or even something as complex as Civilization, I'm sure you could easily enough. But what separates Hitman? What makes Tobias Reaper into something other than last generation's John Wick? What makes Hitman Hitman? In order to answer this question, we're going to take a look back through the entire series, every game, every mission, and how the company has changed and evolved through each iteration. I should clarify, every main game. We're going to skip the mobile stuff, the books, did you even know there were books, and the movies. And IO, if you decide to make more movies, A, you should hire me to write them, and B, you simply must cast Genevieve O'Reilly, aka Mon Mothma, as Diana Burnwood. She'd be positively perfect for it. Anyway, my celebrity crushes aside, let's sit back and take an exhaustive look at one of the most unique franchises in gaming history and one of my personal favorites. Let's take a look at Hitman. This retrospective is currently sitting at over 70,000 words across 200 pages and has a runtime of only you know how much, because I haven't even begun the hundreds of hours it's going to take to edit it. For those keeping score at home, the script for this video is double that of the Sims video, and it was 3 hours long. It cannot be overstated the sheer amount of time and effort it takes to play through all these games, get good game capture, write decently listenable scripts, film me saying all the words you're listening to right now, and then spending a soul-draining amount of time tediously clicking along a vast infinite timeline in order to edit this all together. And I do all of that for free. If you're new to this channel, I have one of the most lopsided view counts in YouTube history. And if you're not new to this channel, hi! I have other videos, a whole bunch of them in fact, on everything from TTRPGs, video game design, writing, and even working for the government. Unfortunately, the algorithm only cares about watch time, views, likes, comments, and of course, subscribers. I have all of those Infinity Stones except subscribers. Very few people who watch my videos actually convert, and so the algorithm ignores the entire channel. Check out the Chick-fil-A video for more details. So if you want to support the channel, the easiest thing you can do is subscribe and watch some other videos on the channel. If you want to go above and beyond that, further supporting the channel and encouraging me to make more of these god-awful things, consider leaving a tip through Super Thanks, buying my books on Amazon, or my RPGs over on Itch and DriveThru. I've even got a YouTube channel, but I'm guessing you figured that part out already. Links below, as always. Alright, that's enough of the ad. Let's talk about Hitman. But first, a bit of context. Hitman is made by a company called IO Interactive, based out of Copenhagen, which is here, and are a company known for Hitman, obviously, the Kane and Lynch games, whose legacy has more to do with the Gerstmann thing than their own franchise, and Freedom Fighters, a PS2-era third-person shooter I remember liking and am pretty sure I beat, but have no memory of actually playing. My point is that mini ninjas aside, these are the Hitman people, though pretty soon they'll be the Bond people. If you're interested in the history of IO and how it intersects with Hitman, I highly recommend checking out NoClip's documentary. They do good work over there and have an entire doc on Hitman, links below. While Hitman may be unique, the origin of its studio is not. A company called Ritomoto, which as far as I can tell never released anything, at least in this era, merges with a film company and becomes a small studio making games. Originally they were working on a fantasy MMO, but the film company wanted to go in more of a shooter direction. That is a very important point. You should remember, it will come up later. IO is working on this little shooter game when they get the attention of Eidos, a British publisher best known for Tomb Raider. It's Eidos, particularly Jonah Enneroth if sources can be believed, who pushed the game into more of a stealth direction. So to briefly recap, studios merge, a fantasy MMO is shelved in favor of a shooter, which gets the attention of Eidos, who agree to publish a stealth action game. Not the likeliest route for what would become one of gaming's biggest franchises, but not exactly a shock either. The real question is what was going on in gaming at the time? What were video games like 25 years ago in the classic era of 1998 when Hitman started development? We're intimately familiar with what the world of Assassination would become, but what world was it born into? The fabled year of 1998 gave the world Metal Gear Solid, Thief, and that castle sequence from Ocarina. It also gave us Sonic Adventure, a South Park game where you can pee in the snow, Banjo-Kazooie, Half-Life, Pokemon Yellow, StarCraft, and Rogue Squadron, just to name a few. There's a reason 1998 is remembered as the greatest year in gaming history. Now we could go all the way back to the MSX and the original Metal Gear, or like Pac-Man, I suppose. But 1998 is the inflection point for what will become the stealth action genre, giving us not only Metal Gear and Thief, but Tenchu. The only major stealth franchise missing from this era is Splinter Cell, which wouldn't release until 2002, and arguably Assassin's Creed, but that's a stretch. Metal Gear Solid, Thief, Tenchu, and other games were firmly established by the time Hitman went into development and had been out for a few years by the time Hitman released. They had established mechanics like cones of vision knocking out guards and distractions that audiences would be familiar with. This isn't a situation like The Sims, where IO were pioneering an entirely new genre. This was an established space with expected genre conventions. Okay, if it's an established genre, we have to ask ourselves, What is that genre? What separates it from other games? If platforms are about jumping and puzzle games are about puzzling, what makes a stealth game a stealth game? Die fast, kill faster, don't get spotted, and if you do, run. Move slowly, hit people from behind, don't get caught. Watch out for cones of vision and lines of sight. Find items, grab keycards, wait around. So much waiting around. And if that sounds familiar, that's because it's very close to another genre, survival horror. Resident Evil came out in 1996, has an awful lot of sneaking around, and was far from the first in its genre, even if it was the first big breakout success. But let's not give it too much credit with regards to the lineage of this stealth action genre. I can pick up keycards in Wolfenstein, and System Shock had many of the same elements back in 1994. This was previously mapped territory of shooting games in which you might do some creeping around, and survival horror games in which you creeped around and might do some shooting. The stealth action genre planted their flag in the middle, attempting to strike a balance between these two extremes, a harmony of mechanics that could lead to a new sound. Understandable given the overlap in genres, the excitement, shooting, and explosions from 80s action movies and spy thrillers, the tension of slowly sneaking around monsters in a horror movie, of unloading weapons to little effect. There's clearly an emotional overlap here. What video games needed to find was a mechanical one. While the expectation is to jump right into talking about Metal Gear Solid, Tenchu actually came out first. I don't know how many people remember the legacy of Tenchu stealth assassins, but this game was huge. Seemingly everyone who had a PlayStation either owned or borrowed this game. It was everywhere. And if you've never played it, Tenchu f***ing rules. Releasing in Japan in February of 1998, it features all the hallmarks of the stealth action genre it would help to create. And you can see ripples of its legacy throughout Hitman's design. Stealth meters, item loadouts, patrolling guards, line of sight detection, and traps. Enemies will gang up on you when spotted, incentivizing stealth, though the character isn't nearly as squishy as I remember, making this lean more action. Mission design is straightforward, with small, open areas that require us to kill a thing or interact with a thing or go to a place. This was still the PlayStation after all. Games were still primitive, even if they were in 3D. We've even got emetic poisons and fleeing civilians. The only thing missing from Hitman's design are the disguises. Let's face it, Metal Gear Solid is the game in the genre, even if it was never a personal favorite of mine. 5 is probably the only one that clicked with me from a gameplay perspective. My misgivings aside, you can see why this game was an instant smash success. It's got slick visuals, fun conversations, and some of the best sound design I've ever seen in a video game. Congrats to Kazuki Muraoka, there's a reason so many of those sound effects have become iconic. Again, we see the hallmarks of items and vision cones, and I don't mean to diminish this game. It's one of the most successful and influential of all time, but its design is no great mystery. The game is segmented into interconnected rooms. We can think of these almost like stages or the screens of a Zelda map. Each room features a distinct stealth challenge, usually in the form of bypassing guards or spotlights. Enemies detect things either visually with a cone or through sound obstacles like puddles. Being spotted triggers an alarm state, forcing the player to either hide or fight until enough time has passed undetected for the alarm state to deactivate and the guards to resume their patrols. Interestingly, we can knock guards out, but not kill them or take their weapons, at least at first. Again, we can see clear influences for Hitman. Alarm states, mini radars in the corner, gadgets, and so on. And then we have Thief, my personal favorite of those early stealth games. Published by Eidos, remember them, Thief was made by Looking Glass Studios. And if you want to know more about that history, NoClip has documentaries on that too, because of course they do. The Thief series, while absolutely being stealth games, are first person and come more from the evolutionary tree of immersive sims, games like System Shock, than they do, say, Metal Gear. If you have never played them, those are fantastic video games. Thief 1 and 2 are just some of the best stealth games ever made. They've got patrolling guards and light sources, sound detection, and even lights you can shoot out with water arrows. The main thing I wanted to show in relation to Hitman was how open the levels were, letting you steal things in whatever order you pleased. Unfortunately, the game has a glitch in the mandatory tutorial which prevents progress, and if the forums can be believed, that glitch has been around a real long time. It would be great if devs and publishers bother to support the old games they continue selling. Speaking of forced tutorials, when looking back at the history of any series, it's natural to look at the soil from which it sprung, the games, trends, tropes, and forces, both cultural and economic, that culminated in its creation. But it's also tempting to look forward, to see what a series would become and expect or insist that early entries must be that too. Hitman Codename 47 is a bizarre game. It fits strangely within the context of the era, is often at contradictions to itself, and seems out of place within the lineage it would spawn. Looking back at it now with an understanding of history and of Hitman, we can learn a lot about the creative fog of war in which games are designed. It's easy, almost too easy, to look at what the series is today and think this is how things always were, that this is how they should be. The whole reason we study history is to disavow this notion, to show that we only think that way because of hindsight, because of familiarity. It's a lot easier to solve a riddle when you already know the answer. For every Pokemon that nailed the formula out of the gate, there's a Symphony of the Night that took years of experimentation, or a Zelda still finding its identity even today. As we step through the archaeological wreckage of Codename 47, I want you to keep these things in mind. It's not enough to think about what Hitman is today, or the games which inspired Hitman. We have to think about the developers who began the journey. They didn't know what a Hitman game was because no one had ever made one before. They began with a blank page, not a blueprint. What were they trying to accomplish? What experiences would the player have for the first time? And how does it all fit into the legacy of Hitman? Tutorials are one of the major things that separate gaming from any other medium. You don't have to sit through a 15-minute presentation on how to watch a movie before watching it. Movies are passive. You just show up and eat popcorn as the pretty lights flash on your face. But games have to be taught, and the way in which designers teach them, from the mechanics they highlight to the order they present them in, tells us a lot about what they think of their own game. As we previously discussed in the Clever Design of Viridian Forest video no one watched. Explaining games is difficult largely because it's boring. It's like how you have to go through a safety lecture anytime you want to do something fun, like go to a theme park or use a claymore. We've all had the experience of feeling the enthusiasm slowly drain out of our souls as a friend explains why we can only use blue cubes on even turns, or when we are or are not allowed to buy sheep. My group tried to get around this by having everyone read the rules before they showed up, but that just made it a homework assignment, with the end result being that any one person only remembered like 30% of the rules. Video games went this route thanks to technological limitations, shipping with a manual like they were a piece of stereo equipment. This was often the only way to learn the controls, what you were meant to be doing, and the story that tied it all together. As technology improved, this gave way to tightly scripted sequences, at first with text boxes locking progress, and then eventually with Look Up Chief, attempting to give some narrative context to what is taking place. In pretty much every case, they were boring, frustrating, and everyone hated them because they got in the way of the fun bit of playing games. Over time, this gave way to an integrated style of tutorialization, where you, stick with me here because I know this is crazy, learn by actually playing the game. Mind-blowing. You can actually see this in Halo 1, where we go from Look Up Chief to learning by playing in a matter of seconds. This is why I, somewhat controversially, put character creation up front in the Wintermore RPG rulebook, expecting the game to be learned at the table in an integrated Session Zero approach, rather than everyone having to read the rulebook separately. The point is to get players playing as quickly as possible, and to ensure the tutorial, in whatever capacity it has to exist, is intentional, integrated, and brief. The first thing we learn from Hitman Codename Kids Next Door, you're welcome millennials, is that the controls in this game are god-awful. I spent like 90 seconds smashing my keyboard, wondering why it wasn't really working, before I realized I had to load my WASD. There's like a million dirty jokes there, but I'll let you make your own to protect my monetization. I know the controls of this era are remembered for being particularly bad, especially because they lacked the standardization we're so used today. But Codename 47's controls are beyond baffling. W is run, S is walk forward, and crouch is on 4. Who thought this was a good idea? Did the developers really play this way, or do Danish people have extra limbs we don't know about? Show me your secret Danish limbs. Controls sorted, the first thing we see is our disguise mechanic, which makes sense both narratively, mechanically, and historically. The disguise mechanic is the single thing that separates Hitman apart from everything else. It makes sense narratively because we're in a hospital gown and we need our iconic suit. And it makes sense mechanically as it's a core foundational element of the game. So far, so good. And then it's all shooting all the time. I suppose that makes sense. We'll be doing an awful lot of shooting in this game, and the game was originally conceptualized as such. But compare this tutorial to the one in, say, Thief. That was all about sneaking past guards and navigating patrol routes, two core elements of both Codename 47 and the Hitman series as a whole. And yet we don't get any of that here. They don't even tell us that disguises control the areas we can or cannot go in. It's just, here's some clothes, here's a gun, like we just got off the bus at Benning. Also, not to harp on this point, but does anyone else think that 47 has crap aim when it comes to grouping? And check out this chicken wing. I'm not saying I could do any better, but this is supposed to be a purpose-built clone for the sole purpose of super assassinating people. They could have spent some R&D on making sure he could hit the broadside of a barn. Kowloon Triads and Gang War starts with a cutscene attempting to inject our meat slab of a protagonist with some character.
Filled with mystery, laughs, and excitement, they say. Not really my scene.
He's voiced by David Bateson, who's remained with the series all the way to this day, unlike some other stealth action franchises. Diana Burnwood is also here, even if it's in name only, and you know, between my appreciation for Burnwood and my undeniable attraction to Mon Mothma, I may have a type. The briefing introduces a new mechanic, the item list, Codename 47's form of a loadout system. Diana gives us an allowance each mission we can use on guns and body armor, which are useful, and binoculars and a compass, which are not. Any money we finish the mission with carries over, incentivizing us to buy only what we need, go in light, and perform well. Killing civilians, raising alarms, and other mistakes penalize us, and losing too much money results in a mission being failed. It's not quite the same system as SWAT 4, which came out in 2005, but it is SWAT 4 adjacent. Honestly, given how inspired they are by GoldenEye, I'm surprised they didn't leverage that game's bonus objectives system, adding more difficulty and replayability in exchange for more resources earned per mission. The mission itself is dead simple. Probably going to be a lot of intentional and unintentional murder puns in this video, so buckle up. For our very first mission of the very first Hitman game, all we have to do is show up and murder a guy. Sounds simple enough until you realize this game has no save load system. Instead, it uses a more primitive version of continues, though even these have been implemented in a rather baffling state. A save state, if you will. Each level offers continues, the amount varying with the level, but the world state persists across deaths. It's not a checkpoint, not a rewind to an earlier moment in time. Instead, it functions more like a respawn, dropping you back at the car or some other location. Spent ammo is still spent, armor is still gone, disguise is still blown, enemies still alerted. It often results in the player respawning only to immediately find themselves in a firefight and die all over again. It makes no sense. The lack of a save load creates further problems, as experimentation of any kind is severely punished. The first mission is as small and simple as these missions will ever get throughout the entire course of the series. And even here, dying means tediously suffering through the death, respawning at the car, dying again, mashing through the game over, and then restarting the entire mission from scratch. This punishing trial and error of each mistake costing us a noticeable amount of wasted time will only become more exasperating the deeper we get into the game. But it gets more confusing from there. The first mission isn't much of a mission at all. Really, it's a disguised advanced tutorial, again like Viridian Forest. Only it doesn't actually introduce us to any advanced mechanics at all, not even disguises, the cornerstone of both this game and the franchise. Stranger still, killing the target as intended calls in a devastatingly difficult helicopter that tries to kill the player. It's like the opposite of Viridian Forest. Where that game gave a safe space to interact with the game's more challenging elements, Codename 47 gives us a tiny room with next to none of the mechanics and smacks our hand anytime we try and do anything worth doing. Kowloon Triads in Gang War, catchy title that, is trying to have it both ways. They want to pretend they're an integrated tutorial allowing player freedom while rigidly enforcing a single solution like the text box guided tutorials of old. Thankfully for us, the solution is rather simple. Take the sniper rifle to the roof, shoot the guy, and run like hell back to the car before you die. There is really nothing here, not a single mechanical or narrative element, aside from 47's bald barcoded head that resembles the fabled franchise to come. Our second mission is the actual advanced tutorial disguised as a mission we were expecting in the last mission. We got a bigger area with places to go, things to do, and people to see. Our target is another Triad member, this one of a rival gang which we can tell are rivals because they use clashing colors. We need to kill him, all of his goons, and get away clean, with cutscenes interrupting the action to make sure we're aware of all the moving pieces. While annoying, it's understandable given the limitations of the time. We'll see them fix this on later iterations with picture-in-picture. This is another level of trial and error, of enforcing the game's mechanics through punishment rather than experimentation. If we walk up to the car, we get shot. If we go into the restaurant, we get shot. If we shoot at people, we get shot. The game is reminding us in the least subtle way possible that maybe guns aren't the only way to solve every problem. Completing the mission is quite simple once you know the solution. All we have to do is wait for the driver to leave, choke him out, drop his body in the sewer, steal his clothes, plant the bomb, and wait. Once the limo passes the soldiers, we make a big boom and everyone dies. Simple and satisfying and very Hitman. And punishing trial and error aside, that makes way more sense as an advanced tutorial for a Hitman game. This level shows all of Hitman's systems and how they interact in an environment that is relatively low stakes. The restarts aren't fun, but given the size of the level, it doesn't take long to try again, keeping the punishment brief. It makes me wonder why that first mission exists, given that it contradicts the lessons of this one. In the first mission, the only real way to complete it is to shoot people, with the helicopter being summoned no matter what. The lesson of the helicopter isn't you went allowed and are now being punished. The lesson of the helicopter is job's done, time to go. In the second mission, we have a virtually identical setup of a target in a small area going to a meeting. But here, shooting is the opposite of a solution. It's a slap on the wrist telling the player they need to rethink their approach. It is strange to say this so early in this retrospective, especially for a series I love, but I think the tutorialization guiding the player and the game overall are stronger if you just cut that first mission entirely. It's not actually adding anything, and it's making the resulting game worse. Maybe they were afraid players would bail if they weren't immediately shooting a gun, but they should have had more faith in their audience. Though that's easy to say in hindsight. The third mission completes our in-game tutorialization and is maybe the single most important mission for understanding how Codename 47's design differs from what the series would become. Because if you expect this mission to play like later Hitman games, you're in for quite the roller coaster. The first mission had us kill a guy and out no fuss, except for the helicopter. The second mission asked more of us to stay our itchy trigger finger and plan a more sophisticated route through a mission. Kill the guy, take his clothes, plant the bomb. The third mission will ask the most of us yet. 3 people are coming together for a meeting. The blue guy, the red guy, and the tan guy. Our ultimate objective is to kill the tan guy and frame the red guy for the murder, sparking a gang war between the blue people and the red people. In order to do this, we'll need to traverse an open level, kill red guy, steal his clothes, hide his body, use his outfit to get across to the restaurant, kill the tan guy, and then escape. Sounds like a Hitman level to me. It has all the hallmarks of what any veteran fan would expect from the series. 47, Diana, disguises, hardballers, traps, secret meetings. It's all here. We need to be careful and methodic to pull off the assassination, and getting impatient or going loud will result in a bloodbath. From the description, this is indistinguishable from virtually any other Hitman level, but it's in actually playing it that things go off the rails. There are numerous types of NPCs on this level. Red guys, blue guys, cops, civilians, bartenders, cooks, and the police chief. You can't take any of their clothes except for the civilians, whose disguise counts the same as your suit, making it useless. The cook, the bartender, they're of no use to you here. Instead, the only way to beat the level, aside from spraying and praying mobster style, to go to the bathroom and drop your guns. Run across the map to the red negotiator's route, wait for this one window of opportunity to kill him, dump his body in the sewer because that's the only place you can hide it. Dumpsters don't work yet, that's future technology. Take his clothes, go to the meeting, get your guns from the bathroom, and super murder everyone. The setup sounds virtually identical to the sandbox nature of what Hitman would become, and yet the game plays nothing like it. Again, they're starting with a blank page, not a blueprint. It's in this level, perhaps more than any other, where we can see them struggling with what the series is supposed to be. A gangland-style shootout like Mission 1, or a methodical puzzle like Mission 2. And this provides us another hint towards Hitman's future. People make a lot of jokes at Hitman's expense, particularly in relation to the modern games, about how ridiculous it is for 47, a giant bald man with a barcode tattoo, to be able to wear any disguise in any environment. For a clone to go unnoticed in everything from a clown suit to runway model to Santa Claus. But here, all the way back in Hitman 1, we know how necessary it is. The sandbox nature of the later games doesn't work without giving us a tool set and then allowing us, the player, to decide when and where to use it. Hitman 1 is not a sandbox even if the levels are open. It's a series of puzzles with a single intended solution. This isn't the same game in an earlier, more primitive form, like Mario 64 to the original, or Link to the Past to the first Zelda game, where they knew what they wanted the series to be, the series remaining the same even as the technology evolved. What we really see in Hitman 1 is a prototype of an idea, a sketch upon that blank page as they work out the boundaries and limitations of their design. It's something that hasn't fully finished baking, an idea we'll be returning to throughout this video. So let's Kimbo Castanev our way to an all levels cheat and run through the rest of the game, seeing what other lessons we might glean. Diana finally clues us in on what this has all been for. The gang war was a ruse, pulling guards and police protection away from Li Hong, our true target. We need to break into his compound, murder him, rescue a CIA agent, steal a statue, and deliver said statue to a tea shop, presumably for money. This is the first real mission of the game, focused solely on giving the player challenges to overcome. It's the first level that feels like true Hitman, with multiple areas, disguises, and approaches, including a basement, rooftop, guards' quarters, and so on. And now, 4 missions in, we can finally have a proper discussion about disguises, the fundamental mechanic of Hitman, and the thing that separates it from the rest of the genre. Areas within a level are gated by disguises, with 47 being barred access unless he's in the appropriate outfit. You can think of them like keycards, allowing 47 access to certain areas at certain times, allowing the developers to shape and direct the level in the same way first-person shooters used different color keycards to open up new areas. Outfits are normally arranged in tiers, though this is never made explicit to the player. The suit serves as tier 0, allowing us into the least number of areas, basically just a guy walking in off the street. Tier 1 disguises tend to be things like servants or cleaning staff, able to enter some employee-only areas, but still guarded with suspicion. Some Tier 1 disguises are of special use, things like cooks or doctors, which can't go many places, but can enter highly specialized areas that others cannot, or take certain actions freely, like poisoning drinks. Guards serve as Tier 2 disguises, getting us access to a wide variety of areas and allowing us to carry weapons openly. Finally, there are Tier 3 disguises, which allow us to go virtually anywhere. Codename 47 uses this mechanic not to provide options within a sandbox, but to reinforce its puzzle-based design. Entering the level, we have only 2 disguises available to us, including the guards and several patrons. But only one of these is of any use, as the green and yellow robes are Tier 0, functioning the same as our suit. Both exist merely to gate the player between this segment of the puzzle and the next, to provide clues as to the possible way forward. By using the guard's outfit or getting a pass to the brothel, we're able to explore more of the level and pick up a Tier 2 disguise by taking out members of the Triad. It gets us everywhere the guard uniform did, while opening up additional areas the first did not. Regardless of how we get there, the brothel is the next stop. While we're free to explore in whatever direction we wish, it's clear from both the dialogue and the layout that the developers have an intended solution in mind. Get the guard uniform, go see Lei Ling, get the safe combination, head to the basement, grab the jade statue, give it to CIA shop guy, rescue CIA man, take the tunnel to the boathouse, kill Li Hong, and escape via boat. Everything we expect from the series is here. Murder closets, choking people in bathrooms, basements, multiple floors, and speedboats. But it feels radically different, a lockdown series of doors, rather than a problem we're free to solve as we see fit. I ended up playing this closer to SWAT 4 than Hitman, even with 47 having Stormtrooper aim. Though I suppose that makes sense, given he's a clone. And the shooting, let's be honest, is terrible, regardless of how this game was initially conceptualized. Codename 47 feels like a game of contradictions, an awkward teenager still figuring out what it wants to become. Is 47 a cold-blooded assassin or smooching with a racist Asian caricature from the 90s? Does he gun down legions of guards like the Terminator, or help a comic relief CIA agent to escape? With Li Hong finally dead and damsels rescued, we can leave Hong Kong for throws dart at generic enemy board, Colombia. We're off to find a drug lord named Pablo. Wow, really reaching deep on that one, guys. And now, my dear friends, it is time for the jungle levels. They're a common occurrence across the franchise, and they are never my favorite. Maybe it's because I think jungles make for a boring setting in video games, or maybe it's because I think the drug plot lines were played out 4 decades ago. In either case, they never strike me as being visually, thematically, or mechanically interesting. You get a bunch of green, a bunch of cocaine, some machine guns, and not much else. Our first jungle mission is straight out of GoldenEye. I always knew IO were a fan of GoldenEye, but it's not until playing back through these games that I realized just how influenced they were. This is just the jungle level from GoldenEye, nearly beat for beat, except for the cultural insensitivity. Although in IO's defense, Rare's restraint was probably more due to the technological limitations of the N64 than anything else. Back in Hitman Land, we're airdropped into a jungle littered with patrolling guards and ammo crates. We have to find a golden idol, give it to some jungle people because yikes, talk to their chief, rescue his brother from a bridge, and then escort said brother back to said village of jungle people. You know, Hitman. Like, look at this game and tell me what series this is from. Aside from the ability to steal a guard's pajamas, this is functionally identical to early Ghost Recon. And look, the mission isn't bad, the game isn't bad, but it is definitely lacking in a cohesive vision in a way you can clearly discern throughout each level. You see a mission like this next to the other missions in the game, and it raises the question, what is this game trying to be? GoldenEye, Metal Gear, Tomb Raider? Because it sure isn't trying to be Hitman, even by the standards of the levels we've played so far. This is just a shooting gallery with not enough enemies. Mission 6 continues our jungle adventure where we left off. It's even on the same map and carries over our equipment. We fight our way through some ruins, kill some enemies, murder a jungle cat, and commit what is probably a war crime. The first of many in this video, I assure you. And then we escape through a tunnel. It's like a level from an entirely different game was inserted in here, and as harsh as this is, should have been cut along with all the other jungle levels. And then we get to Mission 7, the last of our jungle adventure. And I don't want to be mean here, this isn't that kind of channel, and if you worked on this level and you're watching, I apologize, but this is the single worst level in all of Hitman. I should know, I just spent God knows how many hours playing through them all. This is it. This is the worst one. Now that we've become the ultra-white savior of the village, we can go to the airfield, kill an astounding amount of people, and have an honest-to-God boss fight with Pablo because the designers finally got around to watching Scarface 2 decades too late. There is exactly one useful disguise, which we carry over from the last mission, so there isn't even one to steal. And there is exactly one way into this airfield. No breaks in the fence, no underground tunnels, just grab a gun and Rambo your way to victory. And it's at this point that we have to talk about Zelda 2. The Legend of Zelda releases in 1986 and looks like this. You know, a Zelda game. The Legend of Zelda 2: The Adventures of Link released less than a year later and looks like this. You know, Castlevania. For those confused by that statement, Castlevania used to look like this. And then in 1991, we get the third Zelda game, A Link to the Past. Arguably the greatest game of all time, shut up, and it looks like, you know, a Zelda game. So what the hell happened in the middle? Miyamoto wanted to try something different. No riddle, no grand conspiracy. Just the creator trying something else with a different team. It didn't come out quite as they expected, so they went back to the original style for A Link to the Past. This was unusual, even at the time, especially for Nintendo. You look at Mario from 1 to, yes, I know about 2's complicated history, we don't have time, 3, even Super Mario World, all continue the traditions of the previous games. Mechanics and graphics improve, but they're fundamentally the same game. Same goes for Metroid, Star Fox, and Kirby. Bigger, better, shinier updates of previous series. Zelda 2 is just this really weird, anomalous thing, which is why it still gets brought up today. But here's the thing. Zelda 2 fucking rules. I was initially skeptical of it way back in the day, with my friend Max helping me to see the light on that one. Zelda 2 has this cool overworld, leveling mechanics, combat based around positioning and timing. It's basically the earliest progenitor of the entire Soulsborne genre, and I'm only half joking about that. Seriously, go back and play that game. A lot of the bones are there all the way back in 1987. Zelda 2 may not be what we expect from the Zelda series, especially looking back on it now, but it is a cohesive, coherent experience. It feels like a singular vision, a logical series of thoughts and designs culminating in a comprehensive package, even if it doesn't look like the Zelda we're used to. So what does that have to do with Hitman, the series we're actually talking about? Codename 47 is not Zelda 2, no matter how much we might want to make that comparison. This isn't the odd duck of the series. It isn't even an issue of hindsight, of forgetting that the developers can't see the future. Codename 47's problem isn't about aligning with our expectation for the Hitman series. The problem with Codename 47 is that it doesn't align with itself. There's no cohesion here. There's no comprehensive vision for the design. This is a game of ideas thrown together and plastered over to make it appear as a singular whole. All 3 of these jungle levels, representing a quarter of the levels overall, not only feel divorced from the rest of the Hitman series, they don't feel like anything else in this game. We can quibble about the first few levels being puzzle versus sandboxes, or how they clash with the expectations of veteran players. But you can take one glance at those levels and think, yep, looks like Hitman, even if it doesn't play like Hitman. The jungle levels, by comparison, are some Ghost Recon Tomb Raider nonsense that never belonged here to begin with. They looked ripped out of other games that did them better, and while it's harsh to say they should have been cut, doing so might have freed up time and resources to make the existing levels better. I try and focus more on design and history when doing these retrospectives rather than straight up criticism, but it's hard to find a lesson here that isn't a cautious one. And now we go from the worst to the best. The Magic Hitman coin giveth, and the Magic Hitman coin taketh, I suppose. The 8th mission is located inside a hotel. And while this is maybe personal bias talking, as I used to work in hotels, I think they make an ideal location for most Hitman maps. Hotels are divided into distinct areas, accessible by unique roles like front desk agents, housekeeping, maintenance, and security. They have interesting layouts, strong architectural motifs, and are often filled with wacky characters. It's hard to find a better purpose-built environment for Hitman's design. The hotel level has metal detectors, which Diana really could have warned us about, but then we get our first mention of Tobias Reaper.
And what was the name, please?
Mr. Tobias Reaper.
And all is forgiven. We head up to our room after checking in, only to realize we don't know what our room is supposed to be. Come to think of it, the clerk didn't even give us a key, and it doesn't show in the book. Oh well, we can just grab one from housekeeping and watch as they go all the way back downstairs to get another one. The housekeeping in this hotel has no security awareness, which if you've worked in a hotel, you definitely do, because boy do you hear some stories. Anyway, killing them isn't necessary, but makes it easier to kill this guard and get a tier 2 disguise. Now the real question is whether or not wearing the security guard uniform will allow us to carry guns through metal detectors, and yep, God, I love this series. Time to poke around and, what? Super don't remember the nude shower scene. We all saw that, right? Just gonna creep here for a minute and confirm and okay, just underwear. Enough dallying, our mission is to kill a guy and secure a bomb because Hitman. So let's do that. We get the hint about his room from the front desk, break in, and kill him in the shower. rough break there, bud. We kill another dude in a sauna for the X-ray key, head up to the dentist's office, steal the bomb, and then use the roof and elevators to bypass the metal detectors. And it's out the way we came in. This mission is really fun, easily the best in this entire game, and the one most indicative of where the series would go, even if it's still acting as a puzzle and not a sandbox. The intended playstyle is for the player to tease out a solution through diegetic hints, observation, and trial error, and then execute on that solution as flawlessly as possible. There are tolerances, slight deviations in how you can go about that solution. But back here in the primitive land of Codename 47, there is a rail and you are on it. Speaking of which, we need to track down an arms dealer named Boris because GoldenEye, which means we're headed to a train yard in Rotterdam, which is here. The fences give us few ways in, but I suppose in all fairness, that is the point of fences. We wonder why there's more unexpected nudity through this window and then realize it's a strip club because Hitman. We bribe a dancer to give a guard a private show so we can place a GPS tracker on his car, and then we immediately take off that same tracker to use it somewhere else. And that's not how trackers work, guys. Anyway, putting the tracker on the car allows us to see if you can follow me on this one, track it around the train yard. The car goes to various warehouses, never staying in one place for long. We're meant to use the tracker to find the right warehouse and ambush them before they can leave. Simple enough, except there are all these damn fences in the way. Surely we must open these with like disguises or key cards, maybe explosives. Nope. We open them with a train. Yeah, you heard me. The map has switches littered around it like Lego Loco. I loved Lego Loco. Also released in 1998, greatest year ever. And throwing the various switches reroutes the train to act as a battering ram to destroy the fences. You know, Hitman. And if you think this retrospective has gone completely off the rails here, I'm doing the best I can. There's only so much level design to talk about when all they're giving me are shooting gallery jungles and train switch puzzles. Now do you see what I mean by the Zelda 2 diatribe? Like, forget the entire Hitman series for a minute. I want you to think about this one game in a vacuum. The very first mechanic we get introduced to is the disguise system. The first 4 levels are all about building up the importance of said disguise system. From the first mission where we don't get one and get dangerous gamed by a helicopter, to the driver, murder framing, and then infiltration. It's the core mechanic of the game, the only thing separating it from a generic third-person shooter. And here we have a mission whose whole goal is to get through barriers into different areas. And do we use disguises? Nope. Train. Absolutely baffling. The only reason I can think they would do this is to add variety, in the same way that Mario has like a water world and a level world. Let's do some stealth stuff and then some action levels in the jungle. And hey, why not a train puzzle? With the gates open, we can track the car to the warehouse, Grand Theft Auto everyone inside, and then wait for our dealer to show up. We put the magic GPS tracker that tracks things without being on them inside a briefcase full of money, and then wait for what I can only assume is supposed to be a racist caricature of a leprechaun. Just ignore the bodies. I was, redecorating. Mission 10 brings us back to the baffling concept of actually killing people in a game called Hitman. Only now, there's a nuke here for some reason. The writing for this game must have been a bunch of dudes spitballing ideas in a room because there is no authorial intent here. One of the Siberia guys from GoldenEye lends us his parka, and unfortunately there's no train to run on these guys, get your mind out of the gutter, and we're only again left with one way forward. The whole process of getting through this gate, which far as I can tell is our only path forward, is indicative of just how tedious games like this can be without a save load function. We have to kill this guy, then these two guys, then the sniper, and then the two at the gate. And if we make a single mistake, we're dead and it's back to the mission select screen. Even more frustrating, if we go loud anywhere in the compound, the nuke is armed and Boris escapes. Where you can and can't go and how you're supposed to navigate there makes no sense. It's not even difficult, it's just obtuse, like the stealth action equivalent of adventure game logic. I'm tempted to say this is actually the worst mission in all of Hitman, but I'm hesitant because I can't tell if it's bad or merely broken. I can steal this guard's outfit, but it doesn't get me through this gate, even though that guy just did. There are other gates we can pass through fine, but this one, instant death. Even with a tier 2 disguise, we can't go through the gate of a tier 1 is passing through unless we walk through it at the same time that they are, which feels more like exploiting a bug than the intended solution. Even walkthroughs for this level have players tediously picking off guards with zero margin for error, which I just don't have the patience for. Thanks to our pal, Kimbo Kastanev, I don't need to, so I'm gonna skip it. A Codename 47's penultimate mission is another series of puzzles that takes us back to the sanitarium, with the briefing showing us it wasn't just 47's character the writers were struggling with, as it doesn't sound very Diana-like. The puzzle this time around is extra tedious thanks to a rather long intro we have to walk through each and every time. We're going in naked, no weapons, no fiber wire, just 47 and his wits, unless we wander up this stairwell and find a room full of guns for some reason. We're left to explore about on our own, similar to the hotel, but have few areas we can actually go. Eventually, we find the doctor from our flashbacks, and regardless of whether we leave him, or kill him stealthily, a magical murder squad appears that will super duper murder us. We can take an orderly's uniform, which doesn't help us, and find a bevy of bears, children's books, and the iconic rubber ducky to add to our inventory for some reason. I wander around for far too long, getting more and more frustrated, trying different things, dying, and having to go all the way back through the intro before I realize there's a key hanging on the wall in the good doctor's office, which is super important, and realize I can take the doctor's clothes, which is also super important. You might be wondering how I didn't think to steal disguises in a game about stealing disguises, but I will refer you back to the drug jungle and the ramrod train. Giving trinkets to the inmates gives us cryptic hints about an antidote, and they promise to mark it on our map, even though they super duper don't. This leads me to suspect that these people are crazy, not the least of which because we're in a sanitarium, and the game hasn't bothered telling me why I even need the antidote in the first place. Eventually, one of them mentions a TV room, which we find, and notice there's a sleepy man in the chair. I think he's supposed to be the CIA guy from earlier. Anyway, he shows us the secret exit, and we're good to go. And if you're wondering if we can speedrun the level now that we know about it like clever people, nope. The game just resets the elevator because they have a puzzle with a single solution, and by God, this is how you are going to solve that puzzle. In all fairness, there's a lot to like about this level. The creepy sounds of doors opening and closing, the maze-like interior, the horror vibe like a Hitman version of Resident Evil. The only thing drawing it back is how unintuitive it is. Like this bathroom, I walk in, I see a cabinet, I find a syringe. Makes perfect sense. But why is this Uzi on this random ledge? Why is the attic full of guns? Why do I die trying to jump down to this ledge the designers put right there? But the true fatal flaw here is the trial and error method drawn out by the intro. Making someone sit through a several-minute sequence just to try again is more than punishing, it's discouraging. Speaking of which, the final mission sees us returning to the lab where it all began for one last shooting gallery. My notes for this mission read, and I quote, "Kill this guy," and yoink, uh-oh, okay, more murder squads, and no continues. Okay, let's do this. Can't take their clothes. Do we really have to listen to this guy prattle on every time we die? This sucks. It's like I'm recording barks for a worse game. 47 returns home to find that Daddy has made 48, a clone that is stronger, faster, has way better aim, and doesn't bother asking all those pesky questions we insist on, such as, why train? And for a game that was meant to be a shooter, why is the shooting so awful? In order to beat the mission, we have to take this shotgun, kill this other guy in the corridor from the start of the game, remember him? Take some ammo and his vest. Then we perch up here and shoot our dumb superior clones that apparently never bothered asking questions like what is a kill zone and how to spell fatal funnel. We have to do this 10 times, and it's exactly as boring and tedious as it sounds. After we kill 10 handsome devils and drag one of their bodies onto a switch, we walk into one final room and shoot the old guy while he tries to hug us, which rather neatly sums up my relationship with my own father. Roll credits. Hitman, Hitman, Hitman. This game is not very good, but it is interesting, both from a history of Hitman's own past and the overall design of video games. Much of what is here doesn't really feel like Hitman at all, unless squinting or looking at it through a funhouse mirror. Out of the 12 levels, there's maybe 3 I would consider real Hitman levels: the Li Hong Assassination, Traditions of the Trade, and the Setup. There are 3 that are basically extended tutorials, 4 that should have been cut altogether, the 3 jungle levels and the nuke shipyard. And then we have the bizarre train puzzle and the unsatisfying turkey clone shoot. That's a whole lot of chaff and not a lot of wheat. And yet, everything that would come to define the series is here. Disguises for accessing different areas, hotels, jungles, hiding bodies, Diana, conspiracies, syringes, hardballers, and rubber duckies. They had all the pieces of the puzzle, they were just scattered, the picture blurry, constantly changing direction, tone, and even genre. There's the sniper level, the Ghost Recon level, the Resident Evil level, the ultra stealth missions, and the Rambo missions. There's a lot to like here, but it has to be sifted through, the dirt panned away to search for the gold. Let's see where the developers went from here. As we've seen when looking back at Codename 47, the developers were still coming to grips with the thing they created, still trying to understand what these games were. Critics and audiences largely agreed, with mixed reviews and limited sales. There was enough interest to garner a sequel, but it wasn't clear what shape that sequel would take. This wasn't the case of a breakout hit where they could do more of the same, or a situation where 90% of the design was in place, it just needed a little polish and enhanced visuals to bring it to a new audience. Codename 47 was a title that didn't know what it wanted to be, which meant the audience had no idea what to expect from a sequel. Would it be action-focused like The Jungle, a stealth puzzle like The Hotel, or filled with trains? The E3 trailer, which you can find on Hitman Video Games' YouTube channel, I'll link to it below, doesn't know either, showing garroting and headshots in equal measure. You can see similar back and forths in previews from the era. Hitman 2 released in October of 2002, just shy of 2 years from the previous game's release. Reviews were higher, a full point in most cases, and sold 3 times the copies of its predecessor. So how did they improve on the formula? Were they able to take all the pieces of the previous entry and assemble them in the right order? Let's take a look at Hitman 2: Silent Assassin. The first thing we learn is that this game doesn't run properly because video game companies don't care about archiving the past even while they're still selling it to us. Thankfully, embdev.com has a patch that worked like a charm, so special thanks to them. Getting into the actual game, we're treated to a cutscene of some shadowy figures returning to Castle Hittenstein. Meanwhile, Agent 47 is living in Sicily, has converted to Catholicism, and spends his time gardening tomatoes. This game has modern controls because it wasn't designed by crabs, and has a modern Hitman-style map right down to the power icons. And finally has a functional save load system, held back only by the limited number of saves per mission. We even get a free compass in this one, no additional purchase necessary. 47 has given up his assassin ways, swearing never again to use his gifts for harm, only to take them back up at the first opportunity presented to him. Some Sicilian mobsters John Wick our priest and want $500,000 in ransom if 47 ever hopes to finish confession and cleanse his soul to get into heaven. Broke from giving all his money to the church like a good Catholic, he decides to earn the money through murder. And this laptop is the first time I went, what? Retiring to Sicily? Sure, no problem. Converting to Catholicism to get rid of all the murder guilt? Sure, my family's Catholic, I get it. Meditating by growing tomatoes, which are thematically red, bring life instead of death, and are tasty. Completely normal. And look, it's a video game made by a company who has to think about things like branding and marketing. But this makes no sense narratively. Did 47 take a laptop from the sanitarium after killing Ortmeyer? Is this Ortmeyer's personal laptop, or does he just stamp his logo on everything? Did the ICA give him the laptop and put the logo on it as a reminder of who he is and what he's been through, sort of a Jesus and the cross situation? Did 47 buy this laptop himself and think the symbol was cool, copying it like the cool S from middle school? Or is this a Batman situation where he's decided to become the thing he feared? Why do we kill a sanitarium full of clones, 47? So we can kill more. Duh. So many questions that will never get answered. In my personal headcanon, I'm going to rule that this was Ortmeyer's laptop, hence the logo, and 47 stole it after killing Ortmeyer, so the clone research wouldn't fall into the wrong hands. Is that giving the game's story entirely too much credit? Yes. Am I spending too long on this in a video that's already too long? Also yes. In better news, Diana is back and far chattier this time.
47? This is Diana speaking. It's good to hear your voice again. We all thought you were dead.
Giving us real briefings over the phone instead of via text message. She's kind enough to lead us through a tutorial to make sure we haven't forgotten literally the only thing we know how to do. We prance about the garden, learn how to lockpick, how to fiber wire, how to interact with watermelons, and choke our scarecrow. Get your mind out of the gutter. Finally, we're introduced to the tool shed, one of my favorite mechanics in the series, and we'll touch more on that later. Tutorial over, Diana promises to help us find our kidnapped father figure in exchange for doing her a favor, and I thought she'd never ask. Despite my fantasies, she just wants us to kill someone, and seeing as we have no job, no leads, and no clue how normal humans interact with one another, we don't have much of a choice. So hitmanning we shall go. The designers never got around to hitting Italian mobsters on their bad guy dartboard last game and are making up for lost time, with 47 heading off to kill a wannabe mob boss and rescue his priestly friend. The opening cinematic gives us a good lay of the land and then drops us in. And this, dear friends, is how you start a Hitman game. Right away, we can see a flower guy we can kill wearing clothes we can take. No big body of text, no linear corridor, just a clear opportunity and reward. There's also a grocer we can kill, or better yet, hide our guns in the grocer's tray and let him carry them past the guards for us. There's also this guy who comes to have a wee in the bushes, a lot of that going around in Sicily, apparently. And if the side door feels too dishonest, we can go through the main gate for a nice round of frisking with the guards. To recap, this level presents us with a location we want to get into, and an area outside that location filled with various ways in. We have 3 actual doors in the form of the front gate, the side gate, and the back gate, And we have 3 metaphorical doors in the form of 3 disguises: Flower Guy, the Guard, and the Grocer. Compare how the game expects the player to navigate this game with the first game. Codename 47 was all about take the gun to the roof, shoot or be shot, run from a giant helicopter. But Silent Assassin shows us that being patient and observant can lead to a smoother entrance than going in guns blazing. We have obstacles and we have options, each presenting their own challenges and rewards for distinct playstyles. In essence, this is a Hitman game. This is further enhanced by other additions. We got a stealth meter now. Guards will shoo you off if entering the wrong area instead of instantly murdering you. 47 can hit the broadside of a barn and take more than 1 bullet before dying. It's as if the developers tried to make both the stealth playstyles and shooting playstyles better respectively rather than axing one in favor of the other. Not everything is an improvement. Guards will get suspicious if running or creeping around, which, while making them seem more lifelike, can lead to some tedium, especially in not being able to run. There's also both a stealth movement option and a crouch movement, and for the life of me, I can't figure out why you would use both. The crouch is useful exactly 1 time in this entire game, and the stealth movement is functionally useless. The intent is to use it when creeping up on the guys to garrote them, because, it's a stealth game. The problem is that 47 moves way too slow, the guards move too fast, and the garroting has this wind-up animation as 47 gets the fiber wire ready. 9 times out of 10, the guards simply wander off or outpace you, leaving 47 holding his thin rod with nothing to choke. There's no reason, mechanically speaking, not to shoot them in the back of the head with the silenced pistol, which basically always works, is undetectable, and instant. As for the mission itself, it's fairly basic, but offers a good showcase of the available mechanics on offer to the player. Again, functioning as an extended tutorial where consequences are limited and options plentiful. There is still some trial and error. It's basically unavoidable with how these games are designed. But the save load makes them far less punishing, even if saves are limited. We get a big mansion to explore, a knife-wielding chef to dodge, and various guards capable of seeing through our disguises. There's not much challenge here, leaving the player free to poke around, mess about with the mechanics, or shoot up the place if they get bored. Once we kill the Don and take his key, we return to the basement and find our priest is in another castle. And while narratively annoying, I find this mechanically brilliant. See, back in the tutorial, Diana warned us about a hostage, that being the priest, and raising the alarm risks having that hostage get a fresh bullet in the head. While perfectly logical from a story standpoint, that would really suck from a gameplay perspective. It's the first level. Having it be an ultra-rigid test with 0 margin for error would lead to a lot of frustrated players. By having the hostage be present in the briefing, but removed from the map, we get the narrative tension without the gameplay limitation, even encouraging players to go in quiet and see how far they can get before going loud. It's really smart and something most players are never even going to notice. Post-mission, we get an after-action report and see the cash meter is gone. In their place are meters for stealth and aggression, with an overall rating ranging from the lowly thug all the way to the highly coveted silent assassin. Picking up the game's highest rating rewards us with special items, including the iconic silenced silver ballers. This not only provides better incentive for more skilled play and a reason to replay past levels, it gets rid of the poorly implemented cash system from Codename 47. I like points rating systems for missions. I think you can do really interesting things with them. It's what the entire SWAT 4 video is about. But in that game, the system reinforced the narrative, using a mechanical system to put players in the mindset of law enforcement agents contending with the rules of engagement. While really cool and something I'd like to see in more games, it doesn't really have a place in Hitman. First, there's the obvious problem of a death spiral. Performing poorly in early missions means you get rewarded with less resources, going into even harder missions at an additional disadvantage. It adds more punishment to a game that was already too punishing for its own good. You add on top of this the bizarre balancing choices they made in regards to the equipment's pricing. Practically mandatory gear like body armor sitting alongside compasses and binoculars that are completely useless thanks to the maps and overall level layout. It just wasn't a system that fit well with the rest of the game. By getting rid of the cumbersome mechanic, players are free to experiment, explore, and engage with challenges as they see fit, to easily access later levels and learn, returning to master earlier levels when ready. The rating system provides further incentive to do this, promising rewards for those patient enough to go on the journey. And it's not the only way they incentivize replayability. Hitman 2 Silent Assassin introduced us to the tool shed, one of the smartest mechanics the series ever introduced, and one I fondly miss in the later titles. Taking any weapon out of a stage when exfiltrating adds it permanently to the toolshed, where we return to in between levels. We can then not only try out those weapons on defenseless watermelons, we can take them into future missions as part of our loadout. Very simple, very brilliant. Not only is collecting them all fun, what are Pokemon but weapons anyway, it gives us a reason to fully explore every nook and cranny within a level. The random room full of guns or attic full of toys in Codename 47 didn't really matter outside of making that one level easier. And if we've already beaten it, there's no reason to go back to them. But in Silent Assassin, we see all those empty spots on the wall, and we wants them. I ended up playing the opening level 3 times just to find all the guns on it, learning alternate layouts, passively memorizing the level, and figuring out the best approach, all to get guns I'll never actually use. It allows the player to earn progress from something they find fun, from just screwing around and exploring the level rather than the pressure and homework of having to nail the perfect rating. Overall, this mission combines all of these new systems into a fantastic start. It does everything the game needs to, setting up the various mechanics and disguises, alternate approaches, and open free-form levels without heavily chastising the player for mistakes, and gives them plenty of reasons to fire the level back up and do it all over again for the sake of rewards instead of trial and error. A really strong start. Let's see if they can maintain it. Our second mission is St. Petersburg, the first of several taking place in Russia, and I think one the community fondly remembers. I have a personal attachment to it because I'm fairly certain this is the first level I ever got Silent Assassin on, way back in the day. Our objective is to assassinate a general attending a meeting, to kill him and only him, and then get out clean. It's not expressly stated that these Russians are connected to the ones who moved our priest from the mob house, but we can infer as much. Diana warns us security will be tight, and equipment is waiting for us in locker 137, making this feel like a real briefing for a real mission. The mission itself is a mixed bag, oscillating back and forth between being really cool and really frustrating. The level layout is kind of an inverted open world. Instead of having all of these little nooks and crannies to explore, they're traps, with guards waiting for you down the wrong turns. It's an interesting idea, inverting the traditional freedom of an open map into a minefield that must be traversed, but it's a tough pill to swallow in so early a level. The item drop in the subway is cool, evocative of the genre, but the items inside aren't great. We get a sniper rifle that can't be concealed, and a set of useless night vision goggles. Traversing to the sniper location is another misstep. Great on paper, lacking in execution. We can walk there, which exposes us to more guards. We can creep through the sewers, popping up like gophers in all the wrong places. Or we can sneak into the back of a truck, Metal Gear style, to get conveniently driven there. But as we see with these early Hitman titles, the choice is an illusion. Sneaking to the truck takes so long and brings so much risk, there's no reason to do it, with the same being true of going over land. The sewers are the only logical route, and the least interesting one of the three. There's a partial time limit on the map, further limiting exploration, and Diana constantly harps in our ear about the ticking clock.
47, the meeting will begin in 3 minutes. It's about time, 47.
Adding to the annoyance. It's not as bad as it seems. For one, the time limit is partially an illusion. We can still kill the target once the meeting concludes. It just means we have to go inside and do it the quick and dirty way instead of through the window. That was a smart choice. I'm firmly in the camp at this point that time limits in a Hitman level are always a bad idea. The level should be interesting enough and the challenge compelling enough to stand on its own without such an arbitrary limit. One cool thing this level does is have the target's actual identity to be hidden from us. We know we're here to kill a general, but which general? Diana will feed us information as we line up this shot, leaving us to decide who to take out. This is partially undermined by IO's idea of humor, as we're told the general drinks a lot because ha ha Russians, only to break into the building and see the glass is full of water, which I guess counts as a subversion. The ultimate problem with the level, and the thing that stops me from really loving it, is this is just Hitman 1's design all over again. There is a specific intended solution to this level, a route through the maze we are meant to follow. We can do other things, but they all come with added obstacles and consequences. Even the building which we can enter is completely empty and devoid of other ways to kill our targets. We can't even poison the water. And as tempting as it is to overly criticize Hitman 2 for this, after all, disappointment over not poisoning the water is just prejudice developed from later games, it makes me the saddest for Hitman 1. Imagine how much better Codename 47 would have been if we had even a single level like St. Petersburg in place of the 3 jungle levels, or the train puzzle. That's not fair. I didn't hate the train puzzle. The train puzzle can stay. The next mission is much better and serves as a direct comparison to St. Petersburg. This setup this time around is that Diana still can't find traces of Father Vittorio, but 47 is willing to keep being a hitman for the time being because otherwise we don't have a game. Diana wants us to head to a park and kill a second Russian general, on his way to a clandestine meeting with a member of the Russian mob. Diana leaves us a package of 2 car bombs, a silenced pistol, and another sniper rifle to get the job done because she loves us and we are her very best boy. There's another time limit on this one, even more oppressive than the last, but I don't mind it here because it makes diegetic sense. See, the previous mission was a bunch of generals having a meeting in a room. In real life, even simple meetings between government officials can last for hours. Believe me, I have sat through enough of them to know. So a 5-minute time limit just doesn't make sense. It takes people longer than 5 minutes to open their notepad, take out a pen, and blow on their coffee in these meetings than to get anything done. There's no reason the time window couldn't have been 2 hours or all day, except the developers needed an artificial time limit to spice up the level. Here in Kirov Park, we have an explicitly clandestine meeting between a high government official and a member of a criminal organization. It makes sense the meeting would be brief, and we'd have a narrow opportunity to nab our targets. Both missions are playing with tropes from the spy genre, taking conventions and shaping them into something that will make for compelling gameplay. but Kirov Park does a better job of it. The time limit isn't the only challenge here either. Killing either target will spook the other, which also makes sense, so we have to figure out a way to get them both before the other can flee. This is another puzzle, but it's a good Hitman puzzle, not the least of which because it has more than one solution. The reason Codename's puzzles and those found in Silent Assassin aren't fun is because the player never gets to feel clever. We just end up trial and erroring our way through the maze until we get to the cheese at the end, like a mouse being reset to the start every time they bump into a dead end. It isn't fun, it's frustrating. But Kirov Park gives us all the tools we need and says, good luck, you figure it out. We have two real solutions available to us, the third being to spray and pray, which is always on the table, but rarely advisable. The first is to take the sniper rifle up to one of two locations. Even within an intended solution, they're still giving us options. The first location is this church, which is surprisingly hard to break into thanks to the game severely punishing us anytime we dare to jog. Getting to the top with the rifle allows us to make short work of both targets and escape. The second sniper location is on the other side of the map on a radio tower. The far more interesting solution is to use those car bombs Diana kindly left us. See, one of the generals parks his car over an open sewer grate, which is both generally unsafe, if you can forgive the pun, and frighteningly bad OPSEC for precisely the reason we're about to demonstrate. And keep in mind, we learn all of this through observation and experimentation. The game never spells it out for us. So it's down the sewer to plant the bomb and bye-bye general. Then we huff it through the sewers to the other side of the map where we kill another peeing driver, take his outfit, plant the second bomb, and stand around foolishly waiting until it explodes so we can get good gameplay capture for this video. A brisk walk back to the pier, and that's the job done. This is, effectively, a combination of the first two levels from Hitman Codename 47, the sniper level with the helicopter and the car bomb level with the peeing driver. They kept the same setup, but combined the solutions so we have an option between the two rather than segmenting them off into their own stages. I think this really demonstrates how far the team has come since that first title and the better understanding they're developing of their own series, giving the player a variety of challenges and the tools to overcome them as they see fit, rather than forcing a single intended solution. The only real problem to this level is that it makes St. Petersburg look redundant. I mean, St. Petersburg is going to make St. Petersburg redundant, but that's like 16 levels from now. Kirov Park is just top to bottom a better version of the previous level. The narrative makes more sense, the gameplay is more interesting, and offers more player freedom. It does everything that St. Petersburg does, but more. You could make the argument that St. Petersburg is acting like a tutorial, either an extended one from the start, or to introduce mechanics utilized here, but it fails on those marks too. The mob boss level was already a great extended tutorial, and the harsh limitations of St. Petersburg make it more punishing than educational. As harsh as it is to say for such a fondly remembered level, I think it should have been cut. They could have used that time to add even more options to Kirov Park, turning a good level into a great one, instead of making two levels that detract from one another through redundancy. The coin flip of Silent Assassin's level design continues with another level that sounds cool at first, but quickly becomes a mess of intended solutions and tedious gameplay that is more frustrating than fun. We're off to kill yet another general, whom, if you haven't figured it out already, were all those generals we weren't allowed to kill at the first meeting. We have to sneak our way into a secure government base, kill the general, rescue a prisoner from the basement, and then escape from the sewer. This is basically revisiting the concept of the Li Hong assassination from Codename 47, but this time it's in Russia. Spoilers, it's even the same prisoner we have to rescue, old Chuck Finley, who can't help but get captured. The mission starts off very Metal Gear. We get a guard dropped right in front of us so we can steal his clothes, and then slip into the back of the truck to get delivered to the facility. I was at first deeply confused by the AKs being chambered in 5.56 NATO instead of the customary 7.62, but apparently one was made after the Cold War for international markets. Today I learned. Anyway, we get this awesome moment of walking past this guard in the alleyway. And I'm going to linger on this point for a minute because A, I think there's an important game design lesson here, and B, it shows how the developers can't seem to make up their minds with what they're trying to do. So, Silent Assassin has this problem where the disguises are pretty weak. They're doing this on purpose. It would be ridiculous for a 6-foot bald barcoded man to be able to go anywhere unnoticed. And they're trying to simulate that by having the disguise get less useful the closer you are to a guard. The disguise will degrade even faster if moving quickly or running. The developers took that limitation and used it to create this very interesting narrative moment. This tightrope of tension as we ease past this guard in the alleyway. Stop moving and the guard sees through the disguise. Start running and our cover is blown. We have to play it cool and walk past, acting like we belong there. A scene out of basically every spy movie ever made. But as we've seen, the Hitman coin giveth and the Hitman coin taketh, because the rest of the mission has us doing this over and over and over again. Thanks to the limited save loads, the jank ever present in these games, and overall impatience, this becomes another exercise of tedium and frustration, as we're forced to jump over the same obstacle in the same way through identical linear passageways. This is kind of baffling to me because you can see in the earlier moment that the developers have a distinct awareness of what they're doing. They know this system is punishing. They know putting us in this tight corridor will add a lot of tension. And it's early in the level, so the price of failure isn't high. It's a really clever use of existing mechanics and limitations. And then they just decide that it's so clever that they do it over and over again to the point that it loses all narrative tension or meaning. The entire process of beating this level is walking slowly through a corridor, getting to an elevator, and heading down to basement 1, which does kindly grant us a bonus save, a clever way to mimic a checkpoint. We navigate some more corridors in the same fashion, disable this computer to turn off this camera so we can pick this lock to get this uniform, which allows us to enter basement 2. It was admittedly at this point that I realized I forgot to grab the agency pickup all the way back at the start of the level. And I figure, no big deal. This series is about sandbox gameplay and player freedom. Hell, we've seen 2 levels in this game already that has multiple solutions to a given problem. Surely there must be a bomb or a propane tank around here somewhere. Nope. And that's the level's second major problem. The only way to open this wall is with that bomb at the beginning of the level. You can't shoot it, you can't hit it, there's no other explosives to find. You're just hosed. You either have to start the level all over again, or traverse all the way back through the level and pick it up. One solution meant to be done one way, in one order. Now I know what you're thinking. Michael, you're so smart and I should support the channel by buying your books on Amazon, or your games on itch and DriveThru. But you see, you're doing the very thing you said not to do. You're judging the games by what they would become, not what they are. You've fallen into the trap of hindsight. But okay, straw man who should definitely buy my books, let's look at this one level on paper. Forget the franchise, forget the rest of the game, and just look at this level. This is 3 sets of linear corridors that must be overcome. The outside, basement 1, and basement 2. Okay, no problem there. Lots of shooters work that way, from GoldenEye to Halo, setting aside the fact that they're first person and this is third. Those games and most other shooters vary up the gameplay with different combat encounters, different groupings of enemies with different weapons and different placements, forcing us to respond to them in different ways. We can see this in the dam level in GoldenEye or the Pillar of Autumn from Halo, both games' respective first levels. But all the enemies here carry the same weapons and are placed in the same manner. There's no challenge, and the shooting mechanics themselves aren't really enough to sustain it. Okay, I hear you saying, but this is a stealth game. We're supposed to stealth through this level. But again, look at Thief's tutorial. Look at Metal Gear's opening moments. Enemy placements and obstacles are varied to create interest. But there's no variance here. Walk through the corridor past each guard without walking too fast or too slow. Where's the challenge? Where's the interest? But it's a stealth action game. It's the interplay between these things, and still, no. Going loud triggers alarms, and while each level within the structure does allow us to alternate a bit, we're still alternating between two things that are fundamentally not interesting. This is a sequence we get in basically every spy movie for two reasons. One, it's easy tension. No special effects, no real expense. Just two actors walking past each other in a hallway. And two, because they're montages. They feature rapid cuts through the scene to keep up the pacing. But this is a video game. And outside of some very rare examples, video games don't have playable montages. It's just a slog, and the weakest mission so far. The only saving graces here are that initial alley scene, the bit where we shoot through the glass, and an ever-needed reminder that lockpicking is way more dramatic in video games when forced to play out in real time, rather than segmented off into their own dimension like Bethesda games. Unfortunately, my train of complaints continues because we have one last mission in Russia, and it's another one with a lot of promise and weak execution. This is why cutting those other levels is important, even if it sounds insane. More content equals more better, right? Wrong. Because time and resources saved in redundant levels like St. Petersburg, or boring levels like the last one, could have been spent turning this level into a truly memorable one. We've got another general to kill. What does this have to do with the missing priest? Nothing. We're just killing time, and Russians, until Diana finds us a clue. Odd that 47 wouldn't notice this directly incentivizes them to not give us information, especially considering Ortmeyer said we were a failed clone precisely because we ask questions. Anyway, this general is trying to defect at an embassy party by selling a missile guidance system. Complicating matters are a Spetsnaz agent attempting to intercept the general, increased security, no invitation to the party, and no outside weapons. From the briefing at least, this sounds like it will be a killer mission, an all-time great of the series. We get another agency pickup, again emblazoned with the Sanitarium's logo, begging the question of whose idea it was to make that his symbol. Did the ICA say, hey, this is your logo now, no matter the PTSD it causes you? Or did 47 send Diana like a cool drawing and ask her to include it like a kid giving his mom a Christmas list? My point, if I have a point, is the writing of this game breaks down the more you think about it. And nitpicking aside, the outside of the embassy shows a lot of promise. We've got a waiter we can kill for his clothes and keys, and an outside area to explore. There are a variety of ways in, 2 though they may be, and several disguises. 3 though they may be. The waiter, the guards, and this guy who's late to the party thanks to missing the bus. Inside the embassy is where it all breaks down. This mission's gimmick, and it is a gimmick, is that there are 4 identical safes and 4 identical rooms, and the thing we need to steal is randomly selected between them, presumably to incentivize replayability. Unfortunately, it's either poorly coded or outright broken, as it was always in whatever safe I opened first, no matter which safe that was. I did it like 3 times, always the safe I went to first. On my first attempt through this level, I actually beat it in like 5 minutes. Because the briefcase and the general ended up being so close together, I simply stole it, shot 2 people, and walked out. There are other options here, for example, poisoning the general's drink, which makes St. Petersburg even more frustrating in retrospect. Like, you already had it programmed, why not just give us the poison? Or we can just shoot him when he walks down the hallway. Odder still, the general won't notice if you're carrying his special briefcase. You know, the thing he brought here is his ticket out, but the guards will. And what did I just walk in on? Boffing the maid aside, the mission just lacks an overall level of polish or elevation that it needs to stand out. It's a cool location idea with a cool setup, a fantastic recipe for a great Hitman level. But once we get inside, it has nothing original going for it. The gimmick is poorly designed, the embassy's floor plan is symmetrical, the limited rooms identical. The only choice comes in shooting or poisoning the general, but shooting him is so easy, there's no need to bother with the poison. My ultimate point is this was a really cool idea for a level squandered by lack of attention and detail that might have been more doable had they foregone some of the weaker levels of the title and spent the time to really kick this one up a notch. Okay, enough of Russia, on to Japan. Our first Japan mission revisits the GPS tracker idea from Codename 47, only instead of slipping it into a briefcase full of money, we'll be slipping it into a person. The justification is that we need to find an elusive mob boss, so we're going to kill his son and put the GPS tracker inside him, and then just follow the body. A cool enough idea, I suppose, the challenge here being that not only do we have to kill the man, but we have to do it up close and personal to ensure we can put the tracker on the body. The problem is that this is another level let down by a mediocre layout. We start in this awful position that forces us to carefully sneak around until we can pick off a lone guard and steal his clothes. Most of the disguises in the level are useless, leading us to being shot on sight, and you can't even escape through the helicopter. And like most bad levels, it has a singular intended solution. Get a disguise, find the blowfish, put the poison and GPS tracker in the sushi, and then just wait around for the clockwork simulation to do the rest. I can see what they were going for here, the idea of infiltrating a guarded house, the stealthy assassination of the poison, but it just isn't enough, and fails primarily on 2 counts. The first is that poisoning the sushi only makes us feel like a master assassin when it's our plan that we execute on. This is what makes it so much fun in the later games. But here, it's the only option, making it another round of tedious trial and error. The second way it fails is in the layout itself. It just isn't that interesting of a location and capitalizes poorly on the idea. We're going to see them do this idea way, way better in Nightcall about 4 games from now. But here it just feels like a worse version of existing shooters. The far more effective solution to this map is to go in guns blazing, treating it like the old school Rainbow Six games. The problem is that in both shooting and the level's layout, Hitman just can't compete. This mansion has an outer loop, an inner loop, and a hallway, each with guards in predictable positions that add to a stealth challenge, but not a shooting one. Rainbow Six Raven Shield has this great mission called Briargate, where you hit a mansion full of alternate entrances and complex line-of-sight challenges. Now that's a different game that came out a year later, but it was a map custom built to enhance and utilize the challenges shooting can evoke. We've already seen them execute better in this game with the Mob Mansion, which had multiple doors, disguises, and routes to the bad guy. The sushi angle is cool, and I love that you can shoot through the paper walls, but this level just doesn't have much to offer compared to the other levels we've already seen in this game. Our Swallow GPS tracker tracks us to the valley where Ranch is made to find another secret passage and a retread of another mission from Codename 47. Instead of jaguars in the jungle, we get snipers in the tower, and there's nothing really to talk about here. The level is a linear progression from A to B, where the only real challenge is getting the crossbow to the end of the level so we can add it to our tool shed. Honestly, they could have taken more inspiration from GoldenEye here, as this is just a worse version of that game's Siberia mission. It's better than the Jaguar mission from 1, but not by much. Mission 8 isn't much better. We arrive at the hidden fortress and are told it's guarded by sensors and alarms. We have to take out the generators to lower the sensors, with all 3 generators being deactivated to beat the mission. Crossing a single sensor instant fails the mission because the bad guy has been alerted, but a full-blown firefight on his doorstep will not, for reasons. And again, we ask ourselves, why is this here? What game are we in? Like, this mission is fine from a generic gameplay standpoint, but does it feel like it belongs in this game? The Japan missions, more than any others in Silent Assassin, show the studio is still very much struggling with the idea of what they want these games to be. And I can see where they're coming from. Game design is fundamentally about taking a set of mechanics and revamping them in as many ways as possible, adding to the excitement and challenge without adding to the overhead of additional programming, memory, and so on. The designers are looking at their bevy of stealth and action mechanics and thinking, okay, we'll have some stealth levels, some shooting levels, some levels where you do both, and some levels where you have the choice to do either. We can see the logical thinking that got them there, and through the benefit of hindsight, also see what the problem is. Hitman's strength, as we saw in the hotel level and the mob boss level, and even in Kirov Park, is to set up a sandbox and let the player use whatever route they think best. But back here in Hitman 2, they couldn't yet see that as the core appeal of the series. They hadn't figured out that was the central core that Hitman should be built around. This is a perfectly fine GoldenEye level or a Splinter Cell level, but it makes for a pretty poor Hitman level. Our final Japan mission begins with another terrible starting location, surrounded by soldiers with no apparent way out. You just die. I was able to get clever and shoot the ground to lure a soldier down, which felt cool, but the rest is pretty frustrating. Turns out these 2 textures are not one open set of double doors, but actually 2 single doors we can open. Still not a great start, but at least we can chalk this up to graphical limitations. The level is filled with ninjas, and I have to ask myself, how long did these guys hide up here? Do they work in shifts? Do their legs cramp? And you thought I was going out on a limb by bringing up Tenshu at the start. We get a key card, which gets us a bomb, which we can use to blow up the chopper while the bad guy flees. Or we can run into Lei Ling. Yep, she's back and just as cringy as ever, and she'll give us a key card in exchange for helping her escape again. We can then just shoot the guy and escape with Lei Ling on the chopper instead of blowing it up. The only good parts about Lei Ling here are that she immediately sees through his disguise, which is a fun bit of writing, and that we can't shoot her to get the key card. She actually has to give it to us. So while the game does let us kill her and makes sure we can see up her skirt while doing it, at least there's no mechanical benefit, even if it's still gross. The biggest problem here is that not only is shooting your way through the level a viable option, just like the sushi mission, it's the superior option. A lot of modern stealth games, from Hitman to Far Cry, have this fun loop where you go in sneaky until screwing up and get an excuse to go loud and shoot your way out. Tension building until it breaks into the glorious excitement of bullets and explosions. Here, there's no reason to go quiet at all. You're better off going in loud, waiting until the level is thoroughly depopulated, and walking around like you own the place. And the ninjas really are the cliché in the coal mine on this one. They're here because IO thinks they're cool, and the generic enemy bingo card only has so many spaces. But think about it from a game design standpoint. If you're stealthy and properly disguised, the ninjas serve no purpose. They pose no threat at all. They might as well not even exist. They're basically just gargoyles. And if you go in loud, they pose no threat because they have a 13th century strip of metal and you have a 20th century silenced submachine gun. The ninjas exist only to look cool in the same way that Lei Ling is here to be a cheap joke. There's an immaturity holding Hitman 2 back, even as the gameplay design struggles to push forward. Japan behind us, we're off to Malaysia on our globe-trotting mission to not find a priest. They do pay lip service to Father Vittorio, but whatever remnants of the story remain, we're just here to kill people. Diana shows us a home movie of our target when he was a kid, which is a new level of messed up, and then we're off. Kill the target, disable the camera, be home in time for dinner. We're dropped off at the lobby and free to do what we please from here. We've got some bathrooms, a laundry room, and a bunch of firefighters wandering around without much else to go on. Our only real goal is to get to the basement. How we do it is up to us. There are functionally two routes forward, both indicative of the kind of problem solving and in-level storytelling IO would go on to use in many of the later games. The first route is to kill the pizza guy and take his delivery downstairs, taking it directly to the hacker, we're here to kill. The second route is to sneak into the security room, get the present Diana left us, and put the smoke bomb somewhere it'll cause a ruckus. This will clear the firefighters out, allowing us to steal a uniform and go wherever we want while the alarm is still active. Otherwise, the guards just open fire, no pun intended. There's a chute we can use to launder weapons, and the hacker is surrounded by trash, which acts as alarms if we step on them. Gross, but practical. We kill the guy and find out he's actually the target's twin brother, which is a fun twist, I suppose, but really paints Diana in a bad light. She really dropped the ball on that one. And that's basically the mission. One bit of weirdness is that destroying the camera that watches the entrance to the basement is an objective, so we have to destroy it regardless of how we bypass it. Anyway, we shoot it because video games apparently only know how to interact with things one way. This level is a fun little disguise puzzle, but it does suffer from a major issue puzzle games can run into. All the challenge on this one is up front and figuring out how to use the disguises. Once you do that, you still have to walk through the tedious route of actually completing the puzzle, even though the challenging part, that being to figure out the solution, is already over. At least it gives us an excuse to dress up like a fireman and hit people with an axe. This is another mission that directly continues from the previous one and in which our disguise doesn't carry over. While disappointing, this is almost certainly due to a memory limitation, like the same car popping up everywhere in GTA. The fireman and the pizza boy, there's a title of a romance novel for you, don't exist on this level. So the game doesn't want to waste memory loading them in, especially as they'd be seen as trespassing on this map anyway, rendering them mechanically useless. The rendering pun was unintentional for those wondering, so many puns in this video. Guns, on the other hand, do carry over as they have to be able to load into any level thanks to our beneficent toolshed friend. I know beneficent was a bit of a stretch there.
Yes, most beneficent one.
But I do have to do something to spice things up. Can you tell there isn't a whole lot to talk about in this level? We have to put a dongle in a thing and we'll need sysmin access to do that. So we shoot this coffee machine, again the only way these games know how to interact with things, and then kill the guy who's dumb enough to check on it. We take his clothes to get past these guards, pick this lock, and take this keycard. The movement here is beyond tedious because, as we mentioned earlier, running blows the disguise, making this more a challenge of patience than anything else. The yellow keycard opens the red door for some fucking reason, which we can use to tamper with a server and lure out the guy we already killed at the coffee machine. A trip to the dead guy's office nabs us the yellow keycard. No idea why he wasn't carrying it on him, which opens the right door, by which we mean the left door, and which gets us to a box we can stuff with our dongle, get your mind out of the gutter. And then we get a call from Clara, whoever the hell that is.
47, this is Clea speaking. Diana's not here right now, but I see the device is working properly. Now, you must access the skybridge to reach the other tower for a completion of this mission.
Neither 47 nor the game mention her again, and I have no idea why she's here. Maybe Burnwood's voice actress was out sick that day? We escape via skybridge by, yes, you guessed it, shooting it. This level, much like the one before it, feels like half a level. Not sure if it was a memory limitation of the time, but with modern hindsight, you can see how these levels could have, and probably should have, been combined. Breaking them out into two separate stages just makes them feel underwhelming. Foreshadowing, for those who know where this series is going. We arrive upstairs to do the job we were supposed to do all along, and we need to make it look like a robbery gone wrong. Absolutely everyone is packing heat on this mission, so we're going to sneak around a bit. This is, as far as I can recall, the only valid use in the entire game of the crouch mechanic. And in case you are wondering, and I know you are, yes, it does make the movement speed even more insufferable. At least this ground texture is pretty cool. We can get our voyeur on by watching this lady open her safe and kindly let her leave the room before realizing we can't open it ourselves. So we wait around a bit, take in the view, wait until she opens it up again, and then interact with the back of her head like we do everything else in this game. The safe gets us the money, and a fuse box is located conveniently across the hall. Messing with that turns out the lights and summons a technician who will turn it back on. Foreshadowing for a different part of this series, for those who know where it's going. 47 plays Catwoman, and we kill our target, who hilariously tries to hide under the water, and whatever animation artist put that in there, good job. That's a nice touch. We can't take the rubber ducky, but we can interact with it, and that's Malaysia done. These three stages are short puzzles disguised as levels. While fun in their own right, the main weakness is that once you solve the puzzle, that's it. You not only have to tediously walk through the solution, it robs us of any incentive to replay the level or try it another way, as there largely isn't one. There's challenge to pulling it off perfectly, but there isn't much to reward that challenge outside of bragging rights. Next, we're on to Afghanistan, because it's 2002 and that was all the rage. We have to kill two people, and if you've completely lost the plot of the game by this point, don't worry, the developers have too. Diana lets us know that if the alarm is raised on this mission, we'll fail, but thankfully she's lying. The only notable thing to say about this mission is it feels like the first true street level of the series, a motif they'll return to a lot in future titles. There are generic civilians walking around, a nice market, even a cozy neighborhood to walk around in. You could make the argument St. Petersburg or the Embassy were the first street levels, but those were really just location levels with outside areas around them. This is the first one that feels like it has real people walking around. There's a sniper rifle we don't need, and we can take the disguise of one of our targets if we want, but really we're better off John Wicking our way through these bad guys, killing the target and then running off under a hail of bullets. Short and simple. Mission 14 is another gimmick level, but at least it's a good gimmick. Our target is being escorted by a UN motorcade, and we need to kill him while sparing his guard detail. This is Assassination in its truest form. Makes perfect sense. You think they'll ever make like a Time Splitters Assassin's Creed style Hitman where we have to play like John Wilkes Booth or Gabriello Princip? Probably not. We gain a rifle by talking to a guy in a back alley, but have no way to carrying it without arousing suspicion. So we kill a guard, tediously walk to the vantage point, kill the target, and then get away. The weak disguises make this mission feel a little buggy, overall ruining some of the vibe, but overall I didn't mind this one. Gimmicks aren't always bad. They can be useful in spicing things up. But you see how much better this one fits with the theme of being an international assassin than, say, a train puzzle. Our final mission in Afghanistan shows us a very bizarre cutscene in which we watch some Russians get into a helicopter for some reason. Remember when this game was about finding a priest? Well, now this game is about infiltrating secret tunnels in Afghanistan to find a missing nuke. Because when I think Hitman, I think scouring Afghanistan for WMDs. Diana warns us that stealth is needed on this one, but she is of course lying again because the best way through this game is to shoot everything that moves, even when one of those things turns out to be a hostage. I really haven't improved from the SWAT 4 days, have I? Oh well. I know I keep hitting this drum and we're entering like a guy who has only seen Boss Baby thinks this is exactly like Boss Baby meme territory, but come on. Look at these levels and tell me this is any different from GoldenEye or its spiritual successor Time Splitters 2. This isn't a Metal Gear level. This isn't even a Splinter Cell level. This is just a straight up shooter. Put the camera in first person and you wouldn't be able to tell the difference. The enemies don't even act like they're in a stealth game. I can shoot this guy with a high-powered rifle and his buddy just does not care, but he will aggro the minute he sees me. They'll bother to hit an alarm and summon reinforcements if I give them the chance, but that's just the AI from GoldenEye. This is just a level from GoldenEye. Even more foreshadowing for later. We get another very bizarre cutscene where some Hare Krishnas show up in the Russian helicopter without explanation, and that's the mission. It's not a bad mission per se. I had fun with all the murder and mayhem. I'm just wondering what it's doing here. And for those of you who feel bad about the hostage, I reversed time and saved him. It doesn't do anything. Returning to the garden shed after being away for far too long, Diana tells us Vittorio the priest, remember him, the inciting incident for the whole game? Yeah, well, Diana thinks he's as good as dead and we should just forget about him. 47 decides redemption is dumb anyway and cares only about doing cool jobs for money. We're finally told what the helicopter business in the last mission was about. Seems the Russians planned on using the helicopter to use the nuke, but the cultists stole it instead, which I would say makes sense, except of course it doesn't. Diana wants us to go to India, track down the cult leader, and kill him so we can keep having a video game. The actual mission is one of Silent Assassin's best, and the first hunter-hunted style mission of the series. It's a street-style level in which we need to meet with our contact while dodging other assassins in the area. Our first contact gives us another weapon we can't use without arousing suspicion because the ICA sucks at planning, and then points us to a second contact because IO is trying to pad out the runtime of this already too long video. We get to the second contact, are immediately shot at, and instant fail the mission for shooting back. In my defense, this does not fall under my itchy trigger finger for shooting hostages problem. He shot at us first, this was a clean kill under the rules of engagement, but we failed the mission anyway. A quick reload later, thanks to the save load system, allows us to understand what's actually going on. Turns out we're supposed to just let this guy shoot at us so a cutscene can play out. This is what passed for storytelling in video games 20 years ago. This is, of course, the CIA guy from before. And look, I get it. Americans are dumb. Very funny European joke, everybody laugh. So original. But what is the point of this character? Like, they took the time to write him and animate him, even voice him. And for what? A dumb joke? And look, you can do the dumb American joke well. You want to see it done right, go watch The Sandbaggers. The drunk character here is just lazy. Then again, these are the same developers that brought us Lei Ling, covered a level in ninjas, and put fuck logos everywhere. So really, this is on me for having, well, any expectations. Drunk dumb CIA punchline won't help us until we kill some assassins for him. The economy of storytelling and memory limitations ensures these are the same assassins who happen to be after us. If we kill them and take their pictures as proof, CIA guy will reveal the location of the secret passage to Cultlandia. The mission starts very tedious and very dumb, just walking from one place to another. But the assassins are where this transforms into one of the best missions in the game. The hint system and map tells us where the assassins are, with us hunting them as they're hunting us, leading to a delightful game of cat and mouse. We spoke before about how the challenge of game design is taking existing mechanics and revamping them in interesting ways. We see this done poorly when designers drop us in a level with a bunch of enemies and expect us to mow them all down because we have nothing better to do. Or when they spend time, programming, and art resources to add a train puzzle for the sake of one novelty stage. But here we see it done right. This level, aside from the CIA guy, is utilizing all of its existing mechanics, and with some minor AI tweaks, they turn what would have been yet another level filled with generic guards into something memorable, challenging, and just a blast to play. And it's not just mechanics. We've seen a ton of places in just these two games where IO tried to evoke the tropes of the spy thriller genre and made something that didn't fit well with the character they created or the story they're telling. But this level lines up perfectly with both 47 and the genre he inhabits. In all of these espionage thrillers, be they Mission Impossible or In Bruges or The American, there comes a moment when the jig is up and they know people are after them. The developers were able to utilize that convention into a level that feels right at home in a Hitman game, even if the CIA guy does not. Having 47 track down 2 assassins who are after him, even going so far as to add more targets as we make our escape, both fully invokes the narrative trope while spicing up otherwise routine mechanical gameplay. Kudos to whoever came up with this mission. Unfortunately, it doesn't last. If the previous mission was one that started out poorly and ended brilliantly, this one begins well and then devolves into some truly baffling game design decisions. We have a simple objective of killing a doctor. The challenge this time comes around from 2 requirements. We have to stash the body and there can be no witnesses, meaning if we kill even a single civilian, it's game over. Sounds reasonable enough. We get a cutscene of the good doctor eating a box of chocolates, a nice big map, and multiple disguises, putting us back into a proper Hitman level after so many shorter stages. We kill a guard, take a disguise, get to this room, netting us an access key and some poison. We get a patient's disguise, walk up to the doc, wait till her back is turned, and give her the old fiber wire. And it's here that everything falls apart. This sounds like a perfectly functional Hitman level, but we're back to Codename 47 territory where there is exactly one solution to every problem. We have to hide the body, sure, but we can only do it in this one specific closet, even though there are more convenient identical closets elsewhere. There's a patient who sweeps the rooms like it's the training mission from Splinter Cell, and that's obviously to add to the challenge. But riddle me this, Assassin Batman. Why is this a patient? It should be a guard. Guards patrol. Patients don't patrol. That would be ridiculous. But remember, killing civilians on the mission is an auto-fail, but guards are not. A guard we could kill and then not be railroaded into the solution they want. Even the guards are positioned in such a way that there's only one route to drag the body through. And now it's time for another diatribe. So Starfield has this factional questline where you cosplay as the characters from Firefly doing a space western sheriff thing. The point of this questline is that a military commander is dissatisfied with how the war was managed by politicians And if you're yawning already, stick with me. This military commander was not just any officer. He was the officer of an elite mech unit with mechs. And when we finally find him at the end of this quest line, he is in a mech facility. There's mechs everywhere. So to recap, famed mech commander, hiding out, prepared to fight to the death in a mech facility littered with mechs. And when we find him, he's not in a mech. Like, there's no boss fight here. You just shoot this dude in the head like every other dude, and that's it. Mech commander in a mech base, no mech. It is unforgivable from both a gameplay standpoint and a narrative standpoint that you would do this. Imagine you had a game about hunting down a famed dragon rider, and when you find him, he is surrounded by dragons, and yet not a single dragon factors into the fight. How does this game ship like this? How do you not fire the person in charge of narrative and design? And look, I get it, just because they have the mech model doesn't mean they have the animation rigging or programming to instantly turn it into an enemy for a boss fight. But this is a studio with hundreds of people working on the game for years. They had the time and chose not to do it, either because they are woefully incompetent or downright lazy. From a mechanical and narrative standpoint, there's no excuse for it. Any beginner designer or writer would see the problem here. So what does this have to do with Silent Assassin? The mission starts with a cutscene of the hospital, with special attention paid to the doctor, that's our target, remember, eating a box of chocolates. The game then makes sure that we get to this room as we need it for the access key, and conveniently leaves a bottle of poison for us to utilize. So I ask you this, where is the box of chocolates? The solution is clear. Get the poison, dose the chocolates the game made special attention to show the target eating, get out clean. But there is no box of chocolates. Life is really like a box of chocolates in that it's a dirty, filthy liar. Instead, we're supposed to poison the water. And even that is useless because it takes too damn long. Way easier to kill her the normal way. Baffling, inexcusable, downright insane. Our final mission in India has us killing the cult leader while he undergoes heart surgery. The game gives us night vision goggles we never seem to need. We kill a guard, get an outfit, bypass a nurse, get a second outfit to go upstairs, all so we can get to a special elevator that takes us downstairs. As they say, you gotta get up to get down. The slow walking speed, weak disguises, and questionable hearing of the guards turns the basement into a mess of trial and error, but at least the save load helps lessen the sting. We find the room and go to kill the target, but that also turns out to be a mess of trial and error. Anesthesia won't work as the guards instantly shoot us, which makes no sense given the circumstances, and instead will only let us use a scalpel, which makes marginally more sense, except that also leads to us being shot. We can cut the power, finally giving us a reason for those night vision goggles, but that makes the guards super jumpy, leading to, you guessed it, a shootout. No matter what we do here, this is going to turn into a shootout, and it highlights a major flaw in Silent Assassin's design. The problem here is not that we have to shoot our way out, that's a perfectly reasonable level design decision. The problem is that the stealth in this stealth action game frequently blows. The stealth routes through these levels are puzzles, which is fine enough. The problem being that the solutions to these puzzles are often obtuse, tedious, or both, made all the more damning thanks to the crawling movement speed and paper-thin disguises. It's not just that the levels tend to end in a shootout or that shooting your way through is quicker. It's that the way of the gun is often more fun. It reminds me of Far Cry, where you can stealth your way around and the game rewards you for doing so, but the optimal strategy is just to shoot everyone as fast as possible. Hitman just doesn't offer enough incentives for stealth for a player to stick with it, and it doesn't punish shooting from the hip enough for someone to want to oscillate back and forth between the two playstyles. Even the Prima strategy guide, which is posted on Newegg for some reason, just says, hey, do the deed and get out quick. Good luck to you out there. At least there's an assload of guys who come down on you when you go loud. Ultimately, it just gives us more targets to shoot. We make it out, there's a clone waiting to kill us because this excuse of a story has to progress somehow, and the mission is over. We're in the epilogue, which means the story decides it needs to wrap itself up. We get a cutscene where the dude from the beginning of the game arbitrarily decides he's been double-crossed by us, the people who don't know he exists, and decides it's time he takes us out. Meanwhile, Diana has pieced together that Sergei has been pulling the strings the entire time, manipulating the job so we do his dirty work for him. She doesn't take too kindly to that, so we're returning to St. Petersburg for a complete repeat of that mission. Same map, same entrance, same locker pickup, same target location. And this is an intriguing idea. Most games end with some kind of final test letting us prove all we've learned. So why not take us back to old St. Pete? Even cuts down on the budget as all the assets are already made. Though by the same token, it makes the original St. Petersburg even more redundant. The agency pickup gives us another rifle we can't carry, and the guards topside are gone, meaning we have to tediously go all the way across the map, steal this guy's trousers, then walk all the way back for the rifle so we can go all the way back to get into position. We take our shot, and the target is made out of cardboard. That's funny. Back outside, we're ambushed by our clone and get into a fun sniper battle. Only I can't seem to hit the broadside of the barn thanks to some wonky hitbox detection. I could have sworn I hit him like 3 times here. Oh well, time to get up close and personal. And it's here we realize our sniper rifle is full of blanks, which I have to admit is pretty great, easily one of the best moments in the game. The whole mission is of course a setup, and we have to get clever if we want to survive. It's a gimmick, sure, but like the motorcade, it's a good gimmick. We shoot some dudes, kill our clone, and learn that Sergei has Vittorio and was behind the kidnapping, so we can pretend like this was a coherent story. We swear vengeance all the while wondering why a platoon of soldiers aren't coming down on us like it's the end of Stripes. And it turns out they were all waiting for us at the metro. We shoot them, take the train, and that's the mission done. This mission is a fun ride, but unfortunately it's one you can only go on once. The cardboard cutout and rifle full of blanks are fun gags, but they only work when you aren't suspecting them. Subtract that from this mission and there isn't much left. It was smart of them to reuse an old level for this, as it's ultimately a throwaway mission put together for a story beat, rather than a gameplay one. I will say it's better than Codename's face-off against a clone. They're both turkey shoots, but this one is at least fun. At long last, we're back to the church to rescue the priest we forgot about when deciding being rich is better than being Catholic. And this is yet another cool idea marred by poor implementation. The game starts us at the gates, surrounded by guards that can easily shoot us dead. While it is technically possible to stealth your way through, it's both tedious and difficult. You're far better off making a mad dash for the garden shed. Reaching the shed is one of the coolest moments in the game, finally paying off all those weapons we've been collecting and letting us go hog wild. The problem is how we get here. What I don't get is why they didn't start us in the shack. Like it even has a trapdoor that is never used. Having us start here instead of the gates would have given us a short stealth sequence through the garden, mimicking the tutorial. Hell, there could have been a wandering guard near the scarecrow. Then we reach the shed full of weapons and can have an awesome suit-up sequence before laying waste to everything. Regardless of how we get there, the rest plays out the same, with us shooting everything that moves. We fight our way to the church, shoot the bad guy through the confessional heart, which was the name of my emo band in high school, and have a boss fight because it's a video game. With the old guy dead, the priest emerges for a nice chat. 47 promises to use his powers only for good, vowing to become Assassin Batman. So, Red Hood. I suppose. Roll credits. What is the story of Hitman 2 Silent Assassin? Well, he's not very silent for one, but we'll get there. This guy, Sergei, is the older brother of Ortmeyer, the doctor from the first game. He wants to do some Bond villain stuff involving nukes, but that involves a bunch of suicide missions he doesn't want to go on. He decides to kidnap the priest and demand a ransom, so 47 will have to come out of retirement, where he can be hired to do all those missions through the anonymity of the ICA. There's plot holes a mile wide there, but we don't have time. The missions from there on out have nothing to do with Vittorio and are all about Sergei's plan. We kill off the rival generals and steal the missile codes, which allow Sergei to bypass American missile detection, and explains what CIA guy is doing here. Japan gets us the missile guidance system, Afghanistan the nuke itself, and India so we can steal the nuke back from the cultists who stole it from the Russians. Sergei then decides he's been betrayed by someone for reasons and decides it's time to take us out using an older model Duncan Idaho. We kill him, phone home, find out Sergei's been holding the priest for insurance, and plans a trap for us at the church. Big brains Tobias Reaper over here decides the best way to handle a trap is to simply walk through the front gates and hope for the best. Somehow all this culminates in a character arc for 47 where he realizes he'll always be a killer and there will always be bad guys, so he might as well kill the bad guys because who wants to grow tomatoes anyway? This is the same Mad Lib style of writing we see in Mission Impossible, where writer-director Christopher McQuarrie is given a list of locations the filmmakers want to go to and a list of stunts the actors want to try. It's then up to him to figure out how to weave these things together, slotting them into something resembling a coherent plot. And that is not by any means easy. I would personally never want to write that way. But it works for them because A, film is passive, and B, film is visual. You don't need to think too deeply about why Tom Cruise is hanging off the side of a plane or climbing a building. You just think, whoa, he really did that. Crazy. And video games, let's be clear, have kind of always been written this way. The designers go, okay, we want a lava level and a sewer level and an ice level. They go with the elemental shtick so often, by the way, because limited hardware and less memory means it's easier to draw like one brick texture and change the color from red to green to blue than make entirely new assets. It's then up to the writer, if there even is a dedicated writer, to figure out how to weave all these elements together. And that's how you get your princess is in another castle. Or I suppose in this instance, it would be our nuke is in another Afghanistan. When Hitman does this right, we get the cat and mouse assassin level, leveraging familiar tropes with exotic locations and something that is narratively and mechanically interesting. And when it goes wrong, we get the cat and mouse assassin level, where we have to slowly walk around talking to people, one of whom shoots at us unprovoked and who killing results in a game over. The story as it exists in Silent Assassin is wrapping paper. It's the window dressing around the toy you asked for. Yeah, we smile at the wrapping paper and appreciate the ribbon and pretend to read the card that came with it, when what we actually want is what's hidden underneath. The story exists for the sneaking and shooting and can largely be ignored. Probably for the best, considering the questionable and often offensive character choices. In summary, it's not IO's best work. If the narrative story of Hitman 2 Silent Assassin isn't anything to write home about, what's the mechanical story? I think Hitman 2 is the Demon Souls of the Hitman franchise. The ideas are here. You can see all the pieces of what would make Hitman into a future juggernaut clearly laid out on the table. They just haven't coalesced into the form the series would ultimately be known for. If you look at major stealth titles of the era, including Metal Gear and Splinter Cell, they largely work on a cell-based model, breaking up larger levels into small bite-sized chunks filled with some kind of stealth or traversal challenge. Hitman set itself apart by making a sandbox approach to these levels, putting them closer to the evolutionary branches of GoldenEye and Tenchu than something like Metal Gear. This leads to a bizarre contradiction in Hitman's design, where they present more open levels like the former and force us through a linear progression like the latter. As a result, the levels often feel both too open and empty from a layout perspective, and too claustrophobic and limiting from an options perspective. One of the things that helped GoldenEye was the technological limitations of the system, forcing levels to be small and densely packed. A lot of Hitman 2's levels have open space, but it isn't fully utilized, making it more of an illusion of freedom rather than the sandbox it would someday become. Hitman 2: Silent Assassin is the pivotal moment in IO as a company, and in more ways than one. It releases in 2002 to both critical and commercial success, finally putting the company on the map. In 2003, only 1 year later, they release Freedom Fighters, a third-person shooter that also reviewed and sold well, proving that IO was more than a one-trick pony. And then in 2004, the entire company is sold to their publisher, Eidos Interactive. Hitman Contracts would release in April that same year, just weeks after the acquisition, and only 6 months after the release of Freedom Fighters. According to contract director Jacob Anderson, as sourced from this old IGN article, Contracts was made under heavy crunch in only 9 months, with the decision being made to have the game be a reboot of Hitman 1 using Hitman 2's mechanics. And I bet there's a deeper story here. Silent Assassin and Freedom Fighters both reviewed and sold well on top of having publisher support. So why rush out Contracts? Pushing a game out the door while desperately searching for a buyer is nothing new in the industry. But it's usually the move of a studio actively on fire or drowning in debt, not one that just put out 2 reasonably well-received titles. Financially, they should have been fine. The only misstep I can find from this era is a botched attempt at setting up a new studio in Hungary by hiring and training 50 new employees. Granted, that would have represented a sizable investment given IO's size, circa the Eidos acquisition, around 140 employees. But that doesn't seem like enough to sink the company on its own. In any case, it means that Contracts, crunched though it may have been, was well under development and nearing release at the time Eidos took the reins, being wholly developed by IO. And it gives us an interesting lens with which to view this entry. IO is no stranger to revisiting concepts from earlier titles, and now they have 2 of these games under their belt. You can see the appeal here. Quote-unquote fix Hitman 1's drawbacks while making improvements to Hitman 2's systems. A perfectly reasonable recipe. Let's see how it tastes. Hitman 3 greets us with a delightfully strange intro cinematic of changing channels, gun diagrams, random screaming, and 47 getting shot. We arrive at the main menu and attempt training, only to find that it's completely unplayable. Some I&I edits and a new DLL later, and most of the issues are fixed. There's some online chatter that capping frame rate at the GPU level resolves the rest of it, but this will do for now. Developers, I know you don't want to spend money updating old stuff, even as you continue to profit from it, but you could at least make it a downtime project for junior members of the staff instead of laying people off all the time. Looking at you, Bethesda, add proper controller support tomorrow, you cowards. Then again, these are the people who can't be troubled to add a mech to their mech quest line, so I don't know why I bother. The actual game starts with another cutscene of 47 killing Ortmeyer at the end of Codename 47, and it's here that we pick up, and I have to say, I absolutely love this choice. We would expect a remake to start with the training mission from 1. But as we saw back then, that level was neither great nor memorable. Instead, Contracts picks up immediately following the end of the first game, and we have to escape the sanitarium in the aftermath of Ortmeyer's killing. Revisiting the sanitarium this way allows for a much more exciting level, complete with different routes, disguises, and weapons. I.O. lean fully into the horror elements too, including creepy patients, dead clones littering the floors, guys hanging from ceilings, and a butcher still working towards his apprenticeship. There's a ton of fun nods for returning players. We get the clone on the Switch, the guy walking around with a minigun, even a secret area if you're willing to come back with Ortmeyer's keycard. And that's pretty much it. A strong start for sure, the best we've seen thus far, being fun and entertaining while giving us the freedom to explore the game's mechanics at our own pace. So far, so good. The first real mission of the game, that being the second level, is actually new, rather than a remake. It's at a fetish party, because of course it is, keeping it classy IO. The game starts us off with a meat hook and an outfit to steal, and we can get inside with a little light frisking. The only real hiccup here is that briefings are no longer automatic. We have to pull up the map in order to know what the hell is going on, and hear the soothing tones of our beloved Diana.
Hello, 47. Diana from the agency here.
The mission this time around is to kill 2 people and do a thing. The people being a fat guy and his lawyer, and the thing being finding a missing girl. This is the mission structure that Hitman is going to employ throughout the rest of the series, and is really brilliant when you consider the overall design of the levels and the sandbox nature of its gameplay. 2 targets and an objective spread over an open map gives us a variety of ways, and more importantly, a variety of orders with which to tackle them in, further enhancing player freedom and replayability. Maybe I take out target 1 first, and then target 2 and pick up the objective once the hard part is done. Maybe I do the objective first because it's less likely to raise an alarm. Maybe I hit target 2 first, then hit the objective on the way to target 1 for a clean escape. Tons of options that get the player to think rather than a strict set of hoops or jumping through the same way every time. For this go around, we sneak about, find the missing girl, kill the serial killer in the candelabra freezer, and take the girl's arm as a bill of sale. In a repeat of the hacker twins, we realize Butcher Man has a twin brother, and that's the actual target. We make our way across the complex, kill Jabba the Hutt through a skylight, and then remember we have a whole second target to deal with. Anyway, we have to kill a lawyer. Head back downstairs to find the opium dealer getting a lap dance because Hitman, and then we kill him nice and proper. In a clever twist, there is a dealer uniform we can get without killing him, but there's only allowed to be 1 dealer at a time, triggering the alarm if our doppelganger isn't dealt with. With the original dead, we can Among Us our way to the bar because I know all the references most timely with today's youth, grab the opium and deliver it to Devil Boy. What a subtle disguise for a lawyer. We let him smoke up, give him the old stabby stab stab, and make our escape. Sounds very similar to missions we've covered in both previous games, but you can see how both the open level made of distinct areas, each with their own target to kill and a nebulous objective to find, all combine into a lovely little soup of possibility. This is the definitive structure of a Hitman level, and I dare anyone to try and come up with one better. It's infinitely variable with targets and objectives limited only by our imaginations, and perfectly suited to the sandbox, solving the problem however you want style of gameplay. This is some proper Hitmanning, and a good sign of things to come. The Contract's third mission requires us to kill 2 people and blow up a submarine. 'Cause you know, Hitman. Yeah, this is another one of those we don't have the Bond license missions, but we're gonna stick it in here anyway. Interesting to see how well that carries over into the Bond game they're finally making. This is a zonal map made up of 3 areas: the airfield, a ship, and another ship with a barracks. This is another style of map Hitman uses a lot, dropping what are essentially set pieces out onto an open field and letting the player traverse them at will. The odd thing about this level in particular is the zones are laid out sequentially, meaning we still experience them in a largely linear fashion. At least it gives us some reason to explore, even if we'll end up completing the level the same way as everyone else. We start on a plane, kill a guy, take his clothes, and use a laundry crate to sneak inside the soup kitchen. Our contact, the base cook, explains to us in excruciating detail how to blow up a submarine. We grab some laxatives, add it to the soup, and for not the first time and damn sure not the last, we kill a man in a toilet. We look in the warehouse for a hazmat suit but find only a sniper rifle, head for the cave and take the world's slowest choo-choo to the other side. Once there, we climb this tower and kill our target at a distance so I don't have to deal with the boat. This alerts the guard, but we're in a tower with a sniper rifle and they're not, so the rest goes pretty easy. I do love how going loud near the barracks causes a ridiculous amount of guys to spill out of it. The bombs we need to blow up the sub are on said sub, which we can't get to because it's leaking radiation. We go to a second warehouse because IO can't resist making us do something twice and have to go through the most tedious and boring Easter egg hunt I've ever seen, checking all these little rooms for the suit. They could have just put it on a table, but I guess this is what passes for excitement in Denmark. With the suit, we can get the bombs, blow up the ship, and make our way all the way back to the plane because of what's more Hitman than walking both ways up the hill through the snow. All in all, this mission is a perfectly reasonable attempt at 47 doing a Bond impression. The real drawback here, aside from the segmented level design, is the lack of a garden shed, which means we have little incentive to fully explore or replay the missions. We'll miss you, garden shed. Okay, so if the Byarkov bomb is a zonal map done in such a way that fails to leverage its layout, how do you do a zonal map right? Enter Beldingford Manor, the best level in Hitman contracts. It's good, like Blood Money Hitman 2016 good. You can tell because I took 2 damn pages of notes for this one. Our mission this time around is to, wait for it, kill 2 guys and do a thing. The 2 guys are some rich bastards, and the thing is a guy who needs rescuing because the rich guys want to put on a reenactment of the most dangerous game, with Diana letting us know there's been a lot of turnover on the staff that might give us a way in. The map has 6 zones laid out in a more conventional manner, +1 to the unintended pun counter. Our zones are the dock, the maze, the side entrance, the stables, the back of the house, and the manor itself. Our progression through this space, at least initially, is linear. We always start at the docks and we need to progress south to reach either of our objectives. The 2 dudes we need to kill are in the house and the hostage is in the stables. But whether or not we hit the house or the stables first is up to us. This is the power of both an area map and the 2 objectives and do a thing style of mission design. For this playthrough, I took out these 2 guys, poisoned the horses to silence them, broke the TV, lured out the guards, finally answering the age-old question of how many guards does it take to repair a satellite, stole the stable key, rescued the hostage, and snuck upstairs to take out this guard holding an overly convenient sniper rifle. Though I suppose what else are you going to arm a guard patrolling a barn loft with? A flamethrower? The rifle allows us to peg our first target through the window, which does set off the alarm, but the barn gives us plenty of ways to slip away. But you can easily see how different the mission would have played out if we decided to come through the hedge maze instead, or hit the manor first and the barn second. Hitman 1 had 0 replayability aside from its rating, with 2 adding rewards for the ratings and the garden shed to entice us back in. But this fell flat due to the mission design, where there was often a single solution intended to be executed a single way. The replayability was for the challenge of a perfect execution of that solution, not experimentation or exploration. But here it's the design of the mission itself and how those objectives interact with that mission that makes us want to dive back in. This and this alone should be a clue to us as players and to the designers that the team was finally onto something, that they'd found the style and structure the earlier games were circling but never quite hitting. For the first time in this retrospective, Beldingford Manor was a mission I wanted to replay just to see if I could complete it with another method or in another order, rather than for ratings or rewards. Routes, disguises, weapons, assassination methods, multiple targets. All of these variables give us something to chew over, to consider what order to complete them in, and in which parts we want to use. It's a buffet rather than a strict set of instructions. In revisiting this series and really thinking about what it is, they've managed to distill it down to its best elements, finally figuring out what it's best suited for. Speaking of distilling, we can find some poison in this bedroom we can use on the whiskey that the game keeps hinting us about, and oops, walked in on the maid in the shower? So sorry, my bad, but it does show us this mirror is actually a door connected to the other target's bedroom. And that means that A, we can use this as a clever route to kill him, and B, this creepy old dude has been spying on maids in the shower. Gross. Guess that explains the high turnover rate. Heading downstairs, we find out that the butler knew about the spying, which A, acts as a diegetic hint, and B, is super gross. Though I do realize that being offended about the voyeuristic tendencies of the ghoulish rich, who literally kidnapped a man to hunt him for sport, is a bit silly. But this shows IO is evolving in another way as well. They're not just getting better at the level's layout, but its theming too. Sure, we've seen them do creepy before, mostly in sanitariums, but here they're tying it all together with the never-ceasing rain, creepy laughter echoing through the manor, and Jasper Kidd's BAFTA award-winning score. And as great as all that is, we finally see them going one step past that, tying together the British landscape with the classic story from The Most Dangerous Game and the spying peepholes, hinting at it not just with the butler, but Diana's briefing, showing them taking all of these elements and inspirations and tying them together into something that reinforces the mission they've designed, rather than clashing with it. Getting to the segmented off basement allows us to poison the whiskey, and the butler will take care of the rest. This completely ignores other fun things like a coffin, guns galore, and a maze to explore, even if the real-time satellite coverage allows us to cheat. It even has the shovel that the stable hand was looking for. Now that's attention to detail. Our objectives complete, we can at long last recover our own clothes and stroll off into the moonlight. This is just a fantastic mission that really shows the developers are finally honing in on the treasure they've been mulling over for 2 games now, and shaping the series towards what it was always meant to be. Top notch. We're headed back to Rotterdam for the final new mission of Contracts, where we need to kill 2 people and do a thing, this time in the form of retrieving some incriminating photos. And this map is something of a letdown after the manor and a sign of things to come. We have a building surrounded by a fence with only 2 ways in, sneaking through a warehouse full of guards, or making a dead sprint to ambush a journalist in the alleyway and steal his clothes. I opt for the disguise and head inside only to find Confederate flags everywhere, which would be disappointing in the United States, but is downright baffling for Holland. This is probably because Germany used to forbid the depiction of swastikas in video games, and IO would like to sell copies there. Clever substitute on their part, rather than like an iron cross or whatever. The disguise gets us escorted upstairs, and our target turns his back while opening the safe. We kill him, purposefully waiting for the safe to be open, but the game doesn't like us being clever, and the safe closes anyway. We get the combination, take the photos, and head downstairs, where the second target is being tortured. Turning off a power generator again lures all the bad guys away because they, like my cats, apparently have severe separation anxiety. We sneak into the torture room, finish the job, and make for a lengthy walkout. No silent assassin rating on this one, but I came real close. My only screw-up was killing the journo for his clothes instead of knocking him out with the non-lethal syringe. This is functionally a Hitman 2 level with a limited number of ways in and out, and a clearly intended solution for the player to execute. It's as if the developers were trying to ease us into the transition back to Hitman 1. The first of several remake missions to follow, Deadly Cargo attempts to combine 2 levels from Codename 47, rather than remaking them separately. The levels in question are Gunner's Paradise, where we planted a GPS tracker outside of a strip club and used a train to hunt down a leprechaun, because Hitman, and the broken nuke on a ship level that we skipped past. It starts functionally the same way as the train, with a guard, a club, and a stripper willing to play distraction for a small fee. Opening the trunk shows the nuke inside, and planting the tracker allows us to follow it to the warehouse. And as fine as this opening seems, it unravels upon closer inspection. There is only one place this nuke is going, and it's clearly the big ship we can see on the map, so there's no point in tracking the car. Even more damning, killing the driver and stopping the car from moving doesn't actually prevent the nuke from going off. Turns out the bad guy can detonate it remotely, even if the cut scene in which he arms the nuke never happens. Moving forward through a linear set of puzzles, because this is Hitman 1 territory and they want you to know it, we break another satellite, kill a guard, steal some clothes, and very slowly walk to this shack. We put our weapons in the grocery toolbox, don the high visibility disguise, and crawl our way down to the docks, as running instantly blows our cover. There is no room for experimentation and even less room for error, as going loud causes the SWAT guys to storm the ship, which ends in the nuke going boom. We go past the SWAT guys and get to the roof where we can kill the sniper and take the gun. A battle plays out before us as the SWAT tries to take the ship, which at least looks cool, and you can dictate the outcome of the battle by which guys you shoot, which is fun. I mean, it's pointless because if the SWAT takes the ship, again, everything goes boom. And if the SWAT doesn't take the ship, then we still have a bad guy to kill. But still a fun idea. Anyway, we kill the guy before he can get to the everything dies button, and that's the level. Put the same mission back in Hitman 1, and I would have been singing a far different tune, as I think it's stronger than both the levels it's recreating. But here in Contracts, after the fetish party in the Hunger Games mansion, it's hard to feel anything other than disappointment. They had the formula, they knew what they were doing, but in rewinding the clock, they've rewound the design along with it. Next up is a trip back to the hotel, my favorite level from Codename 47. Same setup as last time, with the 2 guys to kill and a bomb to retrieve. But the start of this one is very strange. We finally get the sniper case, and they smartly use the opening cutscene to show us getting into the disguise, so we don't have to waste time on it in mission. There's even a love letter from Diana, filling the hole in our Hitman-shaped hearts, letting us know she's left a present for us in the flower shop. How lovely. And then we head inside and are immediately frisked, with the guard taking the sniper case and our silver ballers. So why give us the case? It isn't even useful for getting the target through the window. Furthering our disappointment, 47 checks in under an alias other than Tobias Reaper, which is just factually incorrect, and much of the hotel's layout, including the restaurant and baths, are either roped off or empty, giving the entire hotel a lifeless feel. We sneak through the girl side as Helga isn't there to stop us, kill the guard, take his clothes, kill the target, and drag him into the water to make it look like he drowned. That's not a requirement, I'm just being professional. A return to Hitman 1 means we have to walk everywhere, which is a chore, and weaker disguises means the guard uniform makes it harder to get to the flower shop, not easier, as our default suit can't be seen through in common areas. We make it to the flower shop and learn there's more whiskey we can poison. Knowing how clever our dear Diana is, that might be exactly what she ordered for our murderversary. Nope, it's a shotgun. And darlin', I appreciate it. I do. It's a lovely shotgun. But it's not exactly professional, especially considering she's the one always telling us to keep it nice and quiet. But this time, nope, shotgun. Not poison, not a silenced something or other, shotgun. Oh well, better not look a gift pump action in the mouth. This is the point where I give up on doing the level the right way and instead turn it into The Shining. We head through an abandoned wing that's blue shifted and we see a bunch of useless broken windows that would have made for a fantastic alternate entrance instead of being railroaded through the front door. There's a ghost, because Hitman, and then a murder scene, which is fun, because the game really wants to turn this level into a bloodbath. Poor choice of words there. Thanks, Ghost, but our Oedipus complex already got us a shotgun this year. Having clearly lost what's left of our mind, we murder absolutely everyone and head back to the entrance for those guns we had to leave behind. There's a jewelry case we can trigger to lure out all the guards. Again, all at once. I bet they go to the bathroom together too. And we can deactivate the metal detectors or peep on this bellhop getting busy with a guest in the shower because Hitman. Sneaking across the rooftops leads us to a room where we can finally find some poison, no thanks to Diana, and then we kill the target and steal his bomb. And this mission, what even is this? Like, it should have been a slam dunk. Take the best level from Hitman 1 and just do it more better. Hotel levels are supposed to be fun. And sure, they give us the ghost and the horny bellhop. There's another romance title for you. But the weak disguises and slow-moving speed just make it a pain to traverse. It's so empty. And you can argue that fits the theme of 47 dying. By the way, that's the story this time around. 47's been shot and flashbacking to all his previous murders. But that just feels more like an excuse for this level's sparse atmosphere rather than intent. I was so looking forward to this one, and it's just a major letdown. Probably because of the heavy crunch and tight schedule the game was made under. And I'm gonna level with you, it's mostly downhill from here. So video games have this thing called a difficulty curve. At the beginning, you want the curve as minimal as possible to ease people into the game they're still learning. Jump over a Goomba, for instance. Then things get progressively more difficult, adding to the challenge to keep things interesting until we reach our end state, either in the form of a final boss that tests the abilities we've been learning throughout our journey, or in the form of being an overpowered god that wrecks whatever is dumb enough to get in our way, depending on what the game is going for. We are now 8 missions into Hitman contracts. We've seen several complex levels that required critical thinking and professional execution in previous levels. So why, oh why, is the 8th mission of this game 2/3 the way through the runtime, the first level from Hitman 1? It's just the sniper mission, only they've taken away the easy roof access and have us do the sniping from an apartment building instead. We can't even sneak through the sewers for some reason. They're back to being murder holes like in Hitman 1. There's a monk making bombs we can place on cars if we want, but there really isn't reason to. This level is them trying to fit their current understanding of Hitman onto a previous version from the past, but none of it works, feeling like more of a quick paint job over a crumbling facade than any real repair. Ultimately, with this level being so simple and coming so late in contracts, I don't know why they didn't combine it with the car bomb level from 2, much of the way we've seen them do with the train and Nuketown. It's because the bomb level is the next level, making it even more baffling that they didn't combine it. Diana lets us know we can go messy on this one. I guess she's getting bloodthirsty in her old age. And it's basically the same mission as it was in Hitman 1. They do let us fully explore the restaurant this time, but all the lights are off, with the only reason to do it being the Ortmeyer card you need for the Easter egg back in the sanitarium mission. We wait in the same alley, we kill the same driver, we take the same outfit. To try and change things up, they don't actually start us with a car bomb this time around. We have to climb the ladder, kill this guy, grab the bomb, plant the bomb, and that's it. These 2 missions just completely fail on their own, no matter how many other bells and whistles they try to add to the map. Having a singular objective and no loadout mechanics means this is only ever going to go the one way. There's nothing to spice it up. The game finally gives us a mission where Diana tells us to cut loose, and then doesn't give us anything to cut loose with. It's like cheating on your diet by going to a salad bar. Mission 10 recycles the remake train by having us revisit the Triad ambush. Again, we see an opportunity to take a mission that suffered from the limitations of Hitman 1 and enhance it with everything the studio has learned since. And again, we see that completely squandered. They give us the sniper case, but using it gets us spotted, and we still have the negotiator to deal with, making it useless. They give us some poison in the sewer, but it's useless, as the chef will spot us no matter what direction we come from. We're back in the land of Hitman 1, and say it with me, there's a single intended solution. For this recipe you'll need 1 dead negotiator, 1 outfit freshly plucked, 1 triad amulet, 1 distraction made by interacting with the back of a car, and 1 ladder. Our ingredients assembled, we drop all our weapons in the toilet, crawl to the front of the building to get frisked, talk to the bartender, get the bathroom key, retrieve our weapons, and silently interact with some heads. Other weapons are available. Leave the amulet on the table to be polite and walk quietly to the exit. Honestly, pretty annoyed I didn't get the silent assassin rating here, but what are you gonna do? The ultimate failing of this and the other Hong Kong levels is they just don't do enough new to them. If you're coming from Hitman 1, then you've already done this, and there isn't enough of a graphical or mechanical upgrade to make revising the concept noteworthy. And if you're entirely new to Hitman with this game, these levels are just so disappointing compared to the ones in the beginning. Where's the alternate routes? Where's the different assassination methods? Let me poison the freaking soup. Let me sneak into the restaurant through the basement. Something. Anything to give it some variety. These remake levels are the worst part of the game, and thankfully there's only one left. We close things out with a return to the Li Hong assassination. The CIA guy is no longer listed as an objective, and the Jade statue can be carried out instead of the whole tea shop business. The safes are alarmed, and we have a whole 3 routes inside, including the front door, the back door, and the ladder up to the 2nd floor. Mei Ling is back because Hitman, and she's once again willing to trade her freedom in exchange for the safe combination. The developers do try and make her more sympathetic this time around, though this is immediately undone by A, the horribly stilted writing, and B, we can now shoot her for the combination in favor of saving her. Gross. The CIA guy tells us we can steal a figure I already have from down in the basement we are already in. Finally, he tips us off that we can poison the bodyguard, and that Li Hong is armed with a special sword because, again, Hitman. There's some hidden corridors that serve no purpose, and we find an M60 we can use to Rambo our way through the rest of the level. You can feel the cut corners and crunch all over this place. Despite the drawbacks, it still ends up being pretty fun, if a bit flat, functioning as more of a shootout than anything else. At least we get a cool sword. Hitman Contracts functionally has no story. 47 is shot, and the only beats we get are simple cutscenes that play out in between the missions. The conceit here being that the missions are flashbacks 47 is having as he passes in and out of consciousness. This is likely another result of the fast turnaround time, allowing them to make generic cutscenes and slot them in wherever needed, rather than worrying about cuts or continuity. Now that we're at the end of the game, the cutscenes finally catch up to the present, with the building surrounded by police and SWAT on their way up. In a lovely twist of brilliance, the briefing for this mission is actually for the mission 47 was on before everything went sideways. He was supposed to kill 2 people at the Paris Opera, but things have clearly gone wrong, and now the police inspector is here to finish the job. We have 2 routes forward, either trapezing along the balconies to get a better angle, or out the front door where flanking squads of SWAT officers are stacked up in the hallway. There's an elevator and some sewers and a handful of back alleys to round out the space. Using hit and run tactics, we can pick off the SWAT teams and snipers before killing the inspector and taking his megaphone. Is this level dumb? Yes. Is it fun? You bet your bald head it is. I know I've been harsh on the previous 2 games for ending in a big shootout, rather than a level that actually forces the player to use what they've learned over the course of the game. But I think it fits here. It's not about a mechanical climax, but an emotional one. So many levels spent crawling through the rain, but here at the end, we can cut loose and blast them all to hell. We even get a thematic cherry on top, with this being the only level in which it's no longer raining. The level over, we get a cutscene on the plane where Diana is here to check up on us, but hidden from view. See, she does care. She gives us another job, and this does create something of a continuity snarl as far as Hitman continuity goes. Hitman 1 is a clone turned assassin, no problem. When that story ends, we get Hitman 2, the priest, conversion to Catholicism, and the ultimate decision to become Hitman Batman. The early missions of Hitman 3 are these Hitman Batman missions. James Bond aside, you can see the theming in the Serial Killer Fetish Club and the Serial Killer Literary Club, taking out the rich that otherwise escape the court's justice. But then we get the opera mission, and somewhere along the line, 47 apparently recedes back into being another gun for hire. You could argue he just got over it, or the gunshot wound and flashback trip returned him to his earlier state. It's illogical, but it isn't exactly clean. They could have taken more time to better smooth this wrinkle, but cut corners, limited time, you get it. Hitman Contracts has no rubber ducky and is therefore the worst Hitman game ever made. In all seriousness, this is a game with a very difficult legacy to reconcile. On the one hand, it's just a mess of a game. It's basically half a game with a collector's edition B-side stapled onto the back. There are some attempts to freshen up those old levels, but they're too limited and too rushed for them to stand out on their own. It's tempting to write this off as a studio struggling under crunch and limited resources. But remember, that's no accident. Again, I don't know the full story here. It's possible we never will. But this super looks like a studio that was sinking fast and desperate to put something out the door at the detriment to both the final product and their employees. These levels are rushed, wonky, and in dire need of additional polish, in a way deeply indicative of mismanagement by the studio. It looks like the last gasp of a dying company, and yet you can see the promise of IO's future buried within that impending plane crash. You can see why publisher Eidos thought it was worth the risk to acquire the studio, to give IO one last chance to finally fulfill their vision for this series. There is a real brilliance on display here. This is the game where the series' mission design finally crystallized into the form it would take for much of the series' future. 2 targets and an objective. Open maps with variable routes, assassination methods, disguises, and tools available to the player to do with as they please. The Fetish Club and the Manor are clearly the work of a studio capable of making something truly special. Something that can stand out as unique among the Metal Gears and Splinter Cells of the world, provided they're given the time and resources to do it, which unfortunately is a lesson the industry as a whole has to learn over and over again. If Silent Assassin is Hitman's Demon Souls, Contracts is the Morrowind. They're both the third in their respective series, both attempting to build off previous titles while streamlining them, and both the pivot point for their franchises, trying to connect the burdensome past with a more successful future. Both are undeniably brilliant and buggy, and a mess of 1,000 little things one could nitpick to death. And both are fantastic video games, weighed down by their flaws more and more with the passing of time. They may not have been huge breakout successes, but they built up strong cult audiences that would prime their respective series for their biggest successes to date. In the case of The Elder Scrolls, that was Oblivion. And well, in the case of Hitman, blood money. Hitman Contracts released 2 positive but tepid review scores, settling into the same 8 out of 10 ratings that its predecessors received, and sold around 2 million copies. It was a success, but a modest one, continuing IO's track record of solid hits, but hardly knocking off anyone's socks. And it's here that the story gets murky. According to the Wikipedia article, which we all know is trustworthy, Blood Money began development alongside Contracts. Now this would be an interesting development given the financial difficulties IO were facing. It's not the first time we've seen a company have one team work on their next big thing, while a smaller team works on a remake or remaster for a shorter term, safer financial bet. The question then becomes, did IO simply overextend with the 2 teams, Or did one get overextended? It would be strange to see them rushing contracts out the door, cutting corners wherever possible, if they had an entire second team they could have leveraged. So we dig deeper, and that's where we run into trouble. The footnote for the Wikipedia article links to this YouTube video, and I want to be very clear, I am not trying to start some kind of YouTuber beef here. I have not watched this video, it's another Hitman retrospective from a few years ago. I'm sure it's good, I'll link to it below. That video helpfully links their source, which takes us to these two WordPress articles and this paragraph, which I don't think actually says that. Now, I am not a journalist. I'm sure the original YouTuber was acting in good faith. There may have been better sources for this information out there. All I'm saying is I personally couldn't source it. This could just be a case of the general rot of the internet making it harder to find this stuff. If anyone can track down a definitive source, please let me know and I'll add it to the links in the description. Honestly, I'd just like to know, as this is the biggest question mark in IO's history, both in the sense that contracts is when they pivoted to what would ultimately be the series' signature style moving forward, and when they were acquired by IDOS and no longer independent. Were they working on two games at once? Was it public pressure from IDOS that caused them to release early? Were they running out of money? It's all super intriguing. Amateur sleuthing aside, and to reset the timeline a bit in everyone's heads, Silent Assassin releases in 2002, Freedom Fighters in 2003, with IO being acquired in March of 2004. Contracts releases a month later in April of 2004, with Blood Money announced in November of 2004 and finally releasing in May 2006 as a pseudo-launch title of the 360, dropping only 6 months after the console's release. Yet another thing it has in common with Oblivion. Hitman Blood Money, the fourth game in the series, was widely considered as the Hitman game for a very long time. It was the one everyone played. It was the one everyone loved. Whenever talking about Hitman, whenever sharing stories about cool levels or awesome assassinations, this was the game everyone remembered. It received reviews firmly in the 8s, meaning it did barely any better than its predecessors with critics. But it's the copies sold that tell the real story with Blood Money, moving some 2 million copies by July of that same year, just 2 months after release, wildly outpacing contracts. Something resonated with people about this title. Some of that is in no small part to its releasing early in the 360's lifecycle. But sales that high are rarely a fluke, and we know it wasn't reviews moving the boxes off of shelves. Something about this game clicked with people to such a degree that it's remembered fondly almost 2 decades later. Why this title among all the entries in the series? What did it do in terms of mechanics, level design, and narrative to become such an instant classic? Let's take a look at Hitman Blood Money. Blood Money opens on the now iconic rendition of Schubert's Ave Maria, sung by Daniel Parrott as part of the Zurich Boys Choir, and as far as I can tell, was popularized by this very game. We get a cutscene of a bad day at the carnival, and 47 is still very much up to his Batmaning ways. The theme park magnet let things fall into repair, a teen died, the courts were useless, and now the dad wants to hire the ICA to get revenge. From an interface perspective, the tutorial is a train wreck. It's voiced over by some random dude instead of Diana.
Actions that can be performed and their corresponding buttons are displayed here.
And the instructions don't actually provide the key you need to press. This was likely done to save them from having to record voice lines for each possible entry, but they could have at least given us the default. Telling me that pressing the run key allows us to run, or that I can open the inventory by pressing the inventory key isn't helpful. Diana returns to give us the actual briefing.
Welcome to the States, 47. This should be a straightforward operation. We need you to penetrate
And we see Hitman's writing is as culturally sensitive as ever.
What the fuck you looking at, cracker?
The controls are as fiddly as ever too, making us hold the right mouse button to bring up the inventory and hold the drop item button to throw the coin instead of using the firing button like every other video game. There's also no toggle on the crouch, meaning we have to hold that too. And this goes beyond support to being a straight up accessibility issue. If companies are going to keep selling these titles, they need to go back and clean them up with proper controller support and accessibility options. The thing the tutorial does well is finally introducing the mechanics in the order of their relevance. We start with distractions, then stealth kills, and finally weapons, reinforcing our aim to not be noticed, to take things out quietly when that fails, and to go loud only as a last resort. Doors open automatically when lockpicking now, which sucks for exactly this reason, and we can shoot locks if we want to be fast, even though I never once ended up using that mechanic. We can hide in closets and hide a body in a bin, but can't hide bodies in closets as that hasn't been invented yet. The game cleverly informs us of these limitations by giving us 3 bodies and only 2 bins to hide them in, like some sort of cadaver riddle. We can opt to surrender our weapons when frisking, Batman guys in elevators, and take human shields, because 47 missed the Bat family memo about not killing people. There's windows to push people out of and drinks to poison, and finally, bombs and winches, which would make a great name for a pirate bar. We get a short cutscene with our target to give him some character, and if you've read my books, you know I firmly support giving the audience's sympathy for a character right before we bash their head in with a hammer. Is this level doing anything 100 other games haven't already done? No. Is this the best tutorial so far? Yes, by a country mile. More importantly, it shows the developers understanding the game they're making, introducing us to the mechanics we need in the order we need them, as opposed to a shooting gallery or some watermelons for target practice. Blood Money brings a host of general improvements, not the least of which is a proper level select screen right from the start, rather than unlocking it only once you beat the game. We get a loadout screen again, which you'll recall contracts lacked, and a hideout for storing our weapons and keeping our birds safe. Money's back too, only this time we use it for unlocking upgrades to existing equipment, buying intel serving as in-game hints, and clearing notoriety accumulated from going loud on a mission. The starting loadout is positively stacked, including our magic coin, both lethal and non-lethal syringes with 2 uses each, binoculars we'll never use, and an anti-personnel mine right from the jump. We can holster and unholster weapons, open doors while dragging bodies, and traverse the open maps in more ways than ever before, including pipes, trusses, windows, and balconies. Disguises see their single biggest upgrade in the entire series, allowing us to run around the level without getting our heads blown off, which means, at long last, no more tedious movement. The story and overall cinematic presentation gets a huge facelift as well. We get a proper cutscene where 2 characters have an actual conversation. One's a journalist and the other's a former FBI director in Two-Face cosplay. The narrative structure is the same it's always been, with cutscenes playing out in between missions. But these characters are at long last showing individual personality, emotions, and motivations. They're at best 2-dimensional, but that's not a bad thing. Not every character in a story needs the 3-dimensional treatment, especially for something like this. The writing effort combined with the slower, more thoughtful direction of the cutscenes shows both a willingness and a skill for the developers to tell a more impactful story this time around. For our first real mission, we're off to Chile to kill 2 people and not do a thing, this time in the form of a father and son pair of drug dealers. Their mansion is laid out and plays similarly to the mob boss hideout from Silent Assassin. We have multiple entrances, including a gate, this gap in the wall, another gate, and a precarious ledge. Once inside the compound, we have an added challenge of getting inside the mansion with a similar smattering of options, including the pipes, windows, and doors. We sneak around the place, pleasantly accompanied by Bach's first cello suite, which I distinctly remember from Little Bear, but which can't be confirmed, and this Reddit post is convinced is an international conspiracy against cartoon bears. Upstairs are 2 guards, which are surprisingly good at their jobs. All the doors are locked, and picking them will cause the guards to interact with our heads. Seems impossible, but then I remember our magic coin and dispatch them without trouble. We get into the boss's room, give him a little prick, and it's bye-bye Bach. Back downstairs, we wait for his son to get a bump and are deeply disappointed we can't poison the cocaine. This is dumb given what they showed us in the tutorial, but smart in that it makes for a fun little line of sight puzzle for taking out the guards who can all see one another. We find the gap in their flawless plan, take them out, and then creep on a couple making out, because Hitman. We kill some guards, kill the target, dump his body in with the wine, and then take the elevator with a coughing guy who's kind enough to wear a mask. We take the seaplane out to the rating screen, get some money on how we did, and lose some money for leaving behind our surprisingly expensive suit. We don't get any notoriety this time around, which makes its first and only series appearance in this game. It's supposed to be something like heat from Blades in the Dark, accumulated from leaving witnesses alive or getting caught on camera. This makes levels harder by making 47's disguises weaker, but functionally never came up in my playthrough and was promptly dropped from the series. So this will be the last time we mention it. And that's chilly. This mission functions well for all the same reasons that the villa in Hitman 2 did. I mean, hell, they're both villas after all. But I want to highlight something about the map structure. Both that map and this one feature a structure that Hitman will return to for its level design, in addition to the zone maps we discussed earlier, that being the funnel. We start in a wide ring around the outside of the compound with essentially free movement, able to explore and pick our own insertion at a place and time of our choosing. The compound is yet another ring, this one with more limited movement and more opportunities for being caught. The mansion squeezes us down even further, raising the stakes until we're down in the linear, cramped corridors of the basement. Each ring locks down more and more, our options and flexibility decreasing as the narrative tension of getting ever closer to our target increases. It's a really smart structure with a subtle emotional impact on the player, and clearly matches the tonal narrative of the genre depicted. It, along with the level giving us the freedom to experiment with Hitman's mechanics in a relatively low-stakes environment, shows that IO firmly knows what they're doing this time around. The Paris Opera House is one of the most talked about levels in all of Hitman's history. When people look back on the series, 9 times out of 10, it's this level that comes to mind. Obviously a personal favorite, but I think it's worth examining why. This mission starts like so many others, dropped into a lobby with the usual objective of killing 2 targets and getting out clean. The map's layout is nothing special, a fairly typical area map arranged logically in a familiar manner that the player can navigate largely on autopilot. It has a cool theme, the Opera House providing a fun location to explore that isn't just another mansion or sanitarium, but it's not something so outlandish as to be memorable on its own. We've seen plenty of levels comprised of lobbies, bathrooms, and stairwells, and we'll see plenty more before the series is done. And while the narrative is interesting here, the overall placement in the timeline, I doubt that matters to anyone but series nerds. How many casual players picking up this title in the waning days of Blockbuster knew or cared about this being the mission that got 47 shot at the start of Contracts? That the entire game functionally takes place between between this mission and the next, the flashbacks adding some extra fuzziness to the timeline. Playing through the level at first blush seems nothing special either. Diana leaves us a Luger at the coat check, no box of shotgun, but it's the thought that counts. These talking gentlemen pull our attention to the pisser where we can get an easy outfit. The toolbox hides our gun to get past the frisking guard. There's a girl shower to accidentally walk into because Hitman, and an actor to kill, uniforms and props to swap, and killing a man on stage in front of a live audience because that's the most fun way to kill someone. It has all the same jank that Hitman always has, burning limited saves to avoid the tedium of waiting, fighting with the game's fiddly controls, trying to both kill the lights and shut the door at the same time, the scaffolding I should clearly be able to climb on, being back to a slow crouch walk and wind up time on the fiber wire like we've slipped into the past. Even the mission design feels like a step back. A puzzle with an intended solution the developers want us to solve. But it's buried in here that we find the crucial clue, that we finally begin to understand why this level in particular is so fondly remembered, and why Blood Money was the big breakout success for Hitman. In past levels, there was an intended optimal solution. This solution could be fun, or it could be a tedious drag of perfectly executing each required step like the world's slowest rhythm game. There were alternative methods of murder on top of just running and gutting, but these always felt suboptimal, the game punishing you for going with a lesser route, either in being more difficult, having harsher penalties, or just not being as satisfying. Blood Money takes all those same design philosophies, all those same ideas, and filters them through 3 games of harsh lessons. The game still has an intended solution, otherwise Diana wouldn't have given us the Luger. The big difference is that all those other solutions, they're fun too. This mission is all about how the player wants to kill the target, not how the designer wants us to kill the target. The devs for Blood Money put several solutions in front of us and said, okay, it's up to you now. There's clearly a most right answer and optimal path, but the other paths are still fun to explore and experiment with. We can kill the guy on stage, or swap the guns, or kill him in his room, or blow the chandelier, or shoot the guy in the back of the head with a nail gun. In Blood Money, even the suboptimal solutions are still fun to play around with, to take different pieces of equipment, different situations, and bash them together like the toys they were meant to be. And we get to do this in an interesting environment, evoking hundreds of different books and movies, fulfilling some of that spy movie feel while still expanding player choice and the freedom to move around. Curtains Down is one of the most memorable stages in Hitman, while simultaneously highlighting nearly every strength and weakness of the series. Most importantly, it represents how those weaknesses can be mitigated by those strengths. The player more willing to tolerate janky controls and buggy guards while they're doing cool things in cool places with even cooler toys. Now let's talk about a level that does the exact opposite, because apparently the developers designed this game in a way that would allow maximal highlighting of irony in the form of a video essay. The last level we looked at took all of Hitman's strengths and used them to smooth over the weaknesses, creating one of the most memorable levels in the series history. Our next level, the Rehab Clinic in California, is also one of the most memorable levels in all of Hitman, certainly one that stuck out in my mind for all those years. The first half of this level, the Dr. Jekyll, if you will, is one of the strongest levels that's ever been in a Hitman game. It's functionally perfect. The problem is Mr. Hyde, the second half that hulks out and destroys everything the first half works so hard to build. The intro cinematic is solid, catching us up to the present, which is the past. The FBI director has been watching too much Clone Wars, and 47 heads back to confession like a good Catholic. This time, it's not Vittorio that's waiting for us, but Diana, which, let's face it, is a strict upgrade. She remarks on his wound from contracts resyncing the timeline and gives us some Romeo and Juliet poison that we can use to wake the dead. Remember that for later, it will be important. There's an agent in California, one guess as to who that's going to be, that's currently locked in a mental ward with 3 assassins on his tail. We have to get in, kill the killers, and get the agent out by pretending to kill him without actually killing him via said Romeo and Juliet juice. We start off on a driveway with a familiar layout of some outside, some inside, and plenty of places to poke around on the margins. We can steal this guy's admittance papers, hearing about a rival albino in the process, so the developers can slip in some story in between the end-level newspapers. I don't think it's come up yet, but those newspapers are brilliant, by the way. Just filled with Easter eggs, jokes, narrative. They're lovely and must have taken a lot of work and were worth every single minute of it. Back in the clinic, we have to surrender our weapons, which makes me question why I even bother bringing them. And then we realize we don't actually know who our targets are. We're left to figure it out, picking up on clues like the bad guys being color-coded and having their own bodyguards. We're free to roam about the cabin, including the upstairs, the downstairs, rooftops to jump off of, balconies to trapeze, globes to booze, weights to lift, statues to booze, a chandelier, and a soup to not booze. This is a perfect Hitman playground. The entire first 5 minutes of this level are the developers going, hey, look, listen at all the people you can kill and all the ways you can kill them, like some kind of murderous Navi. For this playthrough, I had only 2 poisons for 3 targets, so I blew up the soup. And look, this is a Hitman game, so the level's a bit buggy. Didn't see the prompt for dropping the weights, missed the prompt on the gas tank the first time around. Killing some targets got me a verification check mark, but killing others didn't. Even at the end, I thought the morgue door was broken and spent ages looking around for a key, only to realize the game literally wants you to stand around and wait until someone else opens it. The whole thing could have used a bit more QA, even if it's one of my all-time favorite levels. The first half, anyway. Let's talk about the back half. Having done the fun bit of murdering our targets, we now have to eat our vegetables and rescue our mysterious agent. We get a key card, dump a guard, and steal an orderly outfit in a sequence so linear it might as well have been a cutscene. We get down to the cell and surprise, surprise, it's our CIA friend. The game did tell us the agent knew about us, and it's good to see him going to rehab after the whole shop incident. He gives us photos of the targets we've already killed, and Diana informs us we'll get a fun payment bonus for killing each of them, bringing in some of that optional objective flavor I've been looking for. We use the Romeo and Juliet poison to fake kill him, and his not dead body is carted off to the morgue for recovery. And if you're looking back over from your second screen and thinking, wait, didn't he already kill those guys? Yes, I did. This whole level is ass backwards. The first part of this level is about as close to a perfect Hitman level as you can get. A wide variety of targets, a bunch of subtle and not so subtle ways to kill them, with a great location and theme to tie them together. It's the first level I can remember not minding having to traverse at walking speeds, thanks to the tight layout and thematically appropriate reason for doing so. The complexity in the rehab section comes entirely from its clockwork pieces, and not a bloated level size or unnecessary obstacles. It's so good. And then we get to the second half with its linear set of tightly scripted puzzles the player has to execute on in order to succeed. Grab the therapist uniform, get the key, go through the door, wait for one to leave the room, grab the other, hide the body, pick up the keys, and go down to the cells. It's paint by numbers, as linear as the tutorial at the start of the game. Only then does it even bother giving us the targets, meaning the intended route for this level is to make your way inside, wander around a bit, get kind of confused, make for the mental ward, do the linear sequence with the guards, have the cutscene, and then go back to the clinic to kill the bad guys. It's why I spent several minutes confusedly wandering around the first time I played the level. It's what the designers wanted me to do. It's like IO had all the pieces, all the instincts to make a perfect level, and then tripped, spilling it all over the floor like the clip from The Office that makes me sad every time I see it. It's still a good level, I still love it, but the sweet taste of candy sours into the bitter taste of medicine. Our next level is the other most remembered level from the series. And if you're wondering why this is the most popular Hitman game, you might be picking up on why. We're off to the suburbs to kill one guy and do a thing. The guy being a person in witness protection, and the thing being some microfilm we have to steal. This is another funnel design, where we start on the street in a gated neighborhood that constricts down into the yard, the house, and ultimately the upstairs. The street has all the interesting bits, including a jogger, a manhole cover, a hot dog van, a poorly disguised BI truck, and a newspaper with our sketch on it. Don't forget the nosy neighbor, the garage, the garbage man, or the clown van. There's the gardening lady, the garbage truck for body disposal, a treehouse with an airsoft rifle, and a garnish of lovely upscale homes to round out the neighborhood. Like the mansion in Silent Assassin, we have a lot of options here. But we're going with the clown because, of course we are. We sedate him, steal his clothes, put him in a pine box, and play a round of my favorite party game, Frisk the Clown. The house is pretty bare, but the outside has a shed, a pool boy, and not one, but two pools complete with a slide, because crime most definitely pays. The shed gives us some lighter fluid, which we can use on the grill, but in a funny twist, this kills the wife and not the target. Oops, reload. Alternate routes including catering cases for delivering weapons, sedating donuts in the cop truck, or breaking into the vet's clinic for tranq darts, ether, and some sausage. We sedate our sausage, get your minds out of the gutter, and try to feed it to the dog, but he super doesn't care. We opt instead to put the darts in the rifle and sent the dog to dreamland, only to reach a basement that isn't worth being in. The clown is still our best bet, so we talk to the heavily intoxicated wife who wants to bang us because IO loves nothing more than writing nuanced women. She takes us to the back room for an entirely different form of Frisk the Clown. We put her to sleep with our tiny prick, get your mind out of the gutter, and take her necklace which hides the microfilm. And if that last bit seems out of left field, it was. I wouldn't have realized she even had the microfilm if not for the in-game hint system. We enact your favorite childhood rhyme of the itsy bitsy clown climbs up the side pipe and steps on the bear to lure the guard away. This allows us to spy on the guard and sees he spends his time contemplating the daughter's panties, because Hitman. We put some ether on them, wait for him to pass out, and steal his clothes, which I'm sure he's going to have fun explaining later. We wait for the target in his office and blow his mind with our long needle, get your mind out of the gutter, and grab his gun to retrace our steps back downstairs. We remember we're about to get frisked, ditch the gun, and walk out nice and careful like. Reinforcements are called as we're taking off our birthday suit, and we make our exit. Most importantly of all, we pick up a Silent Assassin rating, because if I didn't include at least one in the gameplay capture, I'd never hear about the end of it in the comments. And we celebrate by reading more about our albino rival in the school paper. This level is really good, just a ton of fun to play, and it's easy to see why people love it so much, if for the novelty than nothing else. But it is definitely a bit top-heavy. All the freedom, all the interesting decisions are made on the street, with the inside being where those decisions are executed. In that way, it almost feels like half a level, like the inside needed more going for it, more options to stumble into. When looking at the series overall and its evolution, you can see the designers clearly moving in the right direction with this level, but still only being 90 to 95% of the way there. Still coming to grips with the limitations of design, narrative, and technology. Fortunately, there are more great levels to come. You want to know what's another beloved level from this series? New Orleans. Yes, it's time for that level. But first, we get a two-face cutscene and a shot of a mysterious woman's legs. Our mission this time around is in Mardi Gras to prevent the assassination of the Secretary of Interior, the least important of all secretaries. Seriously, I wrote a whole book about it. Like the rehab level, there are 3 rival assassins to take out and a suitcase full of diamonds that needs to be stolen. Now this is a street level. I remember this absolutely blowing my mind back in the early 360 days. It was like the whole reason my friend Remy invited me over to see the game, and it's still kind of impressive even now. The map is packed with crowds, nooks, and crannies to explore. There are 3 bars, each requiring their own disguise to enter, a smart inversion of the disguise mechanic, where instead of getting increasingly more powerful disguises to open up larger and larger areas, we have to get specific disguises to access these pockets. The only real drawback to this level from a design standpoint is it can lead to a lot of trial and error, at least the first time through. That's not necessarily a bad thing, and I think this level excels on novelty alone, but it can feel stifling to try things over and over again, especially considering the limited number of saves. On my first attempt, I followed Diamond Guy, as this was my only lead, realized I couldn't get into the hideout, and went into the bookseller's shop next door. I planted the bomb next to the wall, took out the target, feeling very clever, and then realized I couldn't get the suitcase and felt very stupid. Reload. The second time around, I know where Diamond Guy is going, so I wait in the alley to ambush him, but he doesn't show, so I reload. Third go around, I realize the designers gave him different routes he randomly chooses between, and I'll admit, that's clever, good move there. I follow him, kill him, and put him in a dumpster. Drop the bomb in the suitcase, give the suitcase to the bad guy, and wait for him to call the other targets for payment so I can kill them all in one go, but they don't show, so I reload. Back to the bookstore, headbutt the shopkeeper instead of syringing him because of wonky controls, and I reload. I do it right this time, leave the briefcase full of diamonds with the sleepy shopkeeper, and blow up the target through the wall. Then it's a lot of walking around to find the other 2, see some sniper spots, see a floating piano for some Looney Tunes business I'm too lazy to plan for, and do a lot of wandering in and out of various bars. I find the boyfriend, sneak in through the back, and get caught by a couple making out, so I reload. Then it's back to the bar, hit the light switch to get the couple to stop smooching, hide in the closet, slip past them, and needle the boyfriend in the neck. 2 down, 1 to go. For the lady, I essentially gave up because this segment is long enough already, and shot her in a back alley like Bruce Wayne's parents. Then it was back to the bookstore, pick up the diamonds, and somehow manage to get my second silent assassin. The level's really good. I'm not even sure what I'd do differently aside from unlimited saves. I think my biggest feeling is it feels limited, almost claustrophobic. And that could be intentional, having 47 feel like he's squeezed in between the crowds he's navigating. But the true limitation comes in the murder methods, which just feel too risky, from sniper spots to pianos, given the chance of discovery and potential for collateral damage, both of which the game punishes you for. Finding the targets can also be a pain, even once you get the walkie-talkie and the map starts updating. The level lacks that intuitiveness and navigation that the rehab clinic and suburbs have, which again could be intentional given the theme of wandering about a city, but it just adds to the damper being put on the parade. Another great level, but one where the closer we examine it, the more we can tell this was so close to perfection, but just that little bit off. They hadn't yet figured out how to dial it in down to the micron. We're already halfway through Blood Money, which means it's time for a snow level. We get a cutscene with some more clone nonsense and are told the public is an ass.
Public is an ass.
Which we already knew. We have to kill 2 people and do a thing because Hitman, including a pornographer because Hitman, and a senator's son, with said senator being the client. Gross. Our party has 2 entrances. Heading right, we can see the guard shack with a vending machine and a button for disabling lasers. And on your left, there's a long elevator ride. Where does one get a good set of assassin gloves anyway? Asking for a friend. Upstairs, we're tipped off about VIP badges, see a drunk Santa through a window, and a woman freezing in her bikini because IO doesn't have enough women on staff. Soundtrack still rules though. We spot a waiter next to our target and play a round of follow that drink. Gross sexism aside, don't get distracted. I like the theming of this level. Who doesn't enjoy a nice holiday party full of murder? The kitchen is filled with sausages and knives, not sure what else a kitchen would be full of, and then we knock out Santa. Have you noticed how little shooting I've been doing in Blood Money? Because I sure have. Being Santa gets me access to the staff areas so I can grab the waiter outfit and then go to poison or deliver the drink, only to realize we can't actually. We're only allowed to spike it with an aphrodisiac because Hitman and even Santa can do that without raising suspicion. Double gross. This is Hitman, so we have to wait for a tediously long time for the drink to get delivered, during which time we explore and find a waterfall with a secret route through it because video games, and a woman who wants to sleep with us because Hitman. But then she stabs us to death because she's actually a rival assassin, and this game has to maintain its mature rating. Instead of dying, we wait for our girlfriend-slapping Nepo baby to drink his horny juice and head off downstairs. We can creep on them through the keyhole because Hitman, and then kill him as soon as she leaves in a very tight opening. Get your mind out of the gutter. While we're here, we might as well take out the guard, steal his clothes, and ensure he wakes up naked next to the dead guy so his therapist can afford a new yacht. The guard uniform gets us upstairs where they're filming that one scene from Angel. Gross. Then we turn around and see they're filming the other scene from Angel. I had no idea IO were such fans. Our target has an adorable yet troublesome dog, which explains the sausage. I'm too lazy to sausage the dog, even I'm not going to make a joke there, and we find the videotape we're looking for by pure accident. We manage to kill the target without sending Toto over the Rainbow Bridge, and the alarm dog runs off to alarm people. We book it to the elevator, escape via helicopter, and get a fun Providence nod in the paper. And this level is fine. It's vertically segmented instead of horizontally segmented and has a nice thematic progression, starting at the dock, heading up to the party, ascending to the VIP section, before culminating on the roof and the helicopter escape. It's dangerously close to being the ghost of Hitman Past in terms of design, but the advancements in the engine and mechanics help to elevate it. Functionally, there is little to separate it from, say, any level in Hitman 2. Our 8th mission is another interesting case study because A, this is not one of the fondly talked about levels, and B, because I super thought I was going to dislike it, but it ended up being one of my favorite missions in the entire game. It opens with a tacked-on cutscene of 47 getting his mail and Diana dropping us on a boat with an excuse to go in guns blazing. Like the car bomb level, we have to kill a bad guy and all of his underlings. But with this being on a boat with limited civilians, no chance of escape or reinforcements, it feels like the game is setting us up for another shooting gallery. I poke around a bit wondering if there are actually any civilians on this boat at all, and see our first target heading for his room to get busy with his girl, because Hitman. She leaves before we can creep on them through the keyhole, so we kill him instead. 1 down, 6 to go. And it's here that I realize the brilliance of this level. The car bomb is a straight up spatial reasoning puzzle. Get everyone in the car and blow up the bomb as it passes the other 2 guys so you can kill everyone at once. But this time around, it's not a puzzle of space or time, but of resources. 7 targets, 7 saves, 2 uses of our poison syringe, and a bomb. If you want to get through this level without a gunfight, you'll have to be more than clever, you'll have to be frugal. The ship is fun to explore in all the same ways a hotel is, including staff areas, a first-class VIP lounge with all the people wealthy enough to afford cosmetic surgery, and a less wealthy area for people who can't. There's a cake I want to steal but don't know why, and a guy who almost ends up on my kill list by being rude.
Beg your pardon, sir. Might I trouble you to direct a waiter in my direction?
There's total freedom to explore the level at our own pacing, taking out targets whenever we see a window of opportunity, with the only consequences for our actions being the burning of resources and the risk of an alarm. It's just a fantastic use of Hitman's sandbox mechanics that spices up the monotony without relying on cheap gimmicks, John Woo shootouts, or James Bond knockoffs. We poison food and hide silver ballers and pastries and blow up fat guys and interact with the backs of heads in a level that fundamentally solves the problem the earlier games had in terms of variety and pacing. The other games all had levels where they wanted you to let your hair down, cut loose, and Rambo a bunch of people to death, but they always felt incongruous with the Hitman theming and aesthetic. It's the exact reason why, even though John Wick is basically just a Hitman movie, and why they even tried to make a TV show with the John Wick guy, John Wick isn't Hitman. James Bond isn't Hitman either. People want to use 47 as a blank slate to be used however they like, both in his own world and in ours. But just as that character has a personality to it that defines him, the franchise does too. Here we see it done right. There are still fun murder methods and cartoonish targets and the bald guy with the tie, but we're left with the freedom and opportunity to take these targets out when and where we decide. It's not just about machine guns or headshots or whipping a knife into a dude's head. It's about Hitman. I was really skeptical of this mission going into it, but I ended up being pretty impressed with this one. By now, you're no doubt used to this series being made of highs and lows, leading us into my least favorite level in Blood Money. We get a cutscene with 47 once again freaking out about the mail, and here I was hoping it was Diana. He quite literally shoots the messenger, and we're off to a wedding to kill 2 people and not do a third thing, as we can't kill the bride. Turns out, she's the client. Glad to see IO's writing is just as insensitive for the South as it is for everywhere else. There's a puking guy whose clothes we can steal, a gift box for hiding weapons that isn't needed because no one actually cares we have a gun, and we have exactly one way inside. We have a chat with the bride and just kind of wander around a bit before heading upstairs. Our spidey sense warns us that the game's jank is hiding around the corner, so we burn a save just in case. We make a few attempts at penetrating the bride's father, get your mind out of the gutter, and eventually pull it off without anything breaking. There's a rifle we can use in the attic if we want to do the murdering at the wedding, and a cake we can poison provided we do it before the wedding. If we wait until after, the couple just sorts of walks around in a circle, never straying too far from one another. In the end, I drunkenly grind against the groom in the bathroom, get your mind out of the gutter, and then blow him up with a landmine. I try to escape via the priest's boat only to realize it can only be used under the authorization of the Pope and make for another exit. But as they say, the Lord shall provide. We give the priest's neck a little divine intervention, steal his clothes, grab his keys, and sail away with a hollow Bible to fight another day. And at first glance, this level has everything all the other levels do. Location, theme, various methods of murder. But there's little challenge here, little fun or intuitive problem solving when it comes to the methods of murder. It feels entirely too similar to both the Suburbs level and the Santa level, without having the former's charm or the latter's novelty. It may be mechanically similar, but it lacks the level design polish and narrative theming to make it stand out. To be clear, even the worst level of Blood Money is better than almost anything in Hitman 1, and can go toe-to-toe with much of Hitman 2, but it deflates in comparison to the rest of Blood Money. We're 10 missions in on this segment, and God knows how many missions into the retrospective, and it's clear we're all starting to run out of steam. Our next level is in Vegas and a hotel, so it should be the best level in the game for me, and it just isn't. We have to kill 3 people and do a thing, and the hotel limits access to certain floors by special keycards. And there's a downstairs, a lobby, and upstairs, and it should all work, but it doesn't. Part of the problem is the elevator, which I admit seems like a weird thing to focus on. Our first target gets in the elevator, and if we're the right mixture of quick and patient, we can Batman him to death. And that's fun, that's good, I like that bit. The problem is that our second target then gets into the neighboring elevator, and we can just do it again. Then there's this well-written female character that invites us back to her room and promptly passes out. This gives us the option of sniping that second target rather than Batmaning him into the rafters, but why bother? Sniping is loud and elevators are quiet. The jump scare by the husband on the way out is pretty good though. There's not 1, but 2 briefcases to contend with, one which has diamonds that we're stealing, and the other we slip an explosive into. Take a trip downstairs, get frisked by the guards, have a fun but awkward conversation with the Sheik as we wait for a scientist who will never come down because he's sleeping in the elevator, and then we blow up the mine, and that's the mission. So let's take a step back and look at this as level designers. We have a hotel which the series has done at least twice, even if it was just a remake. And those 2 iterations were different in terms of layout, even if they had the same objective. Here in Blood Money, they decide to leverage the setting again and do nothing unique with it. They even all have a casino, and there's nothing about the layout of this iteration that separates it from its predecessors. There's nothing interesting going on in the rooms. There's no sauna murder, no flower shop, no ghost murder scene, no bellhop getting frisky. And then we have the targets. Okay, the guarded Sheik makes sense, but why 2 targets with 2 briefcases, both of whom can be killed via the elevator? It's like someone accidentally copy and pasted part of the design doc. The Hitman series loves to revisit older ideas, reattempting them in a better engine with the added flexibility provided by technological advancement. It is both the blessing and the curse of the series. When it works, you get a fantastic update to a beloved level, or a fun blast of nostalgia. But when it fails, you're left with the feeling that the developers are running out of ideas. The deja vu of feeling like we've done all of this before. Speaking of revisiting concepts, Diana tells us via cutscene that she's closing up shop and we're the only operative left. She lets us know she cares, even though we already knew that from the anniversary present, and warns us other assassins will be at the party to take us out. Our final mission is, of course, to kill 2 people and do a thing. Turns out we're headed to another fetish club with a Hitman Red version, Hitman Blue version thing going on, each requiring their own disguise to get in. Man, imagine if Nintendo made like a Hitman-style game. What would that even look like? Mario Odyssey? Kirby? Majora's Mask? I mean, they already make fighting games, racing games, RTSs, and XCOM. Why not Hitman? I'd play it. We can ask a guard to get us something from the back room and steal his clothes for his trouble, or knock out the second puking guy. We might as well reuse those animations if we want to play a demon, and grab a laundry bag from behind a truck if we want to cosplay as Meta Knight. Our cop uniform doesn't get us anywhere worth being, and we're a billion levels into this thing, so I start getting impatient. We interact with the back of this guy's head, put a landmine down on the catwalk, and patiently wait to impatiently kill someone with a sudden loud noise. The other target just happens to walk into this room while we're standing here, so just like the priest, I'll let you make your own commentary there, we drop him too. Only now I need the case that's trapped in the room I can't get to, so time for a shootout? It does really make me wonder if the whole active shooter thing is going to make IO revisit how they plan and design these levels. Makes sense why they would pivot to Bond in the current climate. We fight our way in and realize it's not the right case. Oops, reload. Using our precognitive save load powers, we double back for the cop uniform, hide our weapons, and realize the guards do actually leave this shack. We impatiently wait for a patient opportunity to grab the security tape, go back to being Meta Knight, play a round of getting frisked by the guards, and take a Mass Effect long elevator back upstairs. The bartender lets us know the singer is terrible, leading us to think she's probably an assassin, a theory we can test because I have the power to control time and there are no consequences for our actions. We poke around a bit while waiting for her to get off stage and ponder the point of this architectural feature whose only purpose is to descend into a bit of dead-end nothingness, just like our lives. The singer stops singing, invites us for smooching, because Hitman, and then promptly stabs us to death with absolute glee. And this is why you should always trust your instincts when touring a fetish party. We precognition ourselves to the past and put her to sleep out of professional courtesy, only to realize she's a target. We stab her with her own knife, fair is fair, surf the web, and head back to Tartarus to kill the other assassin. Lorne's evil twin lets us know that he knows who we are, meaning that we now know he knows. He wants to prove that he's a superior life form and takes us to a locked, soundproof room for a duel. This would have been a prime opportunity to bring back the blanks gag from St. Petersburg, but instead he just cheats as we pick up our weapons. We drop him with the silver ballers and head out. No silent assassin because I killed that one guard, but still pretty clean, all things considered. This mission is solid, if not terribly remarkable, but makes no mistakes either. 3 discrete areas, being the upstairs, downstairs, and garage, different disguises, different targets, even 2 bonus targets in the form of the assassins. It's another gimmick level, but this time with nested gimmicks of red versus blue, rival assassins, and backroom duels. I guess the lesson here is that if you're going to make it a gimmick, you might as well make it fun. Our exiting cutscene has us jump scared in the back of the van by the CIA guy we didn't kill. He lets us know that the president is about to be assassinated and asks if we're a bad enough dude to go save him. That's right, we're going to the White House. Our final real mission brings back one last burst of story. Harvey Dent claims to have shut down the agency and tells the journalist they've recovered Ortmile's files, but they're useless without 47's bone marrow. We get another shot of some mysterious legs, a cameo from the rubber ducky, and have a phone conversation with CIA guy, who at this point in the series has as much character development as Diana. We get one last tidbit about our albino rival, mentioning he's one of a series of clones, including the Diamond Guy back in New Orleans, tying all the missions together. Once again, there's no point in taking weapons because we're off to the White House. There are guards and metal detectors and cameras galore. There's a lady with a briefcase, a display I can't figure out how to interact with, and a coin that has lost its magic. Talk about a limited start. Our only play here is Bathroom Guy, who doesn't seem to mind the lack of privacy. Outside, we upgrade to a guard uniform and huck his rifle over the fence so we can store it in the agency case for recovery. From here, we have 2 routes forward, up the trestle into the renovated area, or down some long hallways. 2 paths, 1 destination. This is another puzzle level, but I think it actually makes sense here. Narratively, the White House would be super locked down. We'd be disappointed otherwise. But more importantly, mechanically, this is the final level of the game. This level is effectively the final test of our stealthing skills I've been asking about for 3 games. We'll have to use everything we've learned up to this point if we want to make it through in one piece. The VP has another yappy dog because presidential dogs are tradition, and they already went through the trouble of animating it once, so you might as well reuse it. Though if I had to guess, I bet they made it for this level and decided to put it in the previous level once it was already done. In either case, we see them implementing a mechanic earlier in the game that we're now being tested on in a far more dangerous environment. The First Lady is sleeping with a Secret Service agent because Hitman, and after a bit of poking around, people stop moving to interesting places, so we decide to move for them. We headbutt poison the vice president and hide his body in the furniture. With him out of the way, we make our way to the Oval Office to face off with the assassin. One of the things I really appreciate about this level is that it utilizes all three wings of the White House, beginning in the East End, moving across the residence and into the West Wing, something we rarely see in fiction. We take a long walk through a maze, find a body in the bathroom because our clone thinks the same way we do, and get a cutscene where our clone blows us up because, again, he thinks the same way we do. Alarms alarm, sprinklers sprinkle, and we run back through the maze while trying to avoid suspicion. Finally, there's a duel on the roof in which I tank shots so I can stab myself in the neck with my syringe as tradition dictates. No silent assassin rating, but all in all, a pretty good way to end a Hitman game. The level has a solid theme, a fun implementation of that theme, and functions as a great set piece to cap off the adventure. But this is I.O. we're talking about, and you know they can't resist one final shootout. There's one final mission, the actual finale, lucky number 13. We begin, as always, with a cutscene of our canary sounding the alarm back at our hideout. 47 once again kills the messenger as we see our mysterious set of legs for the last time. It's Diana, at long last come to pay us a house call. Unfortunately, for whatever fantasies I may hold, she's only here to kill us via a needle in the neck, contractual obligations, and all. Fair is fair. And here, dear friends, is the single most iconic moment in the franchise. It is many people's favorite moment across the entire series, and my second favorite, being narrowly beaten by a moment we won't see for another 15 years. It's time for a funeral, our own, in fact, with all our closest friends in attendance. Diana gives us the kiss we've so desperately waited for, the music starts, and the credits roll. What better ending could you have asked for? Except this, of course, is not the end. How could death truly die? We tap the movement keys to rapidly elevate our heart rate, which Diana's kiss should have already taken care of. And this is a Hitman game, and it's time for one last shootout, dual silver ballers in hand. Narratively, thematically, this is a perfect moment. It's brilliant, it's awesome, and it's damn stylish. There's a reason it sticks in so many people's heads years later. As a writer, trust me when I say this, these moments are not easy to come up with, difficult to set up, and even harder to pay off. And as far as the story goes, they nailed it. But this is a Hitman game, and as is so often the case, the ideas are phenomenal, but the mechanical execution is lacking. Some of you may want to cover your ears for this section because we've got one last darling to murder. Because as cinematically awesome as this section is, actually playing it is awful. The guards do not mess around and will kill you in seconds. You have no upgrades, the magazines for the silver ballers are pitiful, the accuracy laughable, damage minuscule outside of nailing headshots. Restarting takes forever because you can't access the pause menu until you're already dead, and then you have to skip through the cutscenes and jam the keys to get your heart rate back up. Combined with the bad layout and how easy it is to get caught on the geometry, the whole section ends up feeling like a mess. Video games keep having this problem, even today, where they screw up their big cinematic set piece by trying to make them overly difficult for no other reason than it's a video game and they want you to earn it. Both of the Ori games, which are beautiful and a joy to play, have brutal difficulty spikes in their climaxes. It's arguably even less forgivable in the second game, where they heard the criticism of the first and doubled down on it anyway, creating a sequence with a perfect spot for a checkpoint only to ignore it. I ran into it again in Kenna Bridge of Spirits just the other day, a positively lovely game I absolutely adored, but whose boss fight lacks checkpointing even though you change scenes multiple times in the middle of it. I'm sure we can all think of a dozen other examples we've run into. As much as the comments are going to disagree with me here, this isn't a skill issue. This isn't about how good the player is. It's a design issue, because it breaks the sequence they're crafting. It goes against what the game is trying to accomplish. Let's look at Dark Souls, the patron saint of tryhards everywhere. In Dark Souls, you run into a boss and get stomped, and try the boss again and again until figuring out the way to cheese it to death, usually by stabbing it in the undercarriage. You get the satisfaction of overcoming adversity, beating impossible odds, and all the rest, and then move on to the next challenge, because that's the story of the Souls games. It fits thematically with what the game is trying to do. But Ori and Kena and Hitman aren't about anything close to that. This sequence isn't about anything close to that. This is supposed to be our triumphant rising from the ashes. This is the moment where you can do your John Wick shit. They finally give us a good excuse for a shootout 4 games in, and then screw it up trying to relive the glory days of arcade games that were only difficult to rob you of your lunch money. It's an awesome story moment, arguably the best in the series, and it's completely undercut by the gameplay, by the design decisions they made. They could have given us unlimited health here. They could have had the enemies die in one shot. They could have given us the fully upgraded silver ballers so we'd have more than 8 shots. They could have let us go out in a triumphant blaze of glory instead of suffering through another round of trial and error, because this is a Hitman game and this is another puzzle. The trick to this level, and there's always a bloody trick, is to wait for the priest to get right up on us before waking up. After yet more tedious waiting, our patience is rewarded in the form of a human shield in the priest, and better aiming in the form of only firing 1 silver baller at a time. All in the name of what? Of feeling clever? Years later, no one is going to remember the gameplay of this section. They aren't going to remember the challenge or the triumphs or the frustrations. All they're going to remember is the story beat. So why is that challenge here? If the gameplay is going to be forgotten, lean into that, not away from it. Let your awesome moments feel awesome. Let your players do cool things. We kill everyone, head outside, and kill Two-Face once and for all. We're ready to call it a day, only for the game to inform us our objective is to kill all witnesses. One last loose end to tie up, too bad for our journalist friend. We interact with the back of one final head, and that's blood money. The story here doesn't matter. Two-Face guy is nice and all. The idea of the ICA being under attack is fun. And sure, you can read the wiki to find out about how the bad guy was actually working with the other bad guys. And there are some fun hints to read about in the paper. But the story in Blood Money is only a wrapper, much in the same way that Contracts was. A cutscene at the start and end of a mission to set up who we're killing and why. The thing I want to talk about this time around is 47. He's a coherent character in this game, a professional in a specific line of work who does the job and gets paid. Everything he does, says, or decides to do is in service of that line of work, even when it's clear he doesn't need or want the money. His missions revolve around the anti-hero antics of killing bad people in bad ways. He's a character without a sense of morality or justice, only professionalism, killing innocent civilians, politicians, and even helpless birds with the same inhuman precision, so long as it's in the service of his goal. His only burst of emotion in this entire game is insulting Diana. Where I think his character falls apart is in relation to the series. 47 is functionally a superhero. There's some more foreshadowing for you, in which he's never really allowed to change or evolve. All of the games so far have functionally been chronological. 47 began life as a clone, becomes an assassin, and eventually returns to kill the fathers that made him. He repents, turns his back on that life until it finds him, getting a friend kidnapped in the process, and drawing him back into the business. Over the course of the game, he regresses, returning to the professional assassin without attachments. Turns out the priest is alive, 47 saves the day, and decides he'll always be an assassin. He might as well use his powers for good, killing those who would hurt others and escape justice. This leads us into the early missions of contracts, of killing serial killers and other ne'er-do-wells outside the limits of the law. Then there are the first 3 missions of Blood Money, including the theme park owner and the drug runners, all in line with his Batman image, finally leading us back to Paris and the Opera House. Even Blood Money makes sure to mention the targets there were involved in an underage prostitution ring. Canonically, 47 is shot on the way out, and we get the rest of the events in contracts, picking up with 47 on the plane in Blood Money. The targets from then on out are the customary ICA fare of scorned lovers and people trying to get the upper hand. It's a total regression, returning him to his origins. There's 0 development, only the status quo. The only character development we've seen out of any character in the series is Diana. Mei Ling is thankfully gone, and the CIA guy remains a bad knockoff joke that was already 20 years out of date by the time of this game's release. In Blood Money, we see Diana on screen for the first time, see how cunning, intelligent, and ambitious she is, playing the victim's arrogance against them. We see her show real concern for 47, going so far as to save his life at great personal risk to herself. She's the best character in the series and my personal favorite, but that's in no small part because 4 games in, she's the only character. Hitman Blood Money is a fantastic capstone to these early games. It takes all of their best parts, sands off the rough edges, and combines them into one of the greatest stealth action games ever made. My biggest criticism, aside from the writing, is that some of the levels are merely good instead of great. Would I have liked a better hideout loadout mechanic? Yes. Would I have liked more levels that actually let me use the silver ballers? Of course. But I also spent pretty much this entire run doing the stealth thing, finding interesting ways to kill people, playing the game the way it was meant to be played, not because I had to, but because it was fun, challenging, and rewarding in equal measure. The game is admittedly uneven. Some levels and some kills are more satisfying than others. And the series is definitely showing it's running out of steam, with a retread of locations, themes, and bonus objectives over the 4 games. In Another World, Another Series, it probably would have ended here. It feels like an ending, like a send-off to this character and this type of design, as though IO finally made the game they were aiming for back in Hitman 2. It's no longer just an action movie ripoff or a James Bond pretender. It's come into its own identity with its own iconography and style. Hitman Blood Money, Too Many People, is Hitman. It's where the series started and stopped for them. And if that's all we ever got out of the franchise, I think people would have been happy for it. They had their ups and downs getting there, with more bumps yet to remain. But here in Blood Money, this is unquestionably a studio that added something to the industry. It's a great game, still worth playing. They should add proper controller support. The video game industry changed a lot between 2000, when Codename 47 was released, and 2012, when we would get the sequel to Blood Money. We went from the GameCube, PS2, Xbox era of consoles to the PS3 and 360 generation. From the days when 3D games were still finding their ways, thanks to the benefit of more powerful hardware, to solidifying the recognizable structures of game design we're still by and large using today. 2000 to 2006 gave us 4 Hitman games in only 6 years, but the following 6 years wouldn't see a single one, with the only notable release being the poorly received 2007 movie. It would see IDOS taken over and merged with SCI Games, launching new initiatives with the Tomb Raider and Deus Ex brands, trying to modernize them for a new audience. ultimately ending in a complete takeover by Square Enix in 2009. Hitman went from being an early and prominent stealth action title to left behind and in danger of being forgotten about, with people speaking fondly of blood money and looking backwards to what Hitman was rather than what it could become. Sniper Elite comes out in 2005, Splinter Cell has Chaos Theory in 2005, Double Agent in 2006, and Conviction in 2010, all making changes and improvements to the series. Metal Gear Solid, the biggest name in the genre, puts out 2 in 2001, Snake Eater in 2004, Guns of the Patriots in 2008, and multiple portable titles. Even Thief puts out 2 titles, one in 2000 and the other in 2004. This was an industry and a genre that was rapidly evolving, taking cues from not only one another, but other genres entirely, pushing the envelope forward to stay relevant in an industry increasingly focused on bigger, more open-world titles. And by 2007, they weren't even the only ones trying to be Hitman. Death to Spies, released in 2007, and its sequel, Moment of Truth, released in 2009, were developed by Russian studio Haggard Games and published by IC Company. PC-only titles, they had another sequel on consoles in 2014 called Alekine's Gun that I am just now learning exist. These games are Hitman games. They have sneaking and stealth kills and disguises, but they also have a climbing key, throwing knives, hand grenades, and vehicles. Maps are largely open with discrete groups of enemies throughout. They represent this very strange evolutionary pathway, an intermediate step between Hitman 2 and Metal Gear Solid 5. And they're fine. They play a little janky in the modern era, the shooting could absolutely use some work, and the openness of the levels don't really help make it more interesting so much as make it longer. But it shows even here that other studios were experimenting with not only what Hitman games could be, but what stealth action games could be. Even Metal Gear Solid was experimenting with outfits circa Snake Eater. It was clear that there was room for experimentation, for growth within this genre, to take the ideas perfected in Blood Money and tweak or add to them, such as more open level design and vehicles, rather than constricting it down or making it more mainstream. This is the era that gives us Mass Effect, Spore, Dead Space, Mirror's Edge, and Dragon Age out of EA. It sees Ubisoft reinventing Rainbow Six and Ghost Recon multiple times alongside Splinter Cell, while giving us a trilogy of Far Cry and Assassin's Creed games, which will both see their own evolution in the stealth and action genres. Even Square Enix, now owners of Eidos, who own IO, who make Hitman, if you're getting lost, were experimenting in this era, putting out games like Nier and the cult classic Sleeping Dogs. And now we return to IO. The company itself changes, going through a series of acquisitions as the industry swirls around them. There had to have been a sense within the company that with Blood Money they achieved what they set out to do with the Hitman franchise. That while they might have ideas for a sequel, they had in essence hit the mark they were aiming for. In 2007, they released their first new IP since Freedom Fighters, a cooperative third-person shooter called Kane and Lynch, which comes out to reviews so mixed it triggers the Jeff Gerstmann GameSpot controversy that birthed Giant Bomb. In 2008, 4 of the founders leave to reform a separate company called Rito Moto, with 6 further IO employees following them later that year to work on Heroes and Generals, a free-to-play first-person shooter that I apparently own and have no memory of. In 2009, IO makes Mini Ninjas, a family-friendly third-person character action game with some light stealth elements. Immediately following that, Eidos gets bought out by Square Enix, and IO goes on to release Kane and Lynch 2 in 2010. This was a studio that had very much drifted from their Hitman roots, they had lost much of its leadership team across the way, and was now several rungs deeper in the org chart. And all of this is context for what would happen next, for IO's return to their firstborn franchise and the series that put them on the map. Let's talk about Absolution. Hitman Absolution is a strange anomaly on the timeline of the series, and no, I'm not going to make another Zelda 2 comparison. Some of you have come to this section explicitly to hear me bash the ever-living crap out of Absolution, and you're going to be disappointed, because I like Absolution. I'm willing to bet many of you do too, even if you're afraid to admit it. I still remember when my brother got it for me for my birthday, popping it into my PS3 and putting the same dozens of hours into it as I had every other Hitman game. Absolution is by no means a bad video game, as we'll get to, and it has reviews in line with every other Hitman game. So why does the fan base wrinkle their nose at it? The gut reaction to Absolution is not that it's bad, it's that it's different, that it doesn't feel like Hitman. And there's some truth to that. Hitman Absolution forgoes the sandbox nature of its predecessor in favor of the slick third-person action games of the era, drifting closer to the new Tomb Raiders and Splinter Cells than Blood Money. And yet, with the benefit of hindsight, we can see that while Absolution may not be perfect, while it may not be everyone's Hitman or the direct sequel we wanted, it is a bridge that gets us from where we were to the promised land where we're going. Is there a tortured Wind Waker metaphor in here? Could we argue that like Blood Money is Ocarina and 2016 is Breath of the Wild, making Absolution like the Wii waggle remote of the franchise? Probably not. Absolution jackknifes its narrative right out of the gate. If you hate the story, it feels like someone flipping a tractor trailer, and if you love the story, it feels like a cool motorcycle slide before an explosion goes off in the background. As someone going from game to game, it merely feels like we're missing a chapter, like there's a Hitman Phantom Pain out there that's meant to go in between Blood Money and Absolution. Following the ICA's destruction in Blood Money, it has been rebuilt, seemingly stronger than ever, with 47 and Diana falling back into their Hitman ways. The game opens with news that Diana has gone rogue, working secretly to destroy the ICA from the inside out. She's gone on the lam, and 47 is given the contract to take her out. That raises a lot of questions, but at least we're getting more character out of 47 in this one cutscene than we have in the entire franchise up to this point. Holy shit, there's proper controller support. No more claw hand keyboarding for me. Starting the actual game, we get another slick HBO-style cutscene, because those were all the rage back then. And 47 is looking noticeably older. With the power of the PS3, you too can have more wrinkles than ever. The developers make sure to have 47 arrive at the first mission in an ice cream truck to A, remind us of Blood Money, and B, let us know that the dark palette tones and gravelly voices aside, they aren't going to take this too seriously. Diana handles the tutorial and lets us know we have Batman vision. 47 handles the briefing, given that Diana is MIA. He tells us Diana saved his life, putting this firmly after Blood Money, and that she kidnapped a girl that belonged to the agency. You can feel the writing getting wobbly here, the tonal sway between the HBO special and the ice cream truck, of trying to get us caught up to whatever the story is without spending too much time on laying the framework. Absolution wants to get us into the action, and that action involves being a cover shooter in which bins have been upgraded to hold two bodies in case we want to get inappropriate with a corpse. We have checkpoints instead of saves, can whip knives at the back of heads 2 years before John Wick, and only have to worry about disguises being seen by the type who wears them. which may be Absolution's biggest change to the stealth gameplay. So guards will only see through a guard uniform, and gardeners will only see through a gardener uniform, instead of having strict areas a disguise can be used in. The instinct meter can be burned to push past suspicious guards. There's evidence now, and you know what? I'll just let Diana explain.
Throughout the game, you will find evidence. Removing the evidence will award you rating points and instinct.
Our score is displayed in the top left in real time, deducting as we kill people who don't need killing, and finishing the level with a high enough score gets us a permanent upgrade in the form of a perk. 47 finds a rubber ducky in the bath and a Diana in the shower because this game is made out of my late night dreams, and IO still doesn't have enough women writers on staff. We shoot Diana, which is not cool, but she doesn't blame us because she wrote down all her feelings in a letter. She wants us to take the girl she kidnapped because the agency is up to some Ortmeyer shit, and 47's clone PTSD compels him to do the right thing as Diana lies dying on the floor. Our Batman vision comes with a Red Dead mode, and that's the level. The tutorial works, folding the mechanical introduction into the story and blah blah blah, we've covered that. The only real annoyance is the audio balancing in this game, which is way off. The cutscenes mumble, whisper, quiet with the gameplay pumped up, forcing me to ride the volume like I'm dodging commercials on TV. And while it introduces us to the story and gameplay, the tutorial really shows us the central divide of Absolution and the subsequent rift in the player base. Because playing through the tutorial, we can see this is a perfectly functional, fun, stealth action game. It's just lacking in that Hitman identity. Swap out 47's character model and the logo, and there's nothing to separate this apart from anything else coming out at the time. This is further exacerbated by the story, using the same dad adoptive child thing that was everywhere in the 2010s, from Logan to The Last of Us and even God of War. It's a functional start, but one that's indicative of things to come. 47 hides the girl in a church because that worked so well for us the last time, and she has a fancy necklace that may or may not contain microfilm. We need info, but somehow don't have any money anymore. I guess we're still tithing it in the off season, and have to go to a guy named Birdie to get it. He, like Diana back in Silent Assassin, wants us to do a job in exchange for the information we need. The writing isn't subtle here, but it gets the job done. The missions are now so small they don't need a map, and Birdie handles the briefing because Diana is dead. We get this really cool shot of entering Chinatown and are instantly right at home in a street level, with big crowds, places to poke around, disguises to steal, and various methods of murder to employ. Although I suppose street stage is more accurate, as levels are now broken up into smaller chunks called stages. The jank in the controls still leads to some unintentional restarts, because Hitman made all the worse this time around from the lack of a save load. This is, however, mitigated by the small scope of the stages and limited objectives, meaning even when we're forced into a restart, we're never 2 or 3 minutes away from where we left off. Tedious, but tolerable. No, I'm not happy to see you, that's just a sniper rifle in my pocket, and reinforcements will get called in if we upset the neighbors. Guards are further enhanced by a far more robust alert system, with individual states of suspicious, hunting, and hostile, each state dynamically spreading out from a witness through the guard population like a virus. This is far better than the level-wide alerts of stages past, and allows you to contain an outbreak if you're fast enough. More and more stealth games are moving to this kind of model, but I really wish they would find their way into RPGs. We can use mobs as cover Assassin's Creed style, and there's a host of ways to kill our target as you would expect. There's the sniper rifle, blowing up his car, or poisoning everything from his drugs to his coffee to his lunch. Getting the Silent Assassin rating gets us a huge point bonus, practically guaranteeing we get the upgrade for the level. And the end screen shows us all the stuff we missed, introducing us to the new challenge system. The end screen of a level highlights all the various challenges we can complete, items we can pick up, and so on. Completing challenges awards score multipliers, making it easier to unlock perks. But the real incentive here is replayability. The smaller stages and multitude of items to interact with combines into a sort of post-level checklist, encouraging us to go back in and find them all. While significantly smaller than we're used to, this level does feel like Hitman, even if it's Codename 47 it reminds us of and not Blood Money. Hell, killing the guy in the pagoda is the first mission of Hitman 1, and thus of the series, right up to including the sniper rifle. If we're looking at only the microcosm of this stage, we've got disguises and weapons and poisons, oh my. We've got zones and need disguises to get into those zones, even if those zones are now back alleys and side shops instead of backyards or other buildings. It's Hitman, just smaller. It almost feels like this is what Contracts was trying to be, a revamped, reimagined version of Hitman 1. The levels being split into stages is the biggest departure here, and an almost throwback to Codename 47 and Silent Assassin's design, where each stage represents a distinct chunk of stealth, action, or assassination style gameplay. Each stage has its own score and resulting perk to unlock. Alarms do not carry over between stages, even in the same level, meaning you can go loud in one and quiet in the next. There's also no loadout mechanic this time around, somewhat hampering replayability, and meaning we go in with the same limited toolset each time. 47 decides to cut off his barcode, and Birdie sends us to a rundown hotel to find a guy who's trying to find the girl. We see some evidence in a locked room, get greedy, and immediately pay for it. And the controls are probably the most interesting thing to talk about here. The level design is nothing special. We've got alternate routes to our path, including inside the lobby or multiple ways through the basement. It's less the open sandbox design of games like Blood Money and more emblematic of the branching paths style level design employed by more modern action games. Each stage is a bite-sized chunk tied together in a linear fashion, with little interplay between them. The controls, however, are surprisingly intriguing, modernizing into an over-the-shoulder style resembling the latter Resident Evil games. The shooting is solid. Enemies will flank 47 and even post up outside of doors. The difference between this and a survival horror game is that this time, we're the horror doing the hunting. And maybe it's the pulp aesthetic of the game, starting off with Chinatown and the rundown hotel, or maybe it's just the Batman vision and the blue-black color scheming to everything. But it has a distinctly detective vibe to it, both in the poking around and in the shooting itself. Like, imagine if they made an LA Noire 2 that controlled this good. Upstairs, we find a fetish film because Hitman can climb vents and poke around rooms, including this crime scene in a throwback to Contracts. No ghost this time, though. And finally, there's the score, which does shape gameplay. Though the game penalizes you in real time, it doesn't care if your disguise is blown. Killing guards doesn't matter so long as you do it clean and remember to hide the body, as the points even out. This is a game that doesn't care about the distinction between lethal and non-lethal, only whether you are seen or unseen. Our fourth mission, level, whatever we're calling them this time around, is less even. We apparently only kill people in cutscenes now. Or not. This scene full of well-rounded, likable characters makes not even a bit of sense. Our powerful, genetically engineered super soldier is knocked unconscious because the plot demands it. A villain who will spend the game killing with zero compunction leaves us alive because the plot demands it. These aren't people, they're cartoon characters. This is in service of a linear action sequence identical to anything you would find in Uncharted, Tomb Raider, Fallen Order, Splinter Cell, or a billion other things, restricting players into sections that look good but have minimal gameplay. It's one of my least favorite design directions over the past 15 years, and I don't love it here. And then there's a library straight out of the Arkham games. It's a line of sight puzzle like the wine cellar back in Blood Money. The guards can all see and patrol near other guards, meaning we need to carefully deduce the order to take them out in if we want to slip by. The more we take out, the more room we have to maneuver. Perfectly functional stealth puzzle. And I love this little beat we get at the end of all the cops coming through the door right as we're about to make it out. That was a nice touch. From there, it's up to the rooftop for a helicopter sequence, cause what's more Hitman than a helicopter sequence? Although I suppose Codename 47 did make helicopters canon. Jokes aside, this section feels awful as neither the gameplay, moveset, or character is suited for it. To recap, we're now playing a Hitman game in which the murders happen in cutscenes, but the helicopter chases do not. There's more stellar writing from IO in the form of a hippie grow-op and cops who pass the time with cavity searches. We put the tape in the stereo to lure the guards away from the elevator and finally make it to a train section that I actually liked. We have to use the crowd as our only cover, avoiding the cops as we get the trains running again to act as our escape. This is still a linear section, but where the previous ones all feel like they're ripping off better movies, this feels like something 47 might actually get up to. Or maybe I'm just nostalgic for all the times I wound up in these situations while traversing the DC Metro system, which I'll remind you is still crap and still doesn't have bathrooms. The most interesting thing to me here is how much this mirrors Hitman 1, with its focus on action and segmented level design. And it's for much the same reason. In Codename 47, IO were trying to discover the series, to determine what makes a Hitman game a Hitman game. And in Absolution, they're trying to reinvent what these games are. In both the games, they're exploring the series they want to make. We get a flashback because Hitman, where the cowboy talks to this guy and it doesn't matter. The next level is a strip club because Hitman, with a design functionally identical to Chinatown. With a big center hub we can move around, with small side areas pocketing off from it. Less a hub and spoke and more of a pool table, if you will. And I could go through the trouble of killing him the canonical way while he's with the stripper, but we'll just drop him in the pisser as is tradition. We get a silent assassin bonus for our trouble, and there's a dead stripper we can use as a distraction because Hitman. Gross. The convenience store goes a whole lot sideways because I wasn't paying attention, so we set the place on fire, shoot our way out, and head past some witnesses because the game doesn't care if we're seen even a little bit. The level ends in another outdoor area trying its very best to be a proper bit of Hitman. There's rat poison to yoink soups we can rat and motorcycles we can soup. Plus a katana for interacting with the backs of heads, a basement full of explosives, and a chipmunk costume for some reason. I'm once again not paying attention, so everything goes medium sideways, and I shoot a bunch of people. We think Birdie's been kidnapped, but really he's just selling us out, as 47 does his best impersonation of Miss Frizzle, and that's Chinatown. We're off to the orphanage where the exposition kindly informs us all the kids are away on a field trip. Our MacGuffin is sick, so we Joel and Ellie our way to the elevator where the bad guys are killing nuns and trashing an orphanage, so we're going to murder absolutely all of them. Let it be known I do not take kindly to hostage situations. The guard lets us know he's a good Catholic who keeps a shotgun in the basement. There's a fire axe to fire axe dudes with, and there's a syringe I'm contractually obligated to kill at least one person with. The bad guys get the girl anyway because the plot demands it. We kill some more people and they get away with the girl anyway because the plot demands it. This level is what we mean when we say this isn't a bad video game. It just doesn't feel like Hitman. The gameplay here is solid, even if the writing is not. The shooting feels good, the environment is interesting, and there's lots of toys to interact with, from robots to fire axes and pianos. And while we can cat and mouse our way between the two floors, this is ultimately a linear sequence with nothing to separate it from, say, The Punisher. Swap out 47 for Frank Castle, and this looks like a sequel to that game instead of Blood Money. It's also abundantly clear from the Chicago setting and goon outfits that the principal influence of this one isn't James Bond and GoldenEye, but of The Dark Knight, released in 2008, and Arkham Asylum, released in 2009, compared to Absolution's 2012. Again, nothing wrong with that. Both GoldenEye and those Nolan films were reboots, after all. But in the era of the 2010s, this stuff was everywhere. I mean, throw a rock anywhere in that decade and you're going to hit a third-person action game about gruff dudes and washed-out color palettes and their adoptive kids. It became a running joke for a reason. Hitman was always special because of its uniqueness. You couldn't get the experience it had to offer anywhere else outside of mediocre Russian knockoffs. In the same way that Bethesda stayed relevant because they were the only place you could get that specific brand of RPG, Hitman was the only place you could get this brand of stealth. But with Absolution, you can get that brand anywhere. It's a perfectly fine video game, but there's nothing to set it apart aside from dressing up like a chipmunk. Mission 7 has 47 flashbacking to Diana in the shower because what else are you going to do on a long drive to South Dakota? Not that I'm in a position to judge on this one. Our bad guy is revealed to be so dumb he didn't know who he was kidnapping and we're off to a bar. We flip the bar fight switch, then participate in said bar fight, and then talk to the bartender because this is a Hitman game. And that's the entire level. Next. We get a shot of some mysterious legs, only much to our disappointment, they're not Diana this time because remember, she's dead. Birdie gives our suitcase to the agency, and it only now occurs to me that's why there's no loadout mechanic, even if I disagree with it. And yes, I know there was a loadout mechanic in the contracts mode. You can save your comments. I didn't cover it because it no longer works because studios don't maintain their games. The dealer has our silver ballers and we get some actually good dialogue between him and 47, which is a breath of fresh air as far as this game is concerned. They immediately ruin that goodwill by having us enter a shooting competition where the entire joke is that she's a girl. You know, I can't remember the last time I saw a side quest in a linear game. We win on the first try thanks to Red Dead mode and me having played entirely too much of these games, and that's the level. Sure, there are other ways you can beat this one, but this was the intended path and also the easiest. The next level is the one I think about most in Absolution, the one I find myself thinking back to from time to time. It has easily the best setup of any of the missions in this game and a really interesting theme. It's another street level, but instead of being a crowded market or a parade in New Orleans, it's an actual main street. This is a concept Wolfenstein: The New Colossus would revisit years later, and to much the same appeal, contrasting the absurdity of the idealized version of America with the insanity of its gameplay. It's a fantastic concept for a Hitman level. The level is functionally one long strip, with smaller pockets of explorable area spread throughout, including a convenience store, a donut shop, a garage, and a junkyard. It's filled with characters having idle conversations and wondering about the upcoming fair and in general going about their lives. This is the same concept as the suburb level from Blood Money, but instead of simply copying it with a few tweaks as the hotel levels so often do, this one took the time to really reimagine the concept and came up with something that stands out on its own. And then the gameplay cocks it all up. We have 3 targets, the members of Lenny's gang, and they split up and stick to various areas of the level. Each area has distinct ways of killing said targets and a formula very familiar to Hitman, but none of the methods seem to work all that well. We see a gas pump and have played these games before, so we know that we can tamper with it. But thanks to societal progress, he doesn't actually smoke beside it. I even go so far as to break into his apartment and tamper with the stove, but still no boom. Hell, I went so far as to put some remote explosives next to said leaking stove, hoping to get enough of an explosion to throw him out the window. Nope. Still didn't do it. I ended up just walking upstairs and interacting with the back of his head thanks to the silver ballers. We kill another guy quickly and quietly because he happens to be standing there, and a third guy a little less quietly because it's late and I'm getting impatient. If you think back to the suburbs level, that one was a fun little funnel puzzle. We're outside the house and we need to get inside the house, and we do it with clowns or donuts or rifles. But what's the challenge here? Where's the thought process? It ends up feeling like more a side beat in that alternate universe detective game than, Hitman. The next stage is the barber shop, and I immediately remember I still have a remote explosive and go loud from the start. You know what they say, in for a Lenny, in for a pound. We finally kill said Lenny only for the game to decide maybe don't do that. So we do it all over again and have to drag him to the exit, which I guess is funny. And this is where Absolution and previously Hitman 1's design decision of chopping up these larger levels into smaller stages damages the overall package. If you take the barbershop and the main street portions and combine them into one level, smooth out the assassinations along the way, you have one of the strongest levels in Hitman history. Cool theme, cool options. But by dividing them up, you end up with two relatively weak stages that don't have much to offer. Being able to enter all these areas, having to take out all the targets without raising too much of an alarm, would be a great challenge to the player, while offering them the flexibility of different assassinations, and encourage them to explore all the nooks and crannies. Hitman. As it is, it just ends up feeling like other sections from other games. I know IO revisit concepts a lot in their games, probably to their detriment if we're being honest, but this one is worth another stab. Mission 10 is less of a mission and more of a narrative interlude of strung together cutscenes, most of which inform us that the necklace turns the girl into Captain America, but she's sickly and weak without it. There's that one lady from the fetish movie, because Hitman, and then we make Lenny dig his own grave because some cliches are useful. We kill Lenny in the desert and get this very helpful hint that Lenny is dead, because the game thinks we're stupid. Then we shoot this stick of dynamite and die because we actually are stupid. There's nothing wrong with this narrative beat. It's an interesting idea for executions of major characters, instead of having them take place anticlimactically in a larger stage. We get a cutscene of a dog being murdered because poetry, where Dexter is the bulldog and where the snake. Our next mission is just an open action area, and it highlights one of the biggest problems of how Absolution's writing intersects with its gameplay. No, we're not going into a history lesson on ludonarrative dissonance. You have the same Google I do. The problem here is that this area is explicitly the antagonist's hideout, filled with his goons. These aren't everyday street cops or security guards with some semblance of innocence. These are just mooks. Narratively, there is no reason to be stealthy here, or to avoid killing people. The only conceivable danger is that they might kill the girl, but we know they aren't going to because the whole story involves them auctioning her off. And mechanically, there's no reason to be stealthy because the shooting is way better and more fun than creeping around in this game. So yeah, I guess everyone dies. They have body armor, but that doesn't protect their head and balls, and there are so many of them, I'm in danger of running out of ammo. I take a proximity mine for later and head off to the city from Dark Souls. The game gives us even more landmines to play with, so we do that, and then the game crashed, so I had to do it all over again. We do that, power up an elevator, because video games, and then continue on. In the second section, we piss off an entire hornet's nest and then retreat to cover so our weapon's greater effective range can do the talking for us. Remember kids, real-life weapons have stats too, and they're important. We explore around, blow up a car, kill a guy in a suit, and then don't kill a dog, because while I'll murder unarmed civilians all day long, it's important to have standards. As far as third-person action games go, I like this area. The bridge is cool, you got the doghouse, the bit by the gate, the shack to explore. and the lobby is fun to fight through. This isn't much different either in layout or execution than a Hitman 2 level. There's nothing wrong with this. Works as a fun shootout, works as a serviceable stealth level if you're into that sort of thing. For what this game is going for, it could have used more of these. Mission 12 is another set of action set pieces. The fetish nuns show up because Hitman and the 70s grindhouse aesthetic is fully cemented. We get a code and open a door because Hitman, and ignore a hostage because we can't interact with him except in the usual way. How much money do you need for a secret underground base anyway? Maybe buy my books so I can afford one. And no, I'm not telling you what I'm going to use it for, it's personal. There's a minefield full of pigs because if you're going to have set pieces, you might as well have fun with them. We kill this guy with his own landmine because poetry, and then can't press the release the pigs button because I shattered the glass floor, and that probably would have been the smarter way to kill him. There's a corridor with a bunch of guys who have never heard of a fatal funnel, and oh hey, it's the stripper from before. We let her live because we're nothing if not merciful, and then do the Under Siege 2 thing with the cake. Ask your parents. Dude has a giant missile silo in the basement, get your mind out of the gutter, and this is just another Bond level. Audio logs and arc throwers with some fun verticality and side passages to add to the shootout's flexibility. I murder a war crime level of civilians because working for a Bond villain makes them fair targets, destroy some clone research, and that's the level. It's these kinds of missions that leads me to say this isn't a bad game, regardless of how Hitman you think it is. The shooting here is fun, the level design is fun, the environments are fun, I'm having fun. There just isn't much to discuss here outside of how much they'll return to this kind of thing in their upcoming Bond game. Then we get to the warehouse where we have to fight a roided up Danny Trejo. I'm low on ammo and there's a lot of dudes, so discretion is in order. We boom some booms and shoot some shots. We use the side door, avoiding the fight because even though that will make better game capture for the video, I'm no dummy. The second area is full of nominally innocent civilians depending on your definition of innocent, so I resist my urge to war crime. The layout here is, well, it's not a street level, not really a pool table level either, because there's nowhere to go. We've got a bar and upstairs and nothing else, not even a bathroom. So I guess we'll call this a crowd stage. I get impatient, we shoot some people, find a bunch of weapons, opt for the explosives, and blow up the bad guy David and Goliath style before playing hide and seek with a corpse in a closet, and that's the level. Just kidding, we do it all again, take out everyone, including the backup with our limited ammo, thanks to a ridiculous amount of headshots, grabbing the wrestling outfit and then doing the thing everyone wants to see. There's a quick time event, 47 takes his mask off, spitting in the face of decades of luchador tradition, and we do a little Batman interrogating. We let him back up for the sake of honor, kill him, get our silver ballers back at checkout, and that's actually the level this time. 47 is in the shower, showing we can treat the genders equally, and then a bunch of fetish nuns show up, proving we can't. 47 squeezes through one of those loading screens that aren't a loading screen, and we begin the mission in the best outfit that's ever been in a Hitman game. This is the motel level, and it has the exact same problem in almost the same way as the Main Street level. A motel is a really cool idea for a level. It takes the hotel design they've done to death and reimagines it in a way that is not only thematically different, but mechanically different. Hotels are a nested series of tight corridors and small rooms, each with their own access privileges. A motel takes that same concept and turns it inside out, making it into an outdoor level of distinct zones with long lines of sight, like how all those shopping malls are turning into town centers. All of that is squandered here for what is effectively a boss fight. They offer token gestures of disguises to steal and coffee to poison, but the paths are linear with the action taking us from cover to cover as we mow guys down. Hotel levels, aside from having strong layouts, are fun to play through because they're fun to explore, often filled with wacky characters or bellhops getting busy or wandering ghosts. And motels go doubly for that. I used to work at one in Florida that no longer exists, and aside from most assuredly being a money laundering operation, we had more weirdos staying in that motel than you can fit in the next GTA. But there's none of that on display here. The rooms aren't even accessible. It's just another coat of wallpaper on a linear corridor in which we shoot dudes. The final area is thankfully an improvement, providing us with a cornfield to pick people off in. We interrupt a stand-up meeting with an automatic shotgun and swap out our disguise, because the only thing cooler than a floral satin nightgown is a scarecrow. Getting picked off in a cornfield by a murderous scarecrow has to be up there on people's nightmare list, and it makes a nice little set piece more in line with 47's vibe than, say, a minefield lab full of pigs. It all adds to this overriding theme present throughout Absolution of it being a horror story, but in which we're the horror. I think that's a compelling idea for a Hitman game, even if it's not what I personally want from this series. Here's an idea I just had. You know how earlier I said this would make for a good control scheme for a detective game? Someone should make a game where you alternate between the two, between the killer and the cop trying to catch them. Play one level as the killer in the same way we have been, and then go through the level again as the detective, documenting and solving their own crime scene. Now that's a video game. This video game continues with an absurd cutscene where a bunch of detectives say the word Hitman like it's the name of a superhero, and then we're off to a corrupt courthouse. This might be the strongest level in the game, even if it's a bit lacking. The concept is cool, always essential for a good Hitman level, and it has a layout similar to what we would expect. There's a sword I can't steal and a ladies' room we can spy on, though thankfully empty this time around. And have I mentioned the trespassing icon yet? Because it's super useful. There's judge outfits and gavels and law libraries. Been in one of those before. Come to think of it, I've been in a lot of Hitman locations before, including courthouses. Don't worry about why. Juvenile records are sealed for a reason. Anyway, the major letdown in this level is that there just isn't much going on, and what's there is impeded by the game's mechanics. Aside from some wackiness with the disguises, there's only one way forward. Sure, there's some side rooms and computers to mess with, but none of that really matters. And like a lot of Absolution's levels, the disguises here become more of a liability than an asset. In previous games, disguises were tiered, each disguise getting you past certain people or into certain areas, with higher tiers opening up more of the maps. Throughout Hitman's franchise, you can generally divide these into 3 tiers of outfit. Tier 1 being like cook outfits or bellhops that get you into some early locations, but offer little else. Tier 2 tend to be guard uniforms, greater risk in acquiring them, but they let you go to more areas and carry weapons openly. And then we have Tier 3 disguises, the rarest and hardest to get, but which let you go functionally anywhere. The biggest drawback to this system in earlier implementations was how thin the disguise was. Get too close to someone or move too quickly and it blew away like paper mache. Absolution tries to solve this problem by saying, okay, only the same kind of person wearing that disguise can see through it. So only guards can see through guard disguises, and only gardeners can see through gardener disguises. The intent is to have you weave your way through the level, slipping through the gaps and swapping disguises when necessary. It's a line of sight stealth puzzle, no different than Metal Gear Solid. Where it falls apart is levels like this. A guard uniform here should be something I, as a player, want to get. It takes quite a bit of risk to do so, as guards tend to be more vigilant, harder to isolate, and armed, meaning if it goes south, it's going to go very south. The reward should be getting a higher tier disguise that lets me move freely and carry a weapon openly. A clear exchange of risk and reward, of cost and benefit. But in Absolution, stealing a guard uniform just screws me over. It's a courthouse, there are guards everywhere. I can move more freely in this level in my suit than a disguise, and that's a major problem. It limits me from what should have been a reward, and honestly why the conversation around Absolution bugs me so much. Anytime this game comes up, all we hear about is how it's not Hitman. But that's just not true. Levels like this one, like the mainstream segment and Mine Factory, would fit in right alongside Hitman 1 and 2. Hell, add 2 targets and an objective, and it would fit in alongside contracts. When people say these games aren't Hitman, what they mean is that it isn't Blood Money, and that's not really fair to the franchise. It would be like comparing every Zelda game to Ocarina, and I mean, let's face it, that's exactly what happened for a good 15 years there. But which, if we had listened to, would have denied us everything from Wind Waker to Breath of the Wild. Having that sort of pithy castaway comment is not only unfair to the game, it's unfair to the lessons we can learn from it. If you look at this level and think this isn't Hitman, first off, you're just wrong. And second off, you miss the deeper lesson. You fail to see how the implementation of disguises in this game and the lack of player freedom lessens the overall design. This game is undeniably a Hitman game, but one that made changes to the formula in order to freshen up others. Some of those changes works and would be instrumental to the connective tissue that leads into the later games. And some of those changes didn't, stumbling along the way to progress. But that conversation, at least to me, is way more interesting than is this Hitman or not. We get electrocuted because the plot demands it, and can break free now because the plot demands it. There are fire alarms and choking people sneaking through vents and rooms full of guns. The next area once again incentivizes stealth because, as the stage name says, we're outgunned. I'm so busy thinking about how this level layout reminds me of XCOM that I royally cock up this takedown, and we're back to shooting. I murder some people, put 47 into Overwatch because I've played Enemy Unknown before, and gun these guys down while they're on the move. We follow a blood trail through a shoe store and get to a scene straight out of Fear with the smoke demon SWAT guys. And look, I'm sure this bit is cool if you stealth through it. They even make a fun noise when they die, but I'm tired and don't feel like it. We finally make it to that fair they've been talking about since Main Street, and I can't hit a broadside of a barn with a sniper rifle, so we let the landmines do the aiming for us. The whole sequence is just straight out of whatever Ubisoft turned Ghost Recon and Rainbow Six into, and eventually leads us to a church. This is another Lenny-style assassination, and damn is it pretty. We have a Red Dead Vision boss fight, and then Ave Maria plays, because everyone liked that the first time around, even though it in no way fits with this scene even in the slightest. Maybe they're trying to make it like 47's theme. This is just the sanitarium logo all over again. Another narrative interlude has us driving back to Chicago and picking up a new suit. No flashback to Diana in the shower this time, but I suppose we've driven that joke into the ground by now. This is a good narrative beat, but serves no real purpose. This is one of those scenes that fits better in, say, a movie than a video game. But there's nothing wrong with that. They kill the fetish queen because Hitman, and then we've got a building to break into. While this is once again relegated to 2 paths, one inside and one outside, both converging on the lobby, this feels like a proper Hitman level, with plenty of disguises, nooks, and crannies to break into. They've got this place locked down pretty hard, and I get impatient because I'm recording this gameplay capture on Thanksgiving, and I've got crap to do. I'm writing this script a few days before Christmas, and you can tell I'm filming it after Christmas because my brother got me this light bulb that changes colors, and I've been using it to edge light my face this whole time. just in case you were wondering how long these videos take to make. We kill some guys, take some clothes, and break into a place. As tempting as the guard uniform is, we go with the gardener, as there's less people that can see through it. Once inside, we can talk to the manager to get past the scanner, or hack the computer, with plenty of places to poke around. All in all, a fun little level. The second area takes us to the penthouse where we need to kill Layla. The game wants us to poison her, but I've still got some remote explosives, and she explores the penthouse on a loop. We kill her, do some exploring, and ogle all the fancy weapons. There's a samurai outfit, machine guns, a harpoon, and a whale skeleton to drop from the ceiling. Not to mention a sniper rifle, radio bong, and laser room full of exotic kill machines. Everything a growing hitman needs. This is another one of those levels, like the Main Street level, that if they combined both stages into one area would be indistinguishable from Blood Money. We make it to the end, have a cutscene where Victoria goes all John Wick on everything, and OBS crashed on me, meaning I lost all the footage and had to do it all again, which is why the capture and the narration don't sync up on this one. Happy Thanksgiving, everyone. The smoke is back, and this time there's a time limit because the roof is rigged with bombs. We're forced into a stealth section complete with Arkham-style gloating when you fail, and even shooting is useless, as being detected causes Dexter to blow up the roof anyway. The first minefield is cute, and the second minefield very much isn't, as it's a dead end. The only way through is a tiny vent that's easy to miss thanks to all the smoke. We get up to the helipad, and that's it. Gonna be honest with you, this section blows, and not just because of the bombs. The gameplay is weak, the consequences severe, and the ending anticlimactic. It feels tacked on, like the developers realized they needed a stealth capstone to mark the end of the game, and an ending for this antagonist, but didn't know what would make an interesting send-off. This section is neither challenging nor empowering, nor novel. Could have been a cutscene. We end on the girl throwing the money away like it's the end to Night of the Hunter, and have one final bit of exposition before we can get to the final mission. We're off to a cemetery in England where some ham-fisted exposition takes away all mystery or suspense regarding Diana's fate. The game gives us a sniper rifle and our silenced pistols, so we go to town. There's some more exposition letting us know this was a rogue ICA operation, and the ICA really is still our bestest friend because the status quo is never allowed to change. The graveyard fight is at least fun thanks to numerous enemies, different paths to cat and mouse them along, powerful weapons, and plentiful explosives. Then we have a boss fight in a minefield against 3 mini-bosses who have never been mentioned or set up in any way. We make short work of them thanks to said explosives and a powerful auto shotgun, and finish the game. Again, this feels tacked on, a boss fight for the sake of a boss fight. Then it's off to cutscene land where the bad guy gets shot, the girl gets saved, and we see Diana was alive all along. How, why, and when? Don't worry about it. The writers never bothered to think about it, so you don't have to. And that's Hitman Absolution. Look, I generally make it a practice not to criticize the work of other writers, because I am, myself, a writer. Friendly reminder to go buy my books. While I wouldn't go so far as to call it unethical to criticize the work of other writers, it is, at the very least, unprofessional. I wasn't in the room, I don't know what constraints they were under, I don't know the orders they were getting from their bosses. This isn't a judgment against the writer so much as the game. I'm going to make an exception and talk about it here, as I think it's important to understanding Hitman as a series. Hitman hasn't been a powerhouse of storytelling, but it has had a story. The first game is about clone Dr. Daddy using 47 to pick off his old buddies from the French Foreign Legion, who also happen to be the original DNA donors for the clone army. Cartoonish and pulpy, sure, and while the villains are just forgettable and lame, they at least show all the different sides and personalities of said clone, from calm and manipulative to crazy and machine gun wielding. 2's story is kind of a mess, with the whole kidnap a priest to get 47 to work for me because he needs money kind of thing. And while I wouldn't say they do a good job with 47's development over that game, he at least has an arc, even if it's one of a character in decline rather than redemption. You can see what they were going for. 3 isn't really a story, though they at least have a solid through line of events with the flashbacks, letting the scenes grow more desperate as the game unfolds, culminating in 47 having to shoot his way out. In Blood Money, we see time and time again that 47 is as emotionally closed off as ever, even as everyone around him, mainly Diana and CIA guy, show concern for him, ultimately ending up in Diana saving his life in an act of compassion he himself isn't capable of. It's not exactly nuanced, but it is real character work, and you can feel them putting in the effort, allowing for Diana to grow as a character and for 47 to learn a lesson along the way, even if the villain was a one-note, quite literal comic book villain. And then we get to Absolution, and they just throw it all out the window. Like, I get what they were going for, pulp 70s grindhouse blaxploitation doused under a thick layer of Batman Chicago with clear influences from the Arkham games. Like, this could have worked, especially in a mechanical framework of more narrative linear gameplay. But it just doesn't. And it's because of the characters. Diana has no agency except to take her clothes off and not die in a shower. Jokes aside, the reason I find characters like Diana and Mon Mothma attractive are because they are ambitious, intelligent, and competent. The Diana of these games isn't any of those things. She exists to get undressed, write a letter, and die on the bathroom floor. This is a series that has always had trouble with depicting female characters. And in Absolution, they take not only their best female character, but their best character overall, and turn her into the poster from Shawshank. 47's character exists only to do what Diana's letter tells him to, which would totally work, except they try and layer on this adoptive dad thing that just doesn't fit. Victoria exists to be moved from place to place and act sick and sympathetic, but also be a badass with no character or identity. And the villains are where this thing really falls apart. Not the least of which because we spend so much time with them, often with 47 having zero character knowledge of the conversation. They want these guys to be Batman villains so badly, but they just aren't interesting enough to be. Their entire character can be summed up as vile assholes. They're here to spew crude humor and be unlikable. This is like if South Park's writing were only the jokes and none of the social or political commentary. It's juvenile and cannot hold up under the strain of the rest of the game. They could have made Victoria a true ICA operation. Hell, they could have had the opening level be you breaking her out of the cloning facility, harkening back to past games under Diana's orders, only to learn in the second level that she had gone rogue and now you have to take her out. The bad guys could have been interesting characters within the ICA, fleshing out the agency and the people who make it up, instead of multiple characters who exist to be gross, insensitive, and stupid and die without fanfare or buildup. They could have made Diana's actions and 47's response actual character choices instead of things that happen before and after the game as a way of excusing the plot. This directly ties into the levels. We talked earlier about how difficult Mad Lib's style plotting is, but this game just doesn't put in the effort to make it work. Putting Victoria in the orphanage, sure, I'll give you that one. 47 himself goes to the Catholics for sanctuary when he's in trouble. It's all he knows. But literally everything else just makes him look dumb. Trusting Birdie, getting knocked out because the plot demands it, getting captured because the plot demands it, getting left behind because the plot demands it. At no point does our main character do anything clever or proactive or meaningful. He just exists to move us along the conveyor belt of the game's theme park storytelling. This game could have worked. They could have used these added narrative resources to flesh out this world, this agency, these characters, something, anything, instead of giving us jokes that were tired and cliche 20 years before this game came out. Look at how much world building and interesting character work John Wick was able to do in just one movie, and then compare that to this. Aside from the character assassination of Diana, both figurative and literal, and the eye-rolling joke characters, this is the game's greater crime. They had the opportunity to do so much for the world of Hitman here, and just threw it away in favor of scandalous spandex and one-note punchlines. Okay, so the story's bad. Is this a good game? Yeah, I think it is. I thought so at the time, and I still think so now. Regardless of how it came to be, or the compromises made in its decision-making, this is a fun video game. The stealth gameplay is rewarding, sneaking around and getting guys from behind is fun, not the least of which because the guards remembered where they last saw you rather than where you are, setting up great moments of cat and mouse, hit and run tactics. The challenge system is a good step towards replacing the garden shed, even if this game doesn't have loadouts. It gives us ample incentive to revisit levels, try out new methods of murder, and poke into all those backrooms we passed by, searching for weapons, pickups, and execution methods we missed the first time around. This is somewhat hampered by the score system, especially it being on screen, chastising you in real time. But at least they give us tangible rewards in the form of permanent upgrades, and tie it back into point bonuses we get for completing certain challenges. Strip the Hitman IP off this, and the game is a perfectly acceptable AA game of the era. It may not be entirely memorable, given how many trends it was overlapping with at the same time. Hell, this game is basically constructed out of them. But it is fun. And at long last, we arrive at the more difficult and dangerous question of Hitman Absolution. Is this a good Hitman game? I'm still not sure, even after all these years, even after playing back through it again for this video. Back when this game came out, my answer would have been immediate and unequivocal. No, it's not a good Hitman game. It's a good game, sure, but it isn't Hitman. But you know, it is. It absolutely is a Hitman game. If we strip out the connective tissue levels and the story levels, the bigger, more open style areas would fit right into Hitman 1, 2, or the back half of Contracts. They aren't as robust as the first half of Contracts or Blood Money, but they totally fit within Hitman's design ethos and the history of the franchise. The writing does too. These characters would fit seamlessly next to the characters from Hitman 1. The poor treatment of women and the sophomore jokes, ditto. This game is undeniably Hitman in its roots, origins, and execution. If you scrubbed the IP off this game and made someone play it, the first thing they would say is, it reminds me of Hitman. It reminds me of this time a friend and I were driving somewhere and this song came on the radio. I looked over and said, I don't know who this is, but they sound like a bad impersonation of Paramore. And my friend turned to me and said, this is Paramore. No shade against them, Riot and Brand New Eyes are still all-time bangers as far as I'm concerned. It's just that their sound changed, and they, as a band, changed alongside the industry, incorporating newer trends that I wasn't familiar with. That's what Absolution is doing. They're pivoting with the age, trying to keep up with the latest trends so they don't get left behind. Unfortunately for them, it just didn't come together as well as it should. It all ends up being fine, serviceable, just another video game. You'll notice how often in this section of the video, I defaulted to saying something was fun and moving on because there wasn't much else to say. You know, everyone credits the Beatles for their psychedelic period, which personally doesn't do it for me. But the Beatles didn't stay there. They lost a lot of fans, sure, but it was necessary to get them away from their teeny bopper origins and to Let It Be and Abbey Road. That experimentation allowed them to grow and reflect on their sound before rediscovering it and making two of the greatest albums ever recorded. Going through this process from the earlier games through Blood Money and into Absolution, experimenting with their style only to reemerge from the ashes was a necessary evolutionary process to get IO to a place where they could go on to make the greatest game the studio would ever produce and one of the greatest stealth action games ever made. It's time to talk about Hitman 2016. Hitman 2016 is going to be a difficult game to cover, not the least of which because there's some percentage of you that are very upset that I keep calling it that. See, Hitman 2016 is a game in 3 parts, called the World of Assassination Trilogy by IO, but one that is just a mouthful to say and doesn't acronym well, and 2 isn't actually true. The 3 games launched separately in a somewhat episodic fashion, we'll get there, and they were combined upon the release of the 3rd installment into one game accessed via a single launcher, with progress carrying over between the 3, and is, for all intents and purposes, one thing. And yes, there were minor changes to the controls and UI with each release. You don't care about that, and neither do I. And the story and narrative persist throughout each part to make one cohesive whole. So both for the sake of clarity and the sake of my sanity, I'm going to refer to it as Hitman 2016 throughout. You may leave your comments of displeasure below. A reminder that I do this for free, and while you are under no obligation to support me, it does help. Hitman Absolution released to positive reviews, in some cases more popular than Blood Money. Really, the only complaint across a variety of outlets was the sentiment echoed by the fanbase. This is a good stealth action game, it just isn't Hitman. Complaints aside, the game sold remarkably well for a Hitman game. Some 3.6 million copies, making it the strongest release of a Hitman game to date, outselling Blood Money 2-1. Unfortunately for IO, their new masters at Square Enix have a history of blaming their poor numbers on their Western studios, most notably being disappointed with Tomb Raider only selling 3.4 million copies in its first month instead of the colossal 6 million they were expecting. And that was back in 2013, by the way, just a year after Absolution's release. Also in 2013, IO went through some layoffs and an internal restructuring, with Square Enix announcing that IO would exclusively work on Hitman from then on. Most surprisingly of all, it was announced in the lead up to the game's release that it would be episodic, released one level at a time. This was a very bizarre decision for the video game industry in late 2015, early 2016. The episodic model of video game releases had been made possible by the rising dominance of the internet, and pioneered largely by Valve with Half-Life 2 Episode 1 back in 2006, and Telltale with Sam & Max in 2009. But it doesn't reach its zenith until 2011, when The Walking Dead and Fables launched Telltale to stratospheric success. But by 2015, Telltale was struggling under the weight of all that success, and the episodic model had already started to show major cracks in its foundation. In theory, it made total sense. Build a vertical slice of the game, put out a chunk, then put out subsequent pieces later, with the heavy lifting of programming, art, and animation already done. But in practice, it meant teams constantly crunching and schedules full of delays, as audiences lost interest waiting for the next chapter to release. While it is strange for the industry, you can see how it would make sense for Hitman. The series is made up of self-contained levels, and is primarily focused on the design of those specific levels, remixing shared concepts between them rather than making new mechanics and art assets. It's no wonder that IO decided to focus on a map like Paris, making it the vertical slice for the game, ensuring that all the rules, ideas, and mechanics were firmly nailed down in this one level before moving on to the next. So why not release it episodically, if that's how the game was going to be made to begin with? It was a bold choice for the time, borderline suicidal, but it did make a certain kind of sense. Hitman 2016, Hitman 6, World of Assassination Part 1, released in March of 2016, with 2 levels, the ICA facility, which is the tutorial, and Paris, the vertical slice. Coincidentally, that's when I started at the Department of Justice, which you didn't need to know, but it was a good month for me. Let's play some Hitman. Hitman 2016 opens with a flashback to 1999, because Hitman, showing 47's arrival at the ICA facility for the first time, some years after disappearing from Romania. We get an obligatory look-up chief, and then have our first meeting with Diana. The writing is much stronger here, with tons of character from both 47 and Diana right from the first moments. They even add one of my favorite lines in the entire franchise, of Diana choosing us, showing more agency out of her character in this game's first cutscene than we've seen out of any of her past incarnations. But the smartest decision this game makes is having the tutorial be an actual, real level. This isn't a carefully scripted sequence walking us through a facility like Sniper Assassin or Splinter Cell, or the linear sequence dictated by the level design like in Absolution. This is an actual level filled with all of the mechanics we will come to expect from the rest of the game. We start with a proper briefing. See that Batman Vision is back, though the instinct meter is not, and the save load is here in its ultimate form, with an infinite number of saves and plenty of slots. Restricted access, alternate paths, non-lethal takedowns, disguises, and hiding bodies are all here, and shown to the player within the first 30 seconds. And I just love the narrative beat of it being 47's choice to steal the clothes, and Diana being at first surprised, but then encouraging of it. That's a really strong writing hidden away inside a throwaway joke. Fuck, they even tutorialize the save load. And the presentation is just brilliant. The fake movie set styling of plywood walls and tarps in place of water, of Diana reminding you not to go too hard on the targets because they are just actors after all. It's far more inventive than another sanitarium or a holodeck or whatever other nonsense video games tend to come up with these days. Disguises have also been overhauled. We still get introduced to the concept of tiered disguises, how the mechanic can get us on the boat but not upstairs. And I am just now realizing that they used a mechanic's disguise to introduce the mechanic of disguises. God damn, that's some attention to detail. Master craftsmanship aside, they've gotten rid of the troublesome notion that anyone of the same type can see through that disguise, like with the guards in Absolution. Instead, there are enforcers, marked by this white dot, who are able to see through specific disguises. This not only makes the level design more interesting, giving us little alarms to bypass, it makes the disguises themselves far more useful, and fits better narratively within the world. It makes sense that a supervisor, for instance, would know who is and isn't on their crew. We can still blend into crowds like Absolution, and throwing weapons is now such a crucial mechanic, it's in the tutorial. Remember grocery carts? The game patiently walks us through how to navigate these levels as Diana invites us for a drink. I thought she'd never ask. The level finally ends with a lethal kill, and we're introduced to the challenge and mastery system. Brought forward and revamped from Absolution, giving us more reasons than ever to replay, experiment, and explore. But the real, true brilliance here is that once you finish the guided tutorial using the hint system, they dump you back into the same mission, this time explicitly telling you to go about it however you want, complete with some new toys to play with. This time we go in through a side entrance, trigger a generator, and steal the clothes off a cop. We have a variety of ways forward, including doors and ledges, but I want to knock out as many challenges in a single run as I can, so door it is. A second cop finds a gun and instead of sounding the alarm, decides to tidy it away. So we decide to tidy him away. And notice we're only gaining points here, not losing them like an Absolution. A little poison, a little cleaning, and take the boat exit for good measure, picking up our first silent assassin of 2016. But as the challenge system hints, there are plenty of other ways we could have gone about it. Coins to throw, yachts to board, explosives. We can even make it look like an accident from the starting position if we're patient enough. Or just use the shed full of guns. The shooting feels good, health regenerates, guards will attempt to flank us, and headshots are as satisfying as ever. We can even take the fake helicopter out this time for a bit of extra flair. All this freedom, and it's only the tutorial. Hitman 2016 has one more major component to show us, and created an entire second stage to do it. Some of the most iconic kills in the series, from the sushi to the opera house, are only doable if you know they're there, if you know they're possible. We've seen several times in this retrospective where I can poison something in one level, but not the next, or only learn of a particular assassination after a lot of trial and error. Hitman 2016 fixes this in two very important ways. For starters, due to the vertical slice turned episodic nature of the game, assassinations are now largely universal in a way they've never been before. Things like poisons, be they emetic or lethal, are always on the table, with targets presenting lots of opportunities for them. The second is the mission stories system, and it's one of the smartest things the Hitman series has ever done. Every level has multiple story missions, each of which highlight the steps necessary to showcase a different dramatic method of execution. Functionally, the mission stories serve as a mini tutorial for that specific level. They introduce us to the ins and outs of the map, its various areas, disguises, and tools on offer before letting the player cut loose and figure things out on their own. It not only gives us an excuse to replay the level and see the other stories, each one builds up our internal skill set, helping new players find their way, sparking fresh ideas of murderous inspiration in intermediate players, and outright getting out of the way of expert players who don't need it. The developers go even farther, allowing us to bounce back and forth between stories, finding them and abandoning them at will, without the harsh consequences of linear puzzle solutions like in past games. While tempting to say these two tutorials could have been combined, the first on the boat setting up basic controls and mechanics, and the second at the airfield highlighting the mission stories system, I think they made the right choice to break these out separately. Not only are mission stories important enough to get their own dedicated lesson, but it continues the arc the tutorials have had. In the first tutorial, it was the guided fare we expect. Go here, click this, look up Chief. The second tutorial allowed us to further explore the same level at our own pace with limited consequences. The third and final tutorial allows us to poke and prod at a new level, largely on our own, save for the training wheels of the mission story system. It's very cleverly thought out, and that's on top of giving us a whole new level to play with, rather than adding the mission stories tutorial to the boat. And this is a proper level, with a layout and complexity that can rival anything in silent assassin. We've got the inside area, the outside area, multiple disguises and paths to our objectives, made all the more enjoyable thanks to the added tools, challenges, and options available to the player. In actually playing it, Diana tells us to be gentle, which I find very satisfying for reasons I should probably discuss with my therapist.
Perfect. Now be gentle. He's an actor.
We trick a scientist into going through a botched startup sequence, get more Janus references for the GoldenEye fans, overflow sinks, choke people dressed as colonels, and solve chess conundrums. We finish the level, get some unlocks thanks to the new mastery system, and get a cutscene where Diana is happy we've outmaneuvered her boss, showing far more intelligence, ambition, and agency than writing a letter off screen and dying in a shower. 47 gets his codename.
That's not a name.
So make it one.
And we get a vision from the ghost of Hitman Past. Told you we drowned that guy, ending with the reveal of our antagonist and the setup for the first real mission, Paris. God, this game is good. Diana is back to lead us through a very stylish briefing, and we're still killing bad guys who are bad, so we don't have to feel guilty about all the murder. Following the briefing is each mission's planning stage, where we can select our loadout and starting location. These allow us to make use of all those rewards we've been unlocking. And while it's no garden shed, and believe me, can't believe I'm the one to say this, I think it's better than the garden shed. I love the idea of a hideout mechanic, of a place to go back to and rest between missions, where we can see all our hard scavenged weapons filling each space on the wall as we struggle to fill the void in our collective souls. The problem with Silent Assassin's Garden Shed or Absolution's challenge system isn't in the design itself, it's with the players. We're all a bunch of min-maxing ass min-maxers. The design intent behind the Garden Shed and the challenge system are the same. Show the player what they missed to encourage replayability. But that's not how we play, is it? We'll complete the objective in a level and then just run around killing literally everything that moves in a desperate search to get all the collectibles in one go. In Absolution, we'll make sure to touch every single weapon and put on every single disguise in a single playthrough to get all the unlocks as fast as possible, rather than pick them up individually on subsequent runs. I was doing it back on the boat, and that was just 2 stages ago, and it was the tutorial. The Garden Shed and the challenge system lead to a playstyle opposite the system's intent, turning players into bizarre hoarders rather than encouraging experimentation and replayability. Here in 2016, the last year of enlightenment before the world collectively lost its minds, IO Interactive revamps the idea of unlocking weapons and challenges into one far more powerful system. Playing a mission in all its various ways, from completing mission stories to enacting different assassination methods, to using different costumes, and even the basic mechanic of interacting with the backs of heads, are all rewarded with XP. The greater the challenge, the greater the reward. At the end of the level, all of this XP is totaled, leveling up that specific stage's mastery, each unlocking a reward of some kind. These come in the form of new weapons, new disguises to start the level with, or new locations to begin the stage from. The system is entirely constructed from rewards. XP is only ever given, not deducted, like the score in Absolution, and all unlocks are permanent. The player is no longer incentivized to collect every weapon because we don't keep them. Instead, we're incentivized to explore different murder methods, find new areas of the map, or figure out how to get rare disguises, all of which contribute to the leveling up. Even if we blow our cover and have to go out shooting, we still get experience for the trouble. The new starting disguises and locations add to this further, encouraging us to go back in and experiment without our preferred routes or assassination methods, viewing the level from new angles and approaches. They serve not only as an immediate reward, but as something to get our brains ticking with inspiration for further playthroughs. The whole system is brilliant. My only real knock against it is that some of the unlocks can feel like filler, but that's what happens when you have 20 levels spread across 24 stages. Also, and I admittedly only realized this during this playthrough, but there doesn't seem to be a default loadout button on the destination screen. Maybe I'm just missing it? While a small thing, it would be nice to have a reset button to switch back to the default costume and starting selection of each mission. Not only for retrospectives like this, but for competitive play or friendly bets like when Giant Bomb did their Hitman streams. Okay, on to the actual level. Paris is the single greatest level that's ever been in a Hitman game, and I'm about to spend an irresponsible amount of words attempting to explain why. One reason is the advance in technology, the power of modern systems able to create levels with sprawling crowds, verticality, and a density of interactable objects not possible in earlier eras. Part of it is the general advance in mechanical sensibility, the refinements we've seen over the 5 previous games that culminated into a toolset that gets out of the player's way as much as possible, while simultaneously giving them more tools to play with than ever. Picking up and dropping items is better. Movement is better. The inventory is better. It's all just so effortless, and that takes an insane amount of work, testing, and refinement for developers to get there. And while there's still some Hitman jank, a throw not going as planned, or a disguise getting seen through faster than normal, these things never really frustrate thanks to the infinite save load, allowing us to jump immediately back in. But all those things are true of the entire game. They have nothing to do with the level itself. According to general internet lore and other places I'm too lazy to source, Paris was designed as the game's vertical slice, the showcase, the testing room, and proving grounds for everything this iteration of Hitman would become. That meant that it not only got what was likely the greatest amount of attention compared to every other level, it meant they needed to make sure you could do all the game had to offer within this one place. It's not the technology or mechanics that makes Paris the best map that's ever been in a Hitman game. It's the map itself. Shout out to hitmaps.com, by the way. They make showing this stuff off really easy. I wish they did the entire series. At first blush, one could easily mistake this for an update of the embassy level from Silent Assassin. That, as you'll recall, had a funnel design, starting with an outer ring, an inner ring courtyard, and then the embassy itself. You might also, looking at this map, think of it as a hub, like many of the street levels, notably New Orleans, exhibits, with a central area or ring that has pockets and spokes splitting off from it. But Paris has a further refinement and introduces a new level design that this trilogy will employ frequently to great success. This is the bifurcated design, and Paris is perhaps its ultimate form. The museum is split into 2 halves, with a central corridor running through the middle. You can functionally visualize this as 3 rectangles, with the outer 2 holding most of the main areas, and the central rectangle serving as transitory space or thoroughfares. The outside areas serve as an outer ring for traversal, with the level scaling vertically both above and below. Each section is further divided into distinct areas in an almost grid pattern. It's pretty easy to see how one could design this on paper, boxing out sections, marking the doors and traversal paths between them, as we might do for dungeons in D&D. What makes these areas special is that they are visually unique, and serve a unique purpose within both the narrative of the level and mechanically to the player. Take a screenshot from anywhere in this level and you can immediately know where the player is. While this helps visually lock them in the player's memory, they all have a use that ensures the player wants to remember where they are. Whether it's a place to get a new costume, or cool weapons, or holds the secret to a fun assassination mission, there's virtually no wasted space in this entire map. The reason the embassy failed back in Silent Assassin is that the embassy itself was dreadfully boring, even taking the technological limitations into account. And the limited interactions and assassinations that brings with it, the layout of the embassy is completely forgettable. A two-story symmetrical box where every room is identical. And while the theming of Paris, it being a mansion, and its gimmick, it being a fashion show, are important to facilitating that memory, this can all be done in grayboxing. This is all raw design, easily communicated on paper. Every room has a purpose, and is designed in such a way to both stick in the player's memory and be easily accessible from virtually any direction. Paris is so well designed, both architecturally and visually, that you can learn the entire layout passively without ever thinking about it. The end result is that a player thinks of what they want, be it the instantly legendary Helmut Kruger disguise, or dropping a lighting rig on a stage, or mixing a poison drink, and knows immediately where it is and how to get there, no matter where they or their objective are. Not only can you traverse the level with ease thanks to stairwells, pipes, ledges, and basements, all things we've seen in past iterations of the game, you never get lost doing it. The silky smooth navigation combined with the fun theme and sheer amount of things to stumble across make the level a blast simply to walk around, even if we never interact with the back of a head or steal an outfit. It's not just a maze in which to find an exit or a puzzle to solve. It's a place we want to exist in and explore. The only danger here is that someone new, someone not used to the series, might get overwhelmed with all the possibility. But again, the mission stories save us, letting us stumble upon solutions, guiding us deeper in, less of an annoying forest fairy and more like Batman's Oracle. We can play bartender, drown a man in his own vomit, drag a body down 3 flights of stairs to hide him in a closet, launch fireworks, kill a model, dress up as a vampire, play with a diorama, have a little chat, drop a little poison, beam targets with remote explosives, drop winches, and walk the catwalk as 47 has always dreamed. Each disguise, each story introduces us to new areas to explore, new methods of execution, new everything, building up the player's knowledge base layer by layer, enhancing their toolset like murderous Lego, further empowering us to come up with solutions of our own. If you want to understand why Hitman works, if you want to understand what this series excels at, this is the only level you need. Paris is peak Hitman. It's where everything they've been working towards, everything they've been experimenting with and refining reached a catalyst, crystallizing into what Hitman was always meant to be, and it's the first level. We do and should use Mario 1-1 as a lesson in game design. It's perfect, especially for beginners. But if it was up to me, we'd add Paris 2016 to that curriculum. We're off to Italy to kill 2 people and do a thing, and by now, you get it. Hitman 2016 is awesome. It's the best Hitman and all the rest. The temptation here is to further gush about Sapienza, about the change in color tone and general aesthetic from the cold night museum to the bright pastels of the seaside town. To talk about how all the areas are visually distinct and a repeat of Paris. But what I actually want to do here is contrast them, because while Sapienza is a great level, and make no mistakes, it's one of my all-time favorites, it highlights one of the biggest changes in 2016's philosophy. If Paris was meant to show off Hitman's mechanics, Sapienza is trying to show off its sandbox. All the hallmarks of a great level are here. Wonderfully edited briefing, frisking, killing people at the grave of their parents, side paths, sewers, wood chippers, lazy employees, safe houses, street performers, cameras to destroy, guards to kill, hippies to choke, and towers to snipe in. Like Paris, Sapienza has a ton of interesting areas to explore. The plaza, the church, the other plaza, the ruined fort. And unlike a more nodal map, they're connected by interesting places too, like these beautiful European side streets, making this feel like a seaside Italian counterpart to Absolution's Main Street. But the playground is what disguises the problem. Because even though we can traverse secret tunnels and watch street performers, kill morticians, attend church like good Catholics, trespass, break bells, murder Marios, and pilfer crypts like bad Catholics, none of this has anything to do with Italy's mission, to kill two people and do a thing. Because all three of those objectives are in the manor and the biolab beneath it. Paris's map radiates out with interest, with the most relevant sections located towards the center, and the less relevant areas like the parking lots and hedgerows located farther away. But Sapienza's sort of slopes, with the most relevant bits being at the manor and the rest kind of sliding away from it. And sure, you can save your comments. I know there are mission stories that lure the targets out of the manor. But that stuff is only relevant in those specific stories if you seek them out. Most of the time, you can engage with the manor and never touch anything else. This is further exacerbated by the biolab, which always feels like a segmented off stage attached to this one, rather than incorporating seamlessly into the overall level. The reasoning for all of this is not Sapienza's design, but 2016's. These levels were released episodically and have a bevy of additions layered onto them over the releases, including alternate missions, escalations, elusive targets, and more. Each of these added modes, remixing weapons and targets in new ways, using more of the level's design, even if a disproportionate amount of them always seem to end up in the damn biolab. While this makes Sapienza stronger as part of the overall package, I think it makes for a weaker main mission, and that's worth thinking about. One could argue that a map like Paris threads the needle, doing both, making for a compelling initial mission, but offering plenty of freedom to drop content in later. In the end, as much as I love Sapienza, it always felt to me like a sandbox with too much sand. Bigger, but not necessarily better. And I wouldn't have noticed it until this retrospective, but there are definitely parallels here between Sapienza and the rehab clinic from Blood Money, of a wide level that gradually constricts down into a too limited laboratory, and of playgrounds being hampered by strict objectives. I think the rehab clinic did better with its playground, giving us a variety of targets to take out how we see fit. But Sapienza definitely did a better job with its cool biolab, even if I reflexively inhale every time I realize I have to find my way down there. The designers made a really interesting choice of having Paris and Sapienza being the first two levels to start this off with. One a puzzle box of endless configurations, the other a playground of limitless potential and possibility. Fun, but two entirely different kinds of fun that put together showed everything this new Hitman was going to be. Earlier in the video, I mentioned how anti-hero stories make sure their bad guys are extra evil, so we don't have to feel too guilty about all the murder. The briefing this time around makes sure to remind us our clients are also very bad people, ensuring we aren't let off the moral hook and setting up the bad guys for the overarching trilogy. Good writing all around. We're off to Morocco to murder two people who need murdering. And remember way back in Silent Assassin when we did a couple of missions in Afghanistan? One was to kill this little colonel who went to market, and the other was to snipe a motorcade. Way back then, by which I mean several hours ago if you're watching this video in one setting, and please don't, take breaks, hydrate. I said those two missions felt like one half of a greater whole. Some 15 years later, IO is making good on that concept. Marrakesh is a nodal-style street map that is astoundingly huge. It's functionally 3 Codename 47 stages combined into one supermap, including the markets, the school, and the consulate, with side alleys, tunnels, and streets tying them together. The school and the consulate each house a target, with the player starting in the aptly named market, a place to pick up weapons, disguises, and tools we'll need to take out those targets. We have to acknowledge that the tech is fundamentally responsible for making this possible. Levels of this size and complexity simply would not have been feasible on earlier hardware. Even if you could get the square footage, the density of crowds would be non-existent, and the distances full of awkward pop-in that would make things like this fantastic sniper shot I made either far less satisfying or downright impossible. While the level offers all the satisfying ways to assassinate targets as we would expect, the map does a beautiful job of setting up a new challenge, one of infiltration and exfiltration. We have both the challenge of access, of figuring out how to get into two tightly locked down locations through the right use of disguises and distractions, but also one of witnesses. Can we do each job and get out without panicking either the crowds or the guards, without blowing our disguises, keeping things nice and quiet so we can hit the other target in peace? Marrakesh may not be the franchise's most original level, but it shows how much can be gained by taking the smaller stages of Codename 47 or Absolution and combining them into one interconnected level, rather than being broken out into their own pocket dimensions. By making it a street map linked together by nodes filled with its own challenges, it sets itself apart from Paris and Sapienza, while still sitting comfortably alongside them. We close on another well-written cutscene, this one introducing our second villain. While this scene only exists to move the plot forward, it highlights how far IO have come in their storytelling. Both of the characters in this scene are individual people, with their own internal motivations and external dynamic with one another. And it does it all without falling back on cheap jokes or tired insults. One of the fun things about doing retrospectives is having to put yourself back in the mindset of someone who's never played these games before, who's experiencing the level for the first time. Bangkok is a hotel level, which means I've run through it so often I have a perfected optimal route when playing. But for the sake of historical analysis, I'll do it in the old-fashioned way. Check in at the desk as Tobias Reaper, head up to the room and complain that it is clearly immaculate. This hotel is a lot smarter than the previous ones, so they send 2 people to the room of the creepy guy instead of just 1. That doesn't stop us from choking them out and get a handy staff disguise. But unfortunately, and rather crucially, they do not drop a master key. The scales do work though, which is nice. Instead, what we want to do is go down this side path, pick this lock, shoot this camera, creep past these 2 people, pick up the waiter disguise in the showers, and then sneak through the laundry room to get the master key. This takes like 30 seconds and allows you to freely traverse practically the entire level. And what a level it is. One of the smartest things the World of Assassination trilogy does with its level design is not having a cool location or a fun gimmick, but having a cool location with a fun gimmick. The Paris Museum wasn't just a museum, it was hosting an elite fashion show. Thailand isn't just another hotel, it's a hotel hosting a pop star's birthday party. This is crucial not only in making the level more fun to explore, but ensuring they stand out from one another. The hotels in Codename 47, Contracts, and Blood Money all feel like the same hotel, even though they are trying to be different. Yes, I know the Contracts version is a remake of the original. I wrote that part of the retrospective you were apparently asleep for. But even being a remake, they made it with a different layout, moving the shops around, closing off sections, and opening up others. But even with those changes, all of the hotels had very similar layouts, right up to including the bolted-on casino. There was nothing to distinguish it. Even the recycled ideas are better utilized here. Both Thailand and Contracts have hotels with closed-off areas, but in Contracts it served only as a ghost encounter and a place to get yet another shotgun. Here, they add to the possibility space, creating a fumigated area that offers new disguises and methods of murder, while making it a visually and mechanically distinct section of the map. But there's one more brilliant thing we have to talk about with this map's level design before we can move on, and it is of course the map itself, because the eagle-eyed among you will have already noticed. This is just Paris. Like, seriously, look at these two maps side by side. This is another bifurcated level with two wings connected by a central area, a few gardens scattered around the outside to round it out, with a series of staff areas in the basement. And yet, it feels remarkably different to actually explore and play. Part of that is, of course, the theming, but a lot of it has to do with how we navigate each stage, and that's an important lesson in level design. It's not just the layout, but how that layout is used. In Paris, we break left and choke out the sushi guy to get a disguise that opens up the level for us. But in Thailand, that presents us with a locked door and a series of tight corridors with cameras, guards, and witnesses all over the place. Same idea, two entirely different challenges. Breaking right in Paris either takes us to a guarded parking lot or through the bar and out to the patio. Doing the same in Thailand takes you through guest areas, then past the gardeners, and ultimately to a tightly guarded section that acts as a backdoor entrance to everything from the basement to the fumigation area. The theming of the level, the architectural style, even the color palette right down to the general vibe help them feel distinct, even if a raw look at the map does not. The mission design, too, plays a part, with Thailand's targets being separated horizontally, whereas Paris's were separated vertically. Hitman has always recycled concepts, recycled layouts, and ideas, as we've clearly demonstrated. But Thailand shows us that can be used to an advantage when falling back on the fundamentals of level design. It recycles the layout and overall idea of a level we just saw 3 stages ago, and managed to feel fresher and more interesting than levels that were recycled across entirely different games, using unique touches and strong design instincts to stand out all on its own. And as much as I'd like to jump to the next stage, we also need to talk about the writing here. When being escorted to our room in Thailand, we cross paths with this charming lady who wants to bone us.
There goes my next ex-husband.
This sounds like yet more disappointing IO writing, but there's 2 major differences this time around, and they paint an important lesson in how we write these kinds of characters. First, look at how she's presented. This isn't a woman falling down drunk. She isn't made of cartoonish proportions. She's stylish and sexy and definitely sleazy, sure, but she's not intoxicated or throwing herself at us. She's clearly in control of her own destiny, making a purposeful decision she chose to make. She has agency. She feels like a person, even if it's one we don't particularly like. And second, she's plot relevant. It's her room we have to break into in order to get the microphone that electrocutes the target to death. Okay, I hear you saying, but both the drunk sleazy women and Blood Money were relevant. The suburbs trophy wife had the microfilm we needed to steal, and the hotel lady gave us a vantage point to snipe from. So how is this any better? Well, look at how we interact with them. With both of the women in Blood Money and most of the women in this franchise, we interact with them through playing along with their seduction until either they kill us or we kill them. In the suburbs, we have to choke out or sedate the woman in order to get the necklace, and in the hotel, she passes out on her own. But it's the same result. These women exist to be put to sleep. Here in 2016, we don't have to interact with her at all. We can follow her into the room and hide in the bathroom, or get the master key and sneak in once she's gone. The only reason I choked her out in this clip is because I was worried she wasn't going to be on screen long enough for me to get good capture for the video. We can completely bypass directly interacting with her and still complete the story mission as intended. And this much better handling of writing and character continues in the closing cutscene. Diana meets us at the airport, though we all know I would have preferred to meet her at the hotel, and dumb jokes aside, we get just a fantastic narrative beat between her and 47, one of their best moments across the entire franchise. Telling a game's story in 60-second cutscenes and passing environmental dialogue is a surpassingly difficult challenge, not the least of which because it can so easily slip into being a sledgehammer of exposition. Look at how these two characters not only act themselves, but interact with one another. There's no brooding, no cartoon gimmicks, no knockoff Batman and damsels in distress. There's nuance here, a multi-dimensional layering we hardly get in video games and never get in a Hitman game. It's not just a change in skill level, it's a maturity. This is a game made by adults for other adults, and not in an adolescent cursing tits and drugs kind of way. I think that's worth taking the time to praise given the history of this franchise. They really nailed it here. Far more solid writing, top to bottom.
I know that tone.
Someone's playing a game, 47. The question is, against whom?
Colorado has a bunch of terrorists that need killing in an environment where there are no innocents, and Diana is still up to her rebellious ways and defying the director. The level this time around is another funnel taking place on a creepy farm, bringing back some of that missing horror element and evoking the cornfields of Absolution. Colorado's funnel is one of concentric rings that gradually close in on the farmhouse, in a way that distinctly reminds me of that old Mass Effect lockpicking minigame. The outer ring serves as a walkway surrounding the entire complex, allowing us a wide degree of freedom in scouting out the terrain and choosing our insertion point. The middle ring is comprised of 3 major areas, including the orchard, training ground, and barn, before finally reaching the innermost ring of the farmhouse's yard and the farmhouse itself. They utilize the space with a whopping 4 targets, each of whom tend to roam one of the major areas, have their own routines, conversations, and personal goals going on. We have a multitude of ways to take them out, including poisons, guns, mission stories, and everything else we would come to expect by now. Functionally, this combines several trends we've seen over the course of the series into one unique level. We get the funnel layout, by now a standard format for these levels, constricting the player down the deeper they go. We have the horror elements of past stages, and the guilt-free freedom to kill anyone we want, like the Biolab in Sapienza or the Mine Factory in Absolution, bolstered by the challenge of infiltration and exfiltration of Marrakesh. It's another instance where the developers have at long last figured out the core of what Hitman is supposed to be, and are confident in their ability to combine layout and theme into something capable of standing on its own, not only among the other levels of this trilogy, but the franchise as a whole. Now let's get hunting. The final mission of Hitman 6, parenthetical 2016-1:6, is Hokkaido, a final stage to test our skills. Diana wants to kill the director, and we'll do anything for her, so we're off to a luxury hotel to revisit the heart transplant gambit from Silent Assassin. We've got no gear and must procure tools on site, and the almighty lockpick is of no use to us here, thanks to a computer system that keys off of disguises instead of, keys. This, at long last, takes the mechanic of disguises as keys metaphor and makes it literal. As they say, the clothes make the man. Even the guard outfits, which are normally a get into any jail free card, are no match for the powerful computer lock. My preferred route for the first target is to run down to the lift, kill these two guys, remembering to take their clothes before we feed them to the wolves, and then Metal Gear our way over to the cowboy's room to steal his cigarettes so we can kill this lady. There is a puzzle box feeling to Hokkaido, the level formed from these nested challenges requiring specific solutions. But it feels more like a test of our abilities rather than a rigid lesson with harsh consequences for failure. Part of that is simply the bevy of options available to us, and the freedom to tackle them in any order we please. But part of it definitely comes from the flexibility of the mission stories and the infinite save load. Like this mission story, which requires us to get the director's disguise, but doesn't tell us how to do it, leaving us to figure it out on our own. Or how I opened this door at the exact wrong moment and immediately blew my disguise through really no fault of my own. Or how the director's wig disguise gets us anywhere in the facility except this one pathway for some reason. These games are made out of an infinite number of clockwork parts, and it's only a matter of time before the player gets lost or something breaks. But thanks to the mission stories and the ability to jump back in whenever we want, we reduce a lot of the frustration evident in earlier titles. There's always going to be this invisible, intangible barrier between the player and the play, between the game and the mechanical systems that run it. Easing these barriers, instead of punishing players for artificially crossing them, makes for a far better experience overall. One that gets us to fully engage with the challenge presented, rather than get anxious over the next hoop we have to jump through. It's a lesson a lot of other games would be wise to learn from, instead of thinking that difficulty for difficulty's sake or the endless tedium of failure is somehow a virtue. Pontificating aside, my only real knock against Hokkaido as a level is how segmented it feels. Instead of coming across like the bifurcated levels of Paris and Thailand, this feels more like two distinct stages, reminiscent of Absolution's design or the hacker levels in Silent Assassin. What saves it, aside from the general improvements in gameplay, is how much work the art team spends in making sure everything has a distinct identity. Though there are only 6 levels in Part 1, each one feels visually, atmospherically, architecturally, and thematically distinct from one another. All the way through the trilogy, more than a location and more than a gimmick, these levels have a style all their own. Once the murdering is done, we escape via helicopter and are rewarded with a mid-season cliffhanger. Diana is on a midnight train going anywhere, joined by a city boy who is presumably from South Detroit. He's extra creepy and cryptic to remind us he's the real bad guy, and proposes an alliance, so we're left with plenty of questions to ensure we come back for a sequel. Good writing all around. Hey, IO, if you're watching, and I know you are, you should pay me to make a Hitman TTRPG. It's a good time for video game RPGs, and I can make one for a very reasonable price. Call me. Anyway, the highest praise I can think to offer for Hitman 2016 is that over the course of this retrospective, you can clearly see me getting burned out with the back catalog. My growing impatience gets pretty evident, what with the war crimes and all. But here with 2016, all I want to do is keep playing. It's just so fun, so smooth, chock full of things to unlock and experiment with that I always see a reason to jump back in. It's a testament to the game's quality that not only do I want to jump back in after playing through the entire series yet again, but I want to jump back in after putting in easily over 100 hours with the World of Assassination trilogy alone. It's easily one of my favorite games of all time. Unfortunately, the public reception was not so clear. Reviews were no higher than the rest of the series, and Square Enix was once again disappointed with the sales. We know they can't exactly be trusted on that point, but this time they not only dropped the series over it, they got rid of the entire company, so maybe there's some truth there. Fans gave it some very deserved criticism against the always online requirement, which is still a mark against the game today, not the least of which because the servers are increasingly unreliable, seemingly more so the longer a session one plays. And yet, people love playing it. Hell, Giant Bomb gave it their Game of the Year, beating out Stardew Valley and Titanfall 2. I remember even back then being a longtime fan of both the Hitman franchise and Giant Bomb, of how shocked I was when it actually won. It seemed clear to everyone that IO had something really special on their hands, even if it got off to a shaky start, and the kinks they still had to work out with the episodic nature of their business model. Square Enix were not interested in giving them that chance, announcing in early 2017 they were divesting themselves of IO in its entirety, hoping to sell it off to any interested buyer. Fortunately for all of us, that interested buyer ended up being IO themselves, with the company buying back their shares and going independent for the first time since Silent Assassin. Hitman 2 parenthetical 2018 / World of Assassination : Part 2, depending on your preference, was announced as dropping the episodic structure and would instead release as a singular game from the newly independent studio. It would come out on a tight schedule and an even tighter budget, reminiscent of Hitman contracts. Let's see how they did. Previously on Hitman! Hey, IO, pay me to write a Hitman movie. Hell, I could write a whole trilogy of them. Anyway, this is another tutorial mission, and while The Boat from 2016 is unquestionably the best tutorial they've ever done, I think Nightcall is my favorite. The overall look for this stage is gorgeous, not the least because we so rarely get night stages in these games. I love the sneaking along the beach, the general atmosphere as we sneak in. We break into the house, poke around, and find a safe room without any real gameplay, but it still manages to feel tense, to feel dramatic, thanks to that presentation. This goes beyond simple style and visual design. This is game design. The walk on the beach may feel like a moody set piece, the trespassing exciting, but it exists to give players a zero-stakes environment to get comfortable with the controls, 47's movement, and the overall interface. They cap it all off with the guards arriving en masse in the safe room, introducing us to the flow of a mission and interacting with objects without ever patronizing the user or relying on the oppressive handholding of strict tutorialization. Some might think this sounds like some real basic Mario 1-1 baby's first game design kind of stuff, but look at how many games even today still get this wrong. And second, consider the tightrope the developers had to walk, introducing the gameplay to entirely new players while not alienating those returning from 2016. Our target shows up and this basic tutorial seamlessly transforms into a real, actual level, not just mechanically, but narratively. These aren't actors playing pretend on a boat. This is a proper target with varying methods to take them out and a fun beach exfiltration to end on. It's masterfully done, and I don't use that phrase lightly. There's some inspired design on display here, and a mission most people probably never give a second thought. The only negative mark against the intro isn't against Nightcall, but Hitman 2018 in general. The cutscene, which is a flashback because Hitman has dropped the sleek animated cutscenes in favor of motion comics, which I admittedly do not love. It's understandable given the sudden financial pressure they were under, but it's still disappointing. The excellent cutscenes of 2016 were filled with so many delicate touches of nuance that it's hard not to feel let down by a far more stilted style. Fortunately, the writing is still strong, and I love this little back and forth between our two leads. We're off to the land of Michael Weston to kill a war profiteer and his race car driving daughter. Miami takes cues from Marrakesh, mixing a street level with a familiar layout, this time around opting for the bifurcated design instead of a nodal map. There are two major wings, one of the expo hall and the other with the pit area. The biggest difference this time around being the center. Instead of an atrium, it's currently serving as a racetrack, with the player having to traverse over it via walkways, under tunnels, or through the parking garage. The main entrance leads to a round of frisking, so we instead wander down this tunnel and into a mission story. That gets us some clothes with which to explore the expo hall, where the black and reds contrast nicely with the white concrete and pastels of Miami's exterior. This guy is trying to put clones out of work with AI, so we kill him and head into the tunnels to become a blackmailing flamingo, because Hitman. At least this time, we're the ones doing the blackmailing. We arrange a meeting, get led to a back alley in which we could very easily be murdered, and then we do some murdering ourselves. We push this lady into an open sewer in a nice throwback to the Codename days, and that's basically the level. While we could recount all the various assassination methods here, there isn't much more to talk about. The mission is fine, the location is fun, but ultimately shares the same problem as Hokkaido, feeling like two areas stitched together rather than a more cohesive whole. It's at least easy to navigate with clearly identifiable paths and entertaining mission stories sprinkled throughout, even if there isn't much to separate it from the other levels, aside from its racetrack gimmick. We do manage to finish with a silent assassin rating. Not a bad start for Chapter 2. We continue the 80s feel with a trip to Colombia to kill some drug runners. As I mentioned previously, I'm not a huge fan of the whole drug jungle thing, and this is the first level I felt pretty down on in the world of Assassination. It's another nodal affair with 3 targets spread across 4 areas, including the town, the manor, the burial site, and the drug fields, with a familiar mix of tunnels, passageways, and a secret cave to tie it all together. I do like that we start in the town instead of the jungle. That was a nice touch. And the murder stories are all fun. Take the statue, for example, where we can use visual clues to track down a wrench at the mechanic shop and then gather the 3 amigos with an inventive use of environmental distractions, luring down the target and killing him with himself. While there's plenty to do and explore, the jungle levels serve more as an excuse for action rather than having a single design thesis like, say, Paris or the similar level in Blood Money. That one served as the first real level, easing players into the full experience. But this version of Colombia is the 9th mission within the world of Assassination, exactly halfway not counting the bonus stages or variants. So what is this instantiation adding? There's no challenge here we haven't already seen. Nothing new aside from being bigger, from being more. It isn't additive no matter how much I like standing in the rain, cleaving guys in the back of the head, and sprinting for a change of clothes. We don't have the danger of the crowds from Miami or the risk of raised alarms from Marrakesh. Sure, there's a shaman, a plane crash, and a hippo, but they're just window dressing. Themes for the park. And this is my problem with the drug jungle genre overall, and why these levels have such an uphill climb with me. No one does anything more with it than that, aside from maybe Predator. At least Miami has the military expo and the race to liven it up. What does this version of fictional Colombia do that every other version of Colombia hasn't already done? One of the reasons addiction plotlines never work on me, aside from some family history, is writers only ever hit the same beats in the same way, in the same order. Again, aside from maybe Lord of the Rings. Columbia has a theme, it has a design, but unlike all the other levels we've seen in this trilogy, it doesn't have much of an identity. So I steal the shaman's clothes because I think it's funny, and we play the Q minigame from Final Fantasy IX, and I commit a host of war crimes so I can get back to hunting frogs. Our closing cutscene tells us Diana has a tragic past all her own, and motion comics limitations aside, there are a bunch of nice touches in this scene. The little plane, the passing of time between each cut, the dual symbolism of the dead trees mirroring her dead parents. All good stuff. Next is Mumbai with another 3 targets and another level I remember not loving. The gimmick this time around is that we don't know the identity of one of the targets, like old St. Petersburg back in the other Hitman 2. It's a street level like Marrakesh, but the consulate is replaced with a building under construction, the school replaced by a train yard, and the market swapped out for slums. The level is sprawling with barbers, tailors, and old friends, but ultimately we hoist the flag and shoot terrorist Batman while he's busy changing. The slums, the train yard, and the buildings are all interesting enough places, but there isn't enough of a theme tying them together outside the location, and there's nothing mechanically tying them together, leading us to the question, does 3 stages a Hitman level make? While playing Murder on the Mumbai Express, I couldn't help but wonder if this wouldn't have been better served by Absolution's style of smaller, more detailed stages. I criticize that game in part for dividing up the levels, but here we can see why the developers might do it. What is gained from this being a single level? One thing I think they could have done with this level is take more inspiration from the first Hitman 2, combining the guessing at the real target from St. Petersburg with the being hunted by rival assassins from Afghanistan. They're going to revisit that concept later, but I think it would have been a good fit for this level. So we climb in an elevator and find a script no one wanted, got plenty of those on my hard drive, and then we blow a guy on a roof. Get your mind out of the gutter. Our cutscene is 47 going home for a play date and a slight retcon that Ortmeyer was working for Providence the whole time. And I think it's here where we can see the storytelling straining within the limitations of the motion comic delivery. These scenes don't have that careful pacing of 2016. They don't have the time to breathe like they did the last time around. At least we get some cool shots out of it. The story has us working with one bad guy to kill another, taking us back to the suburbs. The Blood Money version of this level was comparatively small, little more than a mansion and a few surrounding houses, none of which were enterable, featuring only a vet's garage and a boy's treehouse. There were things happening on the street, the FBI truck, the clown, the jogger, a couple of nosy neighbors, and the garbage man. Enough to provide an illusion of activity, but still centered entirely on the house. Flash forward to another life in 2018, and we have an entire block to explore, using the same wheel design as New Orleans. There are 8 houses, 2 parks, a construction site, and a host of other places to poke and prowl around. The level is positively gorgeous, the developers capturing the little moments of suburban life. The old man sipping his lemonade, the kids' toys, falling leaves, and backyard barbecue. It has a decidedly Sims feel, from the cop harassing the exterminator about his permits, to the local politician drumming up support, right down to the soundtrack. They even do a really clever thing of having Lucas and Diana trade off mission stories.
A realtor with a taste for the sweet things in life is in Whittleton Creek to show a house to Nolan Cassidy. It looks like he's stuck at a local muffin stand at the moment. It would be a shame to keep Cassidy waiting, wouldn't it?
One of Janus's gardeners has decided to clear a series of mole tunnels using explosives. I applaud his enthusiasm, but sadly, local police have confiscated his equipment. If you were to find it, 47, it might be the perfect way to rid the world of Janus.
The cold angel and sexy devil upon our shoulders, guiding us through fumigating houses, blocking holes with random junk from our inventory, and blowing an old dude in his backyard. Mind, gutter, you know the drill. It's a really solid update to an earlier idea, but I think it suffers from two major drawbacks that prevent it from reaching the Hitman pantheon of great levels. The narrative key to a good Hitman level, at least in presentation, is a good theme and a fun gimmick. So we get the Paris mission, which is a great location, combined with a fashion show that contrasts the stately antiques with modern flair. The mechanical key to a great Hitman level is to use the narrative framework as scaffolding for a good layout, interesting targets, and exciting methods of murder. Another Life, for as much as I love it, falls short on both counts. Mechanically, it has the same problem as Sapienza, an open level with fun pockets to explore, but in which the target spends the majority of their time in one location. Even the second target doesn't really alleviate this, seeing how much their locations overlap. They try to solve this with the bonus objective, but that just leads us into the narrative problem. Janus, fun GoldenEye nod aside, is only marginally interesting as a target, his bodyguard even less so. The concept is a good one of hunting down a Cold War spy master, Munich style, to punish the people responsible. But the execution, pun intended, is just us murdering an old man, no matter how much he might deserve it. The star of the show, and the reason I like replaying the level, is the level itself, this idyllic small-town New England vibe. And I wish they had leaned into that harder with their targets. Like this same map has the wandering politician, and the small-town lady trying to make an empire out of drug muffins, and a stuck-up lady hosting a barbecue, even the wandering deputy. Why not make them the targets? Have them all be like ex-Providence people hiding out here, remixing the suburb idea from Blood Money with the terrorist from Colorado. It's difficult when playing this level not to walk away with the idea they could have done more with it. The finale of Part 2 is another final test where, say it with me, we need to kill two people and do a thing. The twist this time around is the third objective is to kidnap a person, which we're told up front this time, instead of being surprised with Lenny like they did in Absolution. The two targets have a kill switch linked to the third guy's brain, so we have to kill them and walk out with the third. Sounds simple enough. We get another awesome location with a cool theme, this one being an island off the coast of Scotland or some shit, hosting a masquerade of the world's elite who have come to join a secret society, ensuring only the rich survive the end of the world. How very Rainbow Six of them. Yes, I've read the book. The island has a castle, because what else are you going to put on a remote island? And the party is filled with fun displays, interesting rooms, and this beautiful postmodern capstone atop the old ruins. This is a prime example of how combining a cool location with a cool gimmick enhances both. Not only is it a great idea for a final test, but it's far more creative than, say, the White House from Blood Money. And check out the use of sightlines in this level. Seeing the entirety of the level from the docks, going through the doors and getting the ARC logo, our attention pulled by the red lights over to the path on the left, only to drift back over to the inconspicuous areas on the right. They even make sure to line the corridors with an astounding amount of guards, reminding us that going loud here would be a very, very bad idea. My only real knock against the level is that some of the guards' placements make it trivially easy to interact with the backs of several heads in quick succession, although I suppose that does make for a fun line-of-sight puzzle. There are treasure hunts and helicopters, burning money, burning rich people, and attending shadow councils. It's great. Decatur's bell tolls, which means it's time to sabotage a vote and push a target into a torture device. We nab her kill switch, have a chat with the Constant, and then take a lovely stroll down to the harbor. Passing our test, we're awarded with a final cutscene where it's revealed we Winter Soldiered Diana's parents. So far, I haven't been covering any of the variants of other missions or the escalations, because the level layouts are the same, and I only have so much lifespan to burn making these videos. But these 2 DLC missions are full-fledged missions in their own right, and I already own them, so we might as well have a look. We're back to full cutscenes this time around, and Shadow the Hitman convinces us to rob a bank, in a straight-up Mission Impossible style thing. I guess I'll plug my heist video here. Go watch The Silent Partner, that movie rules. Our bank has no baby John Candy, but there is a target to kill and data to steal. The bank is a solid location, but lacks a gimmick to really ramp it up a notch. They do have the financial audit going on and an investigative reporter kicking around for a mission story. But I think the biggest letdown here is the lack of a robbery. They have the robbers in the bathroom trying to work up the nerve to go through with it. And you can take the costume and gun if you wish. But I think a fun idea would have been having the bank get robbed sometime after the mission starts, throwing another wrench into the works. But maybe that was too much of a programming challenge. Our opening is similar to Paris, putting us in a lobby, but we're far more locked down, reminiscent of the hacker levels from the other Hitman 2. In order to explore deeper, we'll need to get clever, get a disguise, or get frisked. Opting for a pat-down from the guards will get us down to the vaults or into the job interview. Both locations are seemingly dead ends, but reveal mission stories to help hint us on how to proceed. We sit for a job interview involving an ink blot test, which is a huge red flag, but overall I like the gag. The writing is funny, the visual puzzle of the motivation posters is cute, and it allows 47 to make some jokes, a truly rare occurrence throughout the series. We wonder why everyone in this world vomits the bleed from Stranger Things and get fired by a Batman villain. I really want to push her out of this window, but I forgot my Sonic. So we stab her instead. This guy questions us in a stairwell, so we kill him too, because why not? And it's at this point I remember I'm gonna need footage of the vault for this video. So we decide to let our hair down and commit some more war crimes. For the record, I did pull the fire alarm to try and clear out the civilians this time, but it didn't work. The safety deposit boxes have parcel bombs and antique knives hidden in them. Bad manners that, storing your bombs at the bank. There's that screwdriver I was looking for, too late now. And then we enter the vault dressed like a bunny man so you can see all the stuff inside. I like this level, to be clear. The only limitation I think comes from its overall placement within Hitman 2018, rather than anything wrong with the level itself. The lockdown start and reliance on mission stories makes this feel like a cross between a puzzle box and an advanced tutorial. Makes me wonder if they hadn't originally planned for this level to go earlier in the game, such as the first mission after Nightcall, or if it would have been better saved as the introduction level to Hitman 3. Production limitations aside, they might just as easily reasoned this level was too difficult to go anywhere earlier, thanks to the limited start, prevalence of cameras, and harsh consequences for failure. Our second bonus mission takes us to the Maldives, which are located here, you're welcome, and we get this lovely briefing of Diana narrating over the resort's commercial. You know, it's weird that Lucas doesn't help in any of these missions. He just tells us to do it and saunters off. I suppose introducing a second playable protagonist probably wouldn't have gone over well. This is sort of a hotel level taking place at a resort and sort of a node level, with areas being connected by little pathways, though it might be more accurate to describe it as a zone map, with the rooms, resort, and the two islands each being their own self-contained areas. We get a mission story where one of our targets has a job for us, which is a fun twist, and in an added bit of brilliance, it directs us to the other part of the island where our other target is. There's a USB that's been stolen, and both targets want it, setting us up to do a little burn notice style mischief. We break in, spy on some people in the shower because Hitman, do a little coconut on coconut action, and then give the USB to our first target. This triggers a private meeting in which we can kill him and then take the USB back, because he certainly isn't going to be using it anytime soon. Then it's over to the rooms to use the USB to get a second private meeting with the target that was dumb enough to hire us for the job. I'm not sure how pushing her over the railing into shallow water from a height of maybe 6 feet kills her, but hey, maybe she follows witch rules and melts on contact. Then our final target just happens to wander past us, and I remember I picked up that remote explosive earlier. We blow a guy in the bushes, you know what I mean, and run off as the storm clouds roll in, which is a nice touch. In our final cutscene, we see that the Constant escaped because the plot demands it. And the only thing I don't like about this scene is how it makes Diana look incompetent, but we'll touch on that more later. And that's part 2 done. Part 2 is simply not as solid as Part 1, and that's understandable given the situation they found themselves in. The company faced an unexpected existential threat to their existence, and had to scramble in order to stay afloat. In such a situation, you can see how a company would be pushing to get a product out of the door, so they could, keep the lights on. And don't get me wrong, even the mediocre parts of the 2016 trilogy are better than entire swaths of the Hitman franchise. The game, even when struggling, is the best Hitman has ever been. But corners were cut in trying to get this one across the line, and the game suffers for it. The writing here definitely takes a hit too. The characters are all fine, the plot still functions, but the motion comics and plot-focused dialogue lack those little touches, those moments where the cutscenes stop to breathe that made them so effective in Part 1. The levels also suffer. All of the levels in Part 2, 2018, whatever we want to call it, have really solid premises. A race, a fight through the slums, the suburbs, and so on. These are all things that work on paper, and the mission stories / methods of assassination work on paper too. But there's this feeling that persists throughout 2018 that the whole package never really comes together. It doesn't sing in the same way that Part 1 did. It feels like the slump that happens in the middle of many trilogies, where we make progress, sure, but the narrative limps along until a rush to the big finish. The levels are cool, but lack the sheer polish that makes levels like Paris so memorable. The whole thing ends up feeling thin, and it's a real shame. Because while I had a lot of fun with these levels, and I think they're strong additions to the franchise, they aren't often ones I revisit in comparison to the rest of the trilogy. It's fun to mess about in the suburbs, and Seagal is a great level overall, but there's little drawing me back to Mumbai, the Maldives, or Colombia. Let's see if Part 3 was able to turn it around. Hitman 2 2018 edition came out to the same largely positive reviews as every other Hitman. They're apparently destined to live firmly in the 8 out of 10 range. Sales, however, seem to be down. I say seem to be because precise numbers for this are hard to find, and Hitman 2016's episodic release throws a huge wrench into everything. Though CEO Hakan Abrak, I'm sure I'm pronouncing that correctly, stated in a GameIndustry.biz interview that he felt other games releasing at the same time did impact sales. Regardless of expectations, it was enough to keep the newly independent company afloat. Hitman 3 released in 2021 under an exclusivity agreement with Epic, which led to a bit of a kerfuffle over 2016 and 2018's levels and progress coming over from Steam's version. They eventually came up with a workaround for this, which I won't detail here, but involved linking accounts and other such nonsense. And while the levels came over, not all the mastery progress did, which is why I had little unlocked on Hitman 1 and 2's levels in this footage, despite putting significant time into both on Steam. It was, shall we say, a bit of a mess that left something of a poor taste in the community's mouth, not helped in the least by the continued frustration over the online and cloud requirements. In the end, they got it mostly ironed out and combined the 3 releases into one nice package. So let's fire it up and finish off this World of Assassination trilogy. We're off to Dubai, where the Mission Impossible influence is plain as day, and are relieved to see the slick mission briefings and cutscenes are back in full force. The writers even pay lip service to Lucas helping out on the mission, rather than twiddling his thumbs off-screen. It makes me wonder if they ever considered like a GTA 5 style live switching of the protagonist, but the programming likely would have been a nightmare. Besides, it would just lead to the standard co-op mission design of having one player stand around, waiting for the other to open a door. Oh, well, at least Lucas gets something to do. No guns on this one, only a lockpick, sick biker outfit, and stylish suit. And while the Mission Impossible influence is obvious, did you catch Absolutions? They're taking the segmented action set-piece design and repurposing it to function within a level, culminating in another fantastic entrance. I also like how the guy giving the speech here isn't the target, contrasting nicely with Novikov in Paris. Part 3 features no dedicated tutorial, instead copying over the boat from Part 1. Instead, they've opted to leverage the mission story system as a tutorial instead. This completes the arc of Part 1 having a tutorial that pretended to be a mission, Part 2 being a tutorial that became a mission, and now Part 3, in which the tutorial is disguised within a fully fledged mission. As much as I loved Nightcall, Part 3's implementation is really smart, especially for a team trying to conserve resources. Instead of making a tutorial level and a real level, they just made one that can function as both. We pick up a silent assassin rating thanks to the tutorial, and get a cutscene where our 2 boys discuss if they can truly trust Diana. While a bit cliche in its construction, I love this scene thanks to how it fits in with Hitman's hazy continuity, and IO being unable to rely on audiences' familiarity with the past. If we take this story as only existing within the trilogy of games, the scene still works, with 47 remaining loyal to a handler who's been with him for years, who, as the introduction pointed out, chose us. But in the context of the franchise, of Blood Money, this is the same Diana who already risked her life for us once. And while she benefited from that arrangement, she certainly didn't have to take the chance. There's no reason why 47 wouldn't trust her completely. The only choice I disagree with, which I alluded to at the end of Part 2, is not having Diana release the Constant as part of a Xanatos gambit. Instead, they lazily handwave it as some sailor. They could have used the moment to make Diana look stronger, look smarter instead of weaker. Missed opportunity, for sure. We go from Mission Impossible to Knives Out, and jokes aside, I do appreciate that IO is branching out in the movies they choose to take inspiration from. How much money do I need for a place like this anyway? Seriously, how rich do you have to be to own a house so big the bathrooms have to be specifically labeled? Love how they make us actually tail the detective until we have a good opportunity to take him out, rather than just handing it to us like they normally do. We're 14 missions into the world of Assassination, and it's chances like these that let us prove our skills. I've played this mission dozens of times, it's one of my favorites, and never actually done the murder mystery before, so let's go do that. We hack a dead guy with our phone, interrogate some people, and generally wander about with our Tier 3 disguise. We stumble across a ton of peepholes and have yet to find a single one spying on the bathrooms. Maybe IO is finally maturing. Wait, never mind, spoke too soon. At least this one is empty. You know, it only just now occurs to me that this level is revisiting the manor concept from Contracts, swapping out the most dangerous game for Agatha Christie. It was a great level there and a great one here. It's a fantastic gimmick, and I use that term lovingly. Maybe we should call them like variations of a formula. It's not just that it's entertaining in its own right, even giving us the option to frame the butler, but you can completely ignore the murder mystery, as I always did, and still have a great level. We solve the mystery, get a burst of static over the radio, and pick up another silent assassin rating for good measure. There's a cutscene in which our only friend kills himself to protect us, and then Diana gets captured by the Constant, who finally gives her the Winter Soldier file he's been saving for a rainy day. And it's here we need to pivot back to talking about writing for a second. The writing feels rushed here, like there's a whole chapter worth of beats missing in between this mission and the last one. But what really bothers me are the missed opportunities. One for Diana and one for Lucas. Having Diana lose the Constant and then get captured by him just makes her look weak. It makes her look incompetent, when her whole character is about being smart and outmaneuvering people. And look, she's gonna do that later, but they could have made this so much stronger, not by using different beats, but in rearranging the order of the beats they have. If the whole point is to set up a possible betrayal with Diana, just have the Constant show her the file when he's captured. Let that lead into Diana releasing him, and us wondering whose side she's on, tying into the Lucas and 47 conversation from earlier. It still sets us up for where they eventually want to go, with Diana outsmarting everyone, releasing the Constant because she's 15 moves ahead and knows this is the only way to get control of Providence. But it does so in a manner that enhances her character rather than diminishes it. I have the opposite problem with Lucas. They should have had 47 kill him rather than him kill himself. You have these two friends, adoptive brothers, in their final moments. It would be far more powerful for them to exchange a look of understanding, of knowing what's at stake and what will happen if Lucas is taken alive, and then 47 taking him out, adding guilt, resolve, and a dozen other emotions onto his character. Now, part of that is my taste as a storyteller, which you'll know if you've read my books. Having 47 kill Lucas here is absolutely something I would do, but I bring it up because this is a problem writers often have with secondary protagonists. We only have so many moments, so many narrative beats within a story, a finite number of chances to make a character cool or interesting or sympathetic. It's one of the things we mean by the phrase economy of storytelling. Because the story only has so many beats, so many pages or minutes of screen time, they get split across the two characters, diluting them both. It's a zero-sum game. Only one of them can pull the trigger, and having it be Lucas robs 47 of the moment. There's this concept in professional wrestling, which is admittedly not my jam, but it's an important storytelling lesson regardless of the medium in which it originated. It's the notion that a retiring wrestler always goes out on their back. Translating for normal people, it means you lose your retirement match. This seems counterintuitive. Wouldn't you want your final match to be a victory, to go out on top? But that's the entire point of the tradition. Your story is over. Your character arc finished. It isn't about you anymore. By going out on your back, by letting an up-and-comer defeat you, the retiring wrestler adds to the newcomer's story, giving them narrative momentum and permanently enhancing their reputation as the person who retired a big name. It's a passing of the torch, a moment of kindness extended from the old guard to the new. They could have done the same with Lucas. We already saw what an important badass Lucas was, doing arguably more to alter the world state than any other character in the franchise. He's like the Aragorn to 47's Frodo. Here at the end, his story is over. there's nothing more to do with his character, no benefit from elevating him further. He has no monsters to beat, nor a redemption to earn like Boromir. So have him bow to the hobbits. Have him use his final moment to enrich and enhance 47's story, who is supposed to be our main character rather than his own. They wanted to give 47 some pathos, but he already has it, instead of giving him the thing he lacks: nuance, agency, and action. There's no briefing on this one because everything's gone to shit, and the level does a good job overall of putting us in the same headspace as our character. Targets can't be seen on the map, and there are no mission stories. We're on our own in Berlin, just like 47. We walk past a creepy gas station and into the woods, discovering we're in another hunter-hunted mission with a bunch of ICA assassins here to track us down. The hunter-hunted concept is one of my favorites for a Hitman level, not the least of which because they don't use it very often, unlike me in the phrase, not the least of which. Here, they've even gone the extra step to make sure it fits narratively to where we are in the story, feeling more natural as a consequence than other iterations of the same idea. This is a sprawling map, both vertically and horizontally. And while the Berlin rave theme doesn't really do anything for me personally, the mission is a blast. We walk through zones that squeeze down only to open up in little pockets, mimicking 47 pushing his way through the crowd. We pulse our instinct to hunt for targets like it's the beginning of Highlander and have to continually weigh the dilemma of going loud versus staying quiet. Getting noisy won't scare off the other targets, but it will give away our position and risk panicking the crowd. The more targets we take out, the less we have to worry about staying quiet. The level has an almost Assassin's Creed vibe to it, tailing targets through the streets as we hide in the crowd. But here, getting spotted simply shifts the style of play, rather than failing the mission or forcing us into a semi-scripted chase sequence. And sometimes you have to stab a man in the pisser, nothing a magic coin and a change of clothes can't fix. This level has a lovely pattern of burning a disguise in exchange for killing a target, keeping the player on a knife's edge, always on the verge of losing control of this situation as we race to get the targets. Eventually, the handler pulls the plug and I notice everyone making a break for it and decide it's my turn to be the hunter. Turns out there are way more targets on this map than we need to kill to complete the mission, 11 in total. We only need to kill 5 to trigger the ending, making the level less linear and adding to the replayability. We head off into the night and get our next cutscene, showing Diana being offered the throne in exchange for a mysterious price. Wonder what that will be. "47 opts to turn whistleblower and we're off to Blade Runner land. Turns out the loophole in the enemy security system is killing 2 people. How convenient. Time to kill 2 people and do a thing. I stumble my way up to the rooftops where the game tips me off that I can lure out our target by messing with his toys. I do that, get impatient while waiting, and realize I can shoot him through the window instead. We're clearly getting to that part of the day where I get a bit murdery. Things go a little south once we reach the facility. We Batman our way into a vent, fix things with a magic photocopier and a change of clothes, and need to find the yellow key to get through the yellow door like it's Doom. We play another round of more people, more heads, more vents, and find this escape ladder, which will no doubt come in handy later. We do some Bespin shit and go through some old files. This is a great nod to everything that's happened in the trilogy so far, and a good way of hiding what is essentially a sentimental flashback for our emotionally closed-off protagonist. Things go wrong with the hacking because the plot demands it, and we're told the guards aren't going to pull their punches, so why should we? After all, we have that escape hatch waiting for us, and shit. Okay, the plan B, nothing left but elevator shafts, street motorcycles, and tears in the rain. As clumsy as the plot demands it style of writing is, the action sequence here is a good point to touch on and how it compares to Absolution. Like Dubai, the designers found a way to include an action set piece, but in China it's firmly integrated into the mission, feeling far more natural than Dubai's Mission Impossible building climb. And while it's tempting to go even farther and compare this level to, say, the silo from Absolution, I actually want to talk about its layout. China presents itself as a street level, complete with alleyways and people standing around. But this is really another bifurcated level along the lines of Paris and Bangkok, with two areas divided by a central core. It's just that this central area is a street instead of a lobby, the side paths alleyways instead of gardens. Hitman levels have shapes, and the bifurcated one comes up a lot, and it tells us a little something about how they approach the design of these maps. You want each target to have their own area of control, their own lair, so to speak, with special disguises for access, unique challenges, and methods of assassination specifically for them. And we've seen previously how strong the two targets and an objective design can be for facilitating player agency and replayability. So you take out a blank piece of paper and draw two boxes, one for each target. What these boxes are doesn't actually matter. They could be an auction attic or a military expo, a birthday bash, or a suburban house. With our boxes in place, we think, now what? Add a middle area, maybe some side paths so we have more than one route to an objective. We can even get really fancy by moving things around in 3 dimensions, across from one another like Miami or vertically like Paris. It's a very versatile design, well suited to the two targets and an objective approach. And we can see from Paris to Thailand to Miami and now China how the designers keep it fresh again and again. Different locations, different aesthetics, different layouts, even entirely different genres, from Blade Runner to Beverly Hills Cop. These are more than just palette swaps. They're reshaping the design philosophy, applying theme, atmosphere, and aesthetic to make something memorable. Rain instead of sunshine, basements instead of attics, arcades and biolaboratories in place of museums and rock studios. The flavor matters here, even if the texture is the same. Diana's a herald, and this is definitely a trap. The only question is for who? We're off to Toussaint to kill 2 people and not kill a third, just like the constant at the end of 2. Only this time around, the person we're not killing is Diana, fitting considering what she has in mind. 47 himself handles the briefing, completing his arc of driving his own destiny.
Diana, Vidal, and this fixer, Corvo Black. Black is a threat, but also an opportunity. Yates's own machinations are inconsequential. Joining the tour will give access to Vidal, away from the crowd.
Have I mentioned how well this series handles these establishing shots? Yet another trick they learned back in the Absolution days. We skip the wine tour because I've already seen that one and go the sniper route instead. Very fun, very satisfying. I then have a whole plan to break into the back of the mansion, but get this extraordinarily lucky headshot instead. And that's basically the mission. It's good. It's cool. Lots of fun places to poke around, costumes to steal, guards to knock out, but that's not why we're here. No, we're here because this moment, this one right here, is my favorite moment in all of Hitman. Forgive me one last diatribe. This scene could have been set up better. It's not even the best written scene in the game, but it is my single favorite moment in all of Hitman, and not just because I have a crush on the woman. Argentina is fine mechanically, but narratively it represents a high watermark for just how far this series and the characters within that series have come. 47 may be the body of the franchise, but Diana is its heart, its mind. And without her, these games just aren't worth talking about. She's the blood pumping through its veins. When we first meet Diana way back in Codename 47, she's just text on a screen. We don't even get her voice until the second game. And unlike 47, even that has changed, with Vivienne McKee playing her in Silent Assassin, Contracts, and Blood Money, Marsha Thomason for Absolution, and Jane Perry for Absolution and the World of Assassination. Her character, much like 47's, comes through in fits and starts in those first 3 games, inconsistent as they try and hone in on who and what she is. She stands out only in contrast to the failing of the other characters, against the blandness of Mei Ling and CIA Guy. It's Blood Money that cements her not only in our memories, but in her character, even if we only get a few random shots of her legs and hidden glimpses of her face. It's the first time we see her display real agency, real intelligence and motivation, aside from giving 47 jobs and being aloof from behind the distance of a computer screen. She plays off 47's strengths and weaknesses, acting not only as a narrative foil, but as a partner, the only one he can ever rely on. And then Absolution comes along and fucks it all up. They weren't trying to, quite the opposite, I suspect. They made Diana the driving force of that narrative. She's the entire reason the story takes place. And yet in doing so, they killed her, both metaphorically and literally. They removed her from the game, severed her connection with both 47 and the player, only to not do anything interesting with it. They try and bring back some of that Blood Money flavor by having her betray the people she's working for, but we've already seen her do that and do it better in Blood Money. Having 47 kill her robs her of any independence she may have had left. Even faking her own death, outsmarting her foes, and winning in the end, which is what this character is all about, happens off-screen and is only mentioned in passing. So 2016 comes along and fixes all of that. We get Diana up front and center in cutscenes, verbally sparring with 47, going as hard as he's able to, firmly in control, firmly secure in who and what she is. Her narration from the tutorial to the mission stories keeps her as an ever helpful and comforting voice in our ear that makes it all the more noticeable when she's gone. The game opens with her choosing 47, and this one line, more than anything else they've ever done with Diana, shows that Io finally understands this character and the dynamic she is meant to have with 47. It might be my favorite line in the whole franchise. It is extremely easy to do a boring version of these storylines. It's even easier to screw it up. There's an awful lot of platonic, romantic, asexual, sexual tension between these two characters, and I'm aware that's a double oxymoron. Across some 6 games, these writers have managed to maintain an emotional tension between these two characters without ever making them romantic partners. Even the Romeo and Juliet kiss in Blood Money and the dance here are completely non-sexual, completely non-romantic. And it would have been so easy to screw all of that up. This is the same company, might I remind you, that spent 3 games giving us a racist stereotype of an Asian sex worker and can't go a single game without peeping in showers. And yet they've given us not just a fantastic female character in this game or in this series, but across the entire medium of video games. How many female characters do we see who only get to be strong because they wield a bow or a gun? And don't get me wrong, I love that stuff. Go read Eye of Sil. Tace is a total badass, and I love her for it. But there's more to women than that. Hell, there's more to characters than that. There's another character in Eye of Sil called Oriel, and my favorite scene of hers is in the beginning of the book where she goes toe-to-toe with the Archbishop and holds her own because she knows more than him. No weapon needed. The only thing Diana Burnwood ever wields is her mind, and we love her for it. I made a lot of jokes about Diana and Mon Mothma over the course of the video. I'm sure there will be comments about it from people who clearly haven't made it this far. And I do that largely for pacing, because holy hell would this video be monotonous if it was just me blandly reciting what I did in each mission for 6 freaking games. But the reason I find characters like Burnwood and Mothma attractive has nothing to do with how they look and everything to do with how they act. These women are intelligent and ambitious and damn capable. They aren't perfect by any means, not even good or evil. There's a confidence to them without ever being cartoony, a strength without being strong, a wisdom without being a wife, nurturing without being a mother. That is something we rarely see across any medium, and we damn sure don't see it enough in games. Diana isn't a kindly old grandmother or a conniving wife or a scorned lover. She's her own person for her own reasons, with her own motivations, wants, and desires. Diana Burnwood is the single most well-rounded and downright interesting character this series has ever produced. Argentina is a fun level. The designers did a great job with it. But more importantly, it's Diana's level. It's for her, not for us. And for that reason alone, it'll always have a special place in this Hitman's heart. Romania, back to where it all began. No briefing this time, only a psychotic break, and this scene rules. It's a great way to do a flashback and provide a narrative payoff for the character within the limited storytelling space they have. The game tells us we can kill anyone and we get bonus points for doing it, so you know what that means. Absolutely no one is getting off this train. Spoilers, in all seriousness, that reveal is pretty great the first time around. Love that we get one last GoldenEye throwback. Maybe go watch that video if you haven't already. Like, comment, and subscribe while you're there. The game has crafting now, and away we go with headshots galore. And yeah, we Snowpiercer our way through the Murder Express until reaching the end. I love how we find the constant. No guards, no alarms, just one final choice to make. And I mean, it has to be the syringe. We're contractually obligated. You know, waking up on a train full of dead people with amnesia sounds like a good start to an entirely different game. We go to meet Diana in a romantic cabin, but she's already gone, which makes us sad. And then we go back to being Hitman Batman, which makes us happy. And holy shit, did 47 just smile? He did. He totally smiled. Talk about character development. Of all the levels in the trilogy, I wonder if people back in the day, this game came out like 2 years ago. What am I talking about? Anyway, I wonder if people at the time were disappointed with it, given how small and, well, linear it is. If you invent a non-linear train, let me know. Probably involve quantum tunneling of some kind. Double anyway, I really love this level. The stakes are so small mechanically that it gives us a level where we can cut loose and have fun, which these end-of-game levels so often try to do and rarely succeed at. What I find really fascinating from a design standpoint is that this level, the train, is the tutorial level for this game. It takes up the same slot in production of being a smaller, more guided level like the boat or night call. But here they put it at the end of the game and let Dubai's mission story function as the tutorial. Instead of making another big bombastic finish like the White House in Blood Money, or a really short, not very satisfying shootout like in, well, Blood Money, they give us a decent chunk of a level with lots of toys to play around with, but one which never feels too big or too demanding. And we finish it all off by stabbing a dude in the neck with an amnesia pin. What's not to like? But we've one last mission to cover, Ambrose Island, which is another DLC level that I apparently already own and have never once played. So let's give that a shot. Weird going into an entirely new level after having replayed everything else like a billion times. This is a flashback because Hitman taking place at the end of Hitman 2018. Strange they didn't just slot it into the campaign menu with the Hitman 2 stages, but maybe that would have confused people. Lucas, remember this is in the past, has a defector and we have to kill him. We get some fun banter between the gang and are once again asking ourselves why Lucas isn't taking care of this himself. They really should have wounded him or something, gave us some narrative reason as to why the assassin who spent the entire first game killing people is suddenly a pacifist. Oh hey, it's a mission where we have to kill 2 people and do a thing. Never saw that coming. I guess it is a fitting end. There's a fishing minigame, just kidding, and I just shoot this guy and do the whole hide in a closet and change clothes routine because we're a trillion hours into this video and I've got nothing left in the tank. There's a side quest chain I don't bother finishing. We shotgun some people, disable a satellite, find a pirate costume, and then shotgun people in a pirate costume. I forget just how many guns are on this island, and I'm pretty sure I saw Brad Shoemaker die in this exact same spot in this exact same way during a live stream once. We blind fire through the flashbangs, make our escape, and I'll be damned, it's Agent Smith. Guess they're saving a Mei Ling cameo for the sequel. There's more crafting, explosives this time, and Molotovs, which are nice. We commit one last war crime in a failed attempt to find the last costume we need for the Chameleon Challenge, and that's the level. It's fine. It's DLC. What do you want from me? And before we wrap up 2016, let's briefly cover the other modes, because if I don't, the comments will yell at me. There are escalations, a series of special missions broken down into repeated runs. Each run has a number of targets that must be killed, meeting certain stipulations. There's no saving or loading, so you've only got one shot at it. Completing a stage of an escalation unlocks the next tier, adding further targets or requirements to make things more difficult. These are, more than anything else in the 2016 trilogy, a return to the puzzle-centric design of earlier Hitman games. Each stage of an escalation is a little puzzle of weapons, disguises, and assassinations the player has to figure out. Second is the Sniper Assassin mode. You have a time limit and targets to take out. Once a body is found, people start running, and the travel time on the rifle means you actually have to lead your shots. You get a score depending on how well you do and unlock further upgrades for said rifles in said mode. Look, this is just sniper scope, and that's a good thing. Then there's the Arcade, a remix of previous elusive targets, which were a timed event when the game was a live service, into an escalation-like mode. The reason I'm not dwelling on any of these is because there isn't a lot to talk about that we haven't already covered. It's a smart repackaging of existing content that not only adds to replayability and more ways to unlock mastery, but allows certain stages like Sapienza to breathe. No, the only one I really want to touch on is Freelancer. Freelancer is effectively the final piece of content for the Hitman 2016 World of Assassination trilogy. It's basically a roguelite mode, but for Hitman, taking the concepts of escalations and elusive targets and repackaging them into a replayable, random campaign. The way it works is quite simple. You get a list of levels, each with their own targets and special conditions for additional payouts. Beating several stages unlocks a sort of boss variant with added guards. Complete all the levels and you win. Fail and everything resets. It forces the player to go slow and methodical in some situations, or get crafty in others, like taking out this guy from the roof, or using this propane tank to blow up the wall. Going in without the familiar tools of lockpicks and silent pistols, or whatever your favorite tools happen to be, can really shake a player out of a rut and get them to experiment with other tools, all while adding a new layer of challenge. 47 gets his own safe house, we'll get back to that, and beating levels unlocks mastery, which opens up more areas and decorations for the safe house, though a fair number of them are locked behind DLC. You get to keep the weapons you take out, adding them to your wall, and one last nod to our dear friend Garden Shed. The only problem, really my only criticism of this excellent mode, is that these aren't permanent unlocks, making this more of a rogue-alike than a rogue-lite. And this is one of those difficulty for difficulty's sake problems with game design these days. Getting an excuse to collect all the weapons is cool. I love that bit. But giving the player a risk of losing them when failing a mission means that no one ever uses them. They just sit on the wall. Death already has a consequence in failing the run and losing a bunch of money. So why the double penalty? Especially when there's already a loadout cap preventing us from taking in a huge arsenal. Just to let people play with the toys they've gathered. Oh, and the item arsenal not carrying over also sucks. Let me build a collection of rubber duckies, you monsters. Double O, add Nightcall to Freelancer. I know it basically doesn't work as a Freelancer stage, but I don't care. It's awesome and it should be there. The boat, too. The permanent unlocks come in the form of the safe house itself. The more mastery you get, the more areas open up to explore and stylize, each of which offers tools like letter openers and wrenches if you're willing to take the time and collect them. And God, is it pretty! Who wouldn't want to live in a place like this? But largely I like it for the same reason I loved the vineyard in Blood and Wine. It gives 47 something of a peaceful ending. Not really a retirement, but a place of happiness. Where Geralt got Yennefer, of course I went with Yennefer, have you met me? And a land of relative peace, 47 is given somewhere to fish and grow tomatoes, in between interacting with heads, all the while leaving the franchise open for something more down the line. And if they never get there, well, 47's just fine doing his own thing. The world of Assassination is the ultimate form of Hitman. It is so good and nails what this franchise is about so well that it basically renders everything else before it obsolete. It is a true evolution, not only in the game's mechanics, but its narrative, transforming itself into something worthy of the franchise's history while simultaneously surpassing it. When talking about The Legend of Zelda, you can debate about whether Link to the Past, Ocarina, or even Breath of the Wild are the single best Zelda game. I mean, it's a Link to the Past, obviously, but there's an argument to be had there. With Hitman, you may have the most nostalgia for blood money, but the title of best isn't even close. Hitman 2016 and its ensuing trilogy is the definitive version of Hitman, in the same way that Kevin Conroy is the definitive version of Batman. Mechanically, these games play superbly well. You can see the clear evolution of how we got here, and how it wouldn't have been possible without Absolution. People should remember that when slagging that game. It may not have been to everyone's taste, but forcing the game to modernize helped to smooth over a lot of the bumps, making the follow-up feel much better by comparison. But it's not just the controls they improved. The level design finally coalesced, crystallizing a process that started all the way back in the first half of Contracts, and carried through in some degree to Blood Money and even Absolution. They figured out the shapes of their levels, the dynamics of their targets, even going beyond littering the world with fun tools to finally nail down how loadouts and mastery can work in concert to improve replayability. It's not just that this game is the best version of Hitman, it's that its systems are the best version of these we've seen in this series. And they did it without blindly copying other games, still managing to be this unique thing unrivaled in the rest of gaming. I don't think people understand just how hard that is. Sure, a blank page is an unyielding maw we have to contend with, but trying to make adjustments to something already established can be just as difficult, as we fall into the same ruts over and over again. This isn't merely a sequel, it's a triumph, and it shows for me nowhere better than the writing. This game's writing is good, easily as good as any of the big blockbuster movies Hollywood is putting out. And sure, I have some quibbles. The pacing of some of the beats suffer both from the limited space of cutscenes and the budget cutbacks of 2. Olivia is a character that either should have been enhanced or outright cut, folded into Gray's character. And Lucas himself has problems. The dynamic they're going for of the older and younger brother, of Lucas rebelling, cutting loose, trying to get 47 to sneak out with him like they're 2 teenagers, all the while forcing Diana to play mother. It works, but you can see the stress marks where it's starting to buckle and strain. They never come up with good reasons as to why he isn't doing more to help. Never really earn the trust between 47 and Lucas outside of they were friends when they were kids once. I have a rule: I never talk about work in progress. I've just learned over the years that it's rarely in anyone's best interest, mine or the audience's. But I'm going to bend it here for a moment. I'm writing another book in my fantasy world about 2 mages that went to mage school together, drifted apart, and are now reuniting for reasons that aren't important. I bring this up because I have spent a lot of time and effort over writing this book to make sure their relationship is earned, that you believe these people really do love each other like old friends. I don't know if it's because they didn't have the time or it's simply too difficult to do under such tight constraints, but I had a hard time believing the evolution of their friendship, especially with how quickly it cements. They could have paid a bit more attention here, possibly in flashbacks to when they were kids. Hell, that could have been the tutorial level for 3. A flashback to the Ortmeyer residence back when they were still in training or something, combining it with the difficulty of the White House level from Blood Money to make sure it still packed a gameplay punch so late in the trilogy. Regardless of my nitpicks, including Lucas, and the points we already touched upon with Diana, the writing shows how far this team has come with how they think about and craft these stories. Hell, for one, it is a story. There's like a plot and villains and character arcs and everything. In a Hitman game. Crazy. Hitman 2016 doesn't just give us our best incarnation of these mechanics, or even its characters to date, but it also gives us a world worth exploring. I don't want to spend time in Absolution's world because it's a gross place full of gross people. Gotham works because of the color the villains bring, contrasted against the darkness of our hero. But in Absolution, we only had different shades of the same dark grit. The world of Assassination, by comparison, is full of interesting places, people, and stories. I could gush for many more pages about how good this damn game is, but we're way too many hours in at this point. I think the true test for me is that after all these hours playing back through these games, going through every Hitman level again from start to finish, all I find myself wanting to do at the end of a long day is pick up this game and interact with the back of more heads. There was a problem in transferring over my saves where all my mastery didn't come over, especially on the Hitman 1 and 2 levels, and I just keep thinking, I could go back, I could get full mastery on them again. And I still haven't unlocked everything in Freelancer. Wouldn't that be fun? It's insane. I've put so many hours into it already, but it's just so fun, so satisfying. It's easily one of my favorite games of all time, if you couldn't tell from the 20,000 words I just spent talking about it. It's always weird writing the introduction to a conclusion. It doesn't feel natural. Hitman is a hell of a thing and an even better story. A small developer working on their own to make something unique in a new genre that was only a few years old at the time of the first game's release. A genre that would grow and evolve and shift in so many different ways over that time. How many other series have we seen completely die or change what they are in their entirety over the same span? Metal Gear Solid is still Metal Gear, kind of. I mean, 5 definitely plays better than all the others, and it's still recognizable as Metal Gear, but it's certainly changed. The Ghost Recons and Rainbow Sixes of old are completely dead, turned into entirely different genres. Splinter Cell evolved and eroded over many releases, itself now largely forgotten outside of cameos in live service games. Thief is dead, struggling to find mainstream success and more or less getting consumed by another genre, the immersive sim. It's often easy to forget how new the medium of video games are, how new the genre conventions, tropes, and mechanics. Gaming as a whole kind of stagnated during the 360 era, with the only real innovation coming along in fits and spurts. Sure, we have battle royales, automatic shooters, or whatever the hell we're calling Vampire Survivor likes, the spread of Dark Souls slow combat, and the constant experimentation happening in the indie scene, of smashing every possible genre against every other until we've brute forced all possible combinations. But we don't get huge evolutions anymore, certainly not ones that stick around. IO managed to keep Hitman alive and feeling like Hitman as the entire industry churned around them. Hell, they went through 2 separate acquisitions only to get hung out and left to dry, and still managed to salvage a trilogy that was mid-stream. And any of these things could have and probably should have sunk both this company and this franchise. And yet they've managed to keep it going the whole time, to what are, honestly, frustratingly middling reviews and lackluster sales. To come through all of that and make the definitive best version of your series is nothing short of a miracle. I know I keep punching on Zelda for some reason, but look at that series. Clear evolution from the first up through Ocarina, every one of them a masterpiece. And then people freaked out about Wind Waker's graphics and everything went catawampus. They still made good games, sure, great games even. But you could feel them fighting with the weight of the thing, like a boat that had gotten too big. That wasn't meant to be a dig at Wind Waker, by the way. I love Wind Waker, it's just where the rambling winds took us. The way Zelda came roaring back was to reinvent what it was. Like, Breath of the Wild is undeniably a Zelda game, I'd never argue otherwise. But it sure doesn't look like one at first blush. Keeping any series in any medium alive this long is really damn hard. How many book series petered out? How many TV shows have you given up on? I mean, you want to talk about Hitman, go look at what happened to Dexter over the course of its run. How many film franchises just get stale or screw up? From Mission Impossible to Fast and the Furious and the MCU. They all have their missteps. Their struggles with keeping audiences engaged. The only real misstep you can accuse IO of is Absolution, and there are 3 huge marks against said accusation. For one, they were under a publisher with a let's be charitable and call it a not great track record when it comes to Western studios. 2, Absolution is still a really solid video game. It may not be exactly what we want from Hitman, and its writing is admittedly abysmal, but it still looks and plays like Hitman, just one that's been chopped up into bite-sized pieces. And finally, no Absolution, no 2016. Absolution was critical to Hitman's evolution, pushing systems along and introducing new ones that make 2016 the incredible game it is today. When I look back at this series in its totality, I still love the games, sure. But I'm most impressed with how this company managed to pull this off after 20 years. In an industry this fraught, with publishers this cutthroat, with audiences this fickle, they managed to create something so unique, so worthwhile, that the medium of video games would suffer without it. There's nothing else like Hitman. Even those that have tried, like Death to Spies, haven't managed to come close. It's nothing short of a miracle to come this far and do this much without the blockbuster sales and glowing reviews that other franchises like The Sims or companies like Bethesda coast off of. These are more than just games. This is the crowning achievement of a group of developers who somehow overcame staggering odds to deliver experiences and memories that people still cherish today. Which leads to the obvious question. Where do they go from here? We know they're making a Bond game, and I look forward to playing it and seeing if they manage to sneak a shower peephole in there somewhere. But what do they do after? Do they go back to Hitman? Should they? It's hard to imagine what Hitman should become from here, or even if they should keep making it at all. If they never made another Hitman game, which would make me very sad, we would still always have 2016. Always have what is functionally the platonic ideal of this series. If at the end of Absolution you asked players what they wanted, they would have said a return to blood money. But at the end of the world of Assassination, what do we want other than more World of Assassination? They could go open world, do a sort of Watch Dogs 3 thing, I'm sure that would be interesting, but would it be as good, as tight, as well designed and orchestrated as this? They could add co-op, letting multiple players tackle a level at once. And sure, a new game would bring new levels, targets, and toys, but how many times can they go back to that well before it runs dry? How many hotel levels can we play before they all start to feel the same? How many 2 targets and an objective can they put together before we're no longer able to tell them apart? They got lucky with the live service thing this time around, and it almost killed them. I mean, it did lose them their publisher. The always online nature of the game remains its most controversial issue, and it's still disappointing to see things grayed out because DLC hasn't been purchased, and that 47's house will always feel a little lacking because those extra packs weren't bought. In an era where everything is dominated by looter shooters and online this and co-op that, I really don't think they can survive it a second time. They were damn smart not to try and cram a battle royale in there, something they almost certainly would have done if still under the thumb of their publisher. Do we leave 47 in his mountain retreat? Or do we try and tell a story of Diana rebuilding the ICA yet again, this time with her at the top, using 47 as her instrument of control? Every time they tell a story with these characters, they risk screwing it up, and not just in the way Absolution did by taking Diana out of the picture. How many of these games do we have before the writers run out of ideas and make Diana actually evil this time? Or make 47 kill her for real? Or have them end up in a romantic relationship? Personally, I think those would be the worst decisions they could make, but they'll have to do something. So maybe it is better to leave it here. Leave these characters riding off into the sunset instead of forcing them to relive the same nightmares and storylines over and over again like so many superheroes. Saving them from a fate of having to do an old man and young girl story, of 47 training Victoria like so many other video games have pivoted to. There are a lot of choices here, and I don't know what the right one is. I wonder if IO themselves wonder, and if that's why they decided to take time off to work at Bond. Really, the question is up to you, for you to decide. What is Hitman? What do you want it to be? I shall leave you to prepare. Good luck, 47. Hey, if you're from IO and watching, I'm super serious about making a Hitman TTRPG that wasn't just a bit. Reach out. I know the rest of you are going to skip this part, but that's okay. I'm going to read it anyway. The script in its current incarnation is roughly 70,000 words. The Sims video was only 30,000, which means the runtime on this is going to be entirely too long. You can already tell that because you can see the runtime, but I'm in the past and can only see the looming regret of how many dozens upon dozens of hours this is going to take to edit. The amount of work that goes into these things is staggering and, quite frankly, unsustainable without direct support. The more you support the channel, the more incentive I have to do this, both morally and monetarily. That's what money is. It's an incentive. It's like its entire purpose. The best way you can support my work outside of watching, liking, sharing, and most importantly, subscribing, I'm not kidding about that last one, the algorithm ignores 90% of my videos because I don't convert enough subscribers. Aren't algorithms great? Where was I? Support. The best way you can support my work is through purchasing my books or the games I make. Check out the Sill books on Amazon or check out the Winter TTRPG on itch.io or DriveThruRPG. I have 2 more videos I think I want to do, the first being a post-mortem on the design and implementation of said RPG, and the second one being another video game retrospective. I already have a game picked, it's probably not the one you're thinking of. And I might try and sneak in another world-building video in there somewhere. The rub here is that I'm starting a new day job soon, will almost certainly have by the time you're watching this, while also desperately trying to get my next book out, which means this stuff is on the double back burner unless it gets significant support. I make these videos because A, I enjoy it, and B, I was going to do the research anyway. The Sims video, Art of the Bark, Viridian Forest, and the Sheep video all happened because they were subjects I was interested in and wanted to better understand. I look into this stuff because I love game design, and I figure if I'm going to be playing hundreds of hours of these games and taking the time to organize all my thoughts, I might as well record it and take you along for the ride. But it is a lot of work. The writing part is actually pretty easy. Hell, I'm a semi-professional writer at this point. But the hours involved, especially with the editing, are brutal. Of all the hundreds of hours I spend making a video, roughly half of that is editing, which I only do so you can see all that work. So if you have the means and opportunity, your support would be greatly appreciated. Buy a book, buy a game, like, comment, subscribe, tell your friends, and maybe we'll keep getting to make great things together. I'm Mike Laguero. Thanks for watching. Probably should have cleaned my glasses before I started recording. That would have been the smart way to do it. Okay. Nope. Back. Long. Nope. Fucking 6 seconds in and already fucked it. One of gaming's fours in a rain. Fuck. Nope. Company called with Hitman. I highly nope. Putting words in where they don't exist. My game voice. Come on. Speaking of force tutorials, breathe.